Hey, Tjay. Oh.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architect who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style with discussing is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodness, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodness, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget.
Yes.
This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We LPA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our plains are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, shout, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pay. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more highway. how time flies. All these colonizers in disguise. They all hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our gift. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Alrighty, thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Tjay Crewman, and I'm joined with my other host, Lady Tjay. She's sleeping in the background. And we got our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we were just live for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Make sure y'all go check that out. And our cousin out of the STL, Black Joe, salute. Greetings. Incoming illegal migrant flood the city. And on this season 6, episode 20, part 3.
Put the ponies in the barn.
Yeah, damn it, Shabaka. Keep them gators in the bottom of the hole of the shit where they belong.
I already told them to leave town and change their name. What more can I do?
We were discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 2, and that is Iran rejects the dump as a human shit. And we'll make that perfectly clear as ultimatum. Tensions escalate fast. Donald Trump says U.S. should take Iran's oil. Those are the 2 topics we didn't get to on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, so I wrote them over here. Then we got Roly Poly Martin tries to shame and expose foundational Black Americans and instantly regrets it. Then response to 19 keys, foundational Black Americans are attacking Africans. FBA voters outraged after Democrat Rep. PRAMILLA JAYAPAL demands
JAYAPAL.
Oh, JAYAPAL. Okay.
Yeah, JAYAPAL. Yeah, the hell with her. She's full of shit.
Yeah, demands this for illegal immigrants. Reparations? Hell no. 50 Cent calls out Shreveport Councilman. He responds. Offset injured and shooting near casino. Little Tjay arrested. Joyless Reid in the sunken place. And once it's all broke.
Dang.
Police arrest Black renter teaching tenants their rights. In our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being the first one, started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we just had, is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. It started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And also is a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that. Lady Tjay's channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub up to that so we can start going live. My personal page, Just a Parachute, Tjay Crewman. Make sure y'all sub up to that so y'all can check out the city council meetings and the community events here in Denver. And then we got the RBA Lady Tjay's main channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that. Lady Tjay usually be covering topics that we don't get to on Frontline Black News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. So make sure y'all check her out. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette1. Make sure y'all sub up to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. And then we got our cousin out the Bay Area, our Lobster, Jay Militant. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel as well. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High. He usually joins us. He might be joining us tonight if he's at work. But make sure y'all check him out. Kukizi 5100. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega out of Virginia. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers, so shout out to Breeze. Then we got the Church of Black Power, brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He just surpassed 2,000 subscribers, so salute to him. And then we got, last turn not least, our brother Black Truth United, who's been on a hiatus, but came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. And the links to submit your business or business of your choosing is in the description. And the Rolodex itself link is also in the description, and yours truly is in it. And then we got the petition for reparations, the change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that as well. The link to that is in the description. Then we got the petition Sister Brooke is circulating. Make sure y'all sign that. Also for reparations of Freedmen's Act. Got to get that off the ground. Then we got the Kickstarter for Hidden Color 6, which I just showed the trailer for. Then we got the support the GoFundMe for Lady Tjay. Donate to that if you haven't already. And then PewTube, we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by the late, great Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you're a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy as conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, a master teacher who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of a couple of weeks ago. And the link to her ISIS papers, The Colors of the Code, or I think that's the full title, The Colors to the Code or Colors of the Code, is in the description. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, so the first topic is Iran rejects Trump's ultimatum. Tensions escalate fast. And greetings, Shabaka and Black Joe.
Salute.
All right, let me share my screen so y'all can see this. So Lisa's gonna give us an update on that as well. Yeah, Abib. That's what they call us, Black Joe. They call us a bunch of damn Abibs, Jarirs, and Akatas.
Yeah, I listed all of them, man. We ain't got no allies.
Yeah, that left hook, right hand, left hook, double uppercut, put him on his back, lights out, toes pointing north.
Mm-hmm. But you have to do that against the whole continent, Shabaka. Okay, so.
But I do, while you're doing that, brother, I do have to look at the PLO with me, man, you know, who was bringing that thing.
And I'm sure
just
they are
mentioned.
ready the entire time. So we shall see the. Okay, that's family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, Trump's ultimatum deadline is tomorrow. So he's making the claim that if Iran don't meet his ultimatum, he is going to destroy the whole country, which is BS. You can't even destroy them right now. We know Donald Trump is full of crap. If you could destroy them and you had the ability to do it, we would have seen it by now. We haven't seen it because you don't have the ability to do it. You know, and the biggest indicator, running the military off of their base. Okay, that says a lot right there. But this is what he's claiming. And the deadline is tomorrow. Iran, they're not bulging. He made the ultimatum and they reject his ultimatum. And they said they are not concerned about it. And if he does try to do anything, they are ready. And I'm sure they are. They've been ready the entire time. So we shall see. The last time he backed off and threw some extra days in there, you know, he was being the usual taco that he always is. And we'll see. We'll see if he finally makes good. He done changed his mind a multitude of times, but we'll see if he'll do it this time around.
Well, he needs to get off that
Let me
shit.
go ahead and share my screen. Let's see here. Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
He rejected Donald Trump's ceasefire proposal. And now the world is asking one question. What happens next? Trump has issued a chilling warning, calling Tuesday a final deadline and declaring that for Iran, it could feel like a day from hell. He emphasized the strength of the American military and made it clear an attack is not just possible, it's inevitable. But Iran didn't stay silent. They presented 10 strict conditions for any ceasefire. First, they demand a permanent ceasefire, not a temporary 45-day pause. Second, they want the Strait of Hormuz turned into a secure, regulated passage. And most importantly, Iran insists that all damages caused must be paid by the United States and Israel. Now think about it. Would America ever agree to this? Highly unlikely. Which means, in reality, Iran has already rejected the deal. Meanwhile, global markets are reacting. Oil prices, which briefly dropped, are rising again after Trump's renewed warning. The clock is ticking and only hours remain before this deadline changes everything.
As you know, President Trump has vowed to launch devastating strikes if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. What is Iran's official positions towards such threats, Iranian?
Iranians are not going to be swayed by such deadlines in defending their country. Such deadlines merely express the criminal intent of those who propose such deadlines. We will not allow the slightest threat to ourselves in defending our country. And our armed forces have shown how they will defend themselves against any aggression. It is up to the international community, the countries of the region, and all member states of the United Nations to stand against this trend, the trend of normalizing crime and lawlessness. Now, Iran, let's remember that Iran is not just defending the Iranian people. Iran is defending an order based on international law.
For several days, Trump has threatened to commit war crimes against the Iranian people if the regime, who's unelected and that the people don't control, doesn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And we have this right here that came out recently, just a few hours ago. Apparently, they're trying desperately to reach the regime in order to negotiate a settlement. And they're basically saying, no, why would we? You just blew up our last negotiator. And then you have this, Trump saying he's moving the deadline that was supposed to be tomorrow morning super early to Tuesday. Threaten, back off, threaten, back off. It's dangerous. He's clearly unhinged. This is the worst negotiating style ever. Anytime you make a threat, you put yourself in a box. And if you don't carry it out, you look worse than if you never made the threat. Your deterrence is gone. Art of the deal.
Massive defeat for Donald Trump, who just got exposed both by Iran and reporters in the U.S. after Donald Trump attempted another ceasefire with Iran. He wanted a 45-day ceasefire. Iran swiftly rejected said proposal, and they are not allowing Donald Trump to have an off-ramp in this war, despite how desperate the president is to try and get out of this mess that he's created himself. And now Donald Trump is claiming that he never even proposed a ceasefire and that the only one who will make a ceasefire is him. Well, it's Iran that has repeatedly rejected Donald Trump's plea for a stop in fighting. And why would Trump be begging for the fighting to stop? Well, the Strait of Hormuz is closed because Donald Trump started this war. And now Donald Trump is desperately begging Iran to open up this crucial oil passageway that Donald Trump himself forced to close because of this war. It's important to also consider that another reason this report about a 45-day ceasefire may have gotten published last night is so Trump can continue to manipulate the stock market, because Monday morning comes around, Trump says a ceasefire may be on the table, and now he's saying there's no ceasefire. So we'll find out what happens tomorrow, which Trump says is the deadline for Iran. We'll see if Trump blinks and Iran calls his bluff once again.
For some analysis, joining us of international relations at the London School of Economics. Great to have you here with us on TRT World. So the United States is asking Congress for hundreds of millions of dollars for this war. And obviously, Israeli parliament today approved its biggest ever, largest ever defense budget, over $40 billion. So money talks, Professor, does it not? I mean, from all indications, it seems that both Israel and the United States are preparing for a months-long operation, so-called operation, in the Middle East.
Well, the Trump administration has asked for $200 billion from the Congress for the Iran war. More, so far, the United States has spent about $30 billion in the past 4 weeks. This is what we know, probably much more than that. But they're asking for $200 billion more. So what does this tell you? It tells you that the administration obviously has plans for a long war as opposed to ending the conflict soon. While President Trump talks about progress made in direct and indirect talks with Iran, he has sent at least 10,000 commandos and special operation forces and army troops to the Middle East, on top of the 40,000 American troops that exist in the area. There are multiple reports in the American media based on leaks from the administration, is that the Trump administration plans for ground operations in Iran for weeks as opposed to days. So my take on it, and the Iranians obviously know the game. The head of the Iranian parliament yesterday, Mr. Mohammad Ghalibaf, said while President Trump talks about diplomacy, he is preparing for an invasion of Iran, and we are ready for the American forces. So the challenge facing Iran today is that obviously the Iranian leaders know that ground forces will be put on Iranian soil soon. The question is, how will Iran respond? Can Iran basically prevent occupation of some of its islands and its territories? What kind of battles we will see in the next few days? But it seems to me, the final point, we are on an escalation ladder as opposed to de-escalation, as President Trump keeps sending conflicting and contradictory signals.
I was going to ask you about that because just last night, President Donald Trump took to social media saying that the talks are going extremely well and a deal could be announced soon. And then a few hours ago, in fact, about 50 minutes ago, President Donald Trump posted again on his social media platform, Truth Social, saying that if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. is going to be attacking energy infrastructure, oil wells across Iran. So on the one hand, he adopts a de-escalatory tone, but within hours, his tone completely shifts. So no one really knows what's going on with President Trump.
Well, even if you know, let's say we know, can you trust the president's words? Does he have any credibility? Does he engage in deception, in falsehood? Will you basically trust Trump's words or the Iranians in terms of negotiations? I think what we have seen in the past year is that President Trump has weaponized diplomacy, has imploded the culture of diplomacy, that American credibility now is almost zero. Hardly anyone believes what President Trump says. But regardless, let's put the questions I mentioned on the table. I think the divide between the American side and the Iranian side is so huge. And that's why, sadly and tragically, we might see more escalation or de-escalation. Because what the United States is asking Iran to do still is to surrender, to submit. The press secretary to the president, Caroline Leavitt, a few days ago said, quote unquote, the American press secretary said, Iran has to concede defeat. Imagine, she wants the Iranian leaders to come out and say, okay, we are defeated. What do you want, Mr. President? And the Iranians have made it very clear that after 4 weeks of tremendous pain and loss, think of the damage that Iran has incurred. Think of how many, I mean, its infrastructure, ballistic missiles, its industrial base, its infrastructure, its universities, its steel factories. How do you expect, and of course, not to mention the top leaders, including the supreme leader, how do you expect Iran to surrender? So what Iran wants is basically guarantees that the Americans and the Israelis will not attack Iran again. I have a point I want to mention put on the table. After the meeting in Pakistan yesterday, the foreign ministers of Turkey, of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan, the foreign minister of Pakistan flew to China today. My take on it is that the foreign ministers of the pivotal Middle Eastern states are trying to get Turkey to provide guarantees to Iran that if Iran accepts an endurable peace process or ceasefire, that neither the United States nor Israel will attack Iran. And that's why he went to China right away. So this could provide a glimmer of hope. Will China stand up? Will China provide guarantees to Iran? And I think the spoiler in all of this is Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu really is racing against time to destroy as much as possible of Iran's infrastructure and industrial base before a ceasefire, if and when a ceasefire is called in the US-Israeli war against Iran.
Professor, let's try to think about the developments from Netanyahu's perspective for a second. If, let's assume for a second, if the war ends today, what would it mean for Netanyahu and his political future?
I mean, it will be catastrophic for Netanyahu because Netanyahu has promised the Israeli public its regime change. Think of how many statements he has made. We are changing the face of history, that the Iranian regime would collapse like a house of glass, that somehow Israel could really somehow force Iran to submit to its wishes. So if the Iranian regime survives, Netanyahu is going to tell the Israeli public, okay, we've done a lot of distractions. Iran is no longer a threat. But of course, the Israeli public will realize that Netanyahu is playing games as he has been playing games for the last 3 years. I think it's a nightmare for Netanyahu. The worst case scenario for Netanyahu is a ceasefire now, because it really means that he will be exposed in the eyes of the Israeli public and Iran will remain standing. So, and that's why Netanyahu is really racing against time, ordering the Israeli military to do as much damage as possible, attacking everything, the infrastructure, steel factories, universities. I mean, literally trying to do as much destruction as possible before a ceasefire is called.
President Trump is again threatening to destroy Iran's power plants and other infrastructure if Tehran does not reopen the Strait of Hormuz to shipping traffic. NPR's Dee Parvez reports the president is giving Iran until tomorrow night to comply.
Iran is hitting back after President Trump posted an expletive-laden message on social media ordering Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. If they don't comply, he vowed to destroy more of Iran's bridges and power plants. The official X account for Iran's permanent mission to the United Nations responded that Trump, quote, seeks to drag the region into an endless war. It added that his threat to target civilian infrastructure showed an intent to commit a war crime and urged immediate international intervention. Mehdi Tabatabai, Deputy for Communications and Information in Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian's office, posted on X that President Trump had, quote, resorted to obscenities and nonsense out of sheer desperation and anger. He went on to use similarly insulting language, saying that the strait would open when Iran had been compensated for the cost of this war. Dee Parvez, NPR News, Vaughan, Turkey.
I'm Corva Coleman, NPR News. For more of today's news, be sure to like and follow us or check out NPR News Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's very clear to me right now that Donald Trump is so desperate that he might actually surrender and give in to the Iranians. A source now quoted a U.S. official working for the Trump administration said that they have given Iran several proposals in the recent days. So far, the Iranians haven't accepted them, but let me be very clear. If you are on the winning side, you don't give proposal, okay? If you're on the losing side, then you ask for mercy and give proposal and beg for options out. And the Iranians know they're now bargaining from a position of strength and they are not giving in. The Iranians are very clear. They want stopping of all attacks on them, stopping of all assassination, stopping of future attacks and assassinations, repatriations for all war damages, lifting of all sanctions, and stopping all wars against their allies in the region. It is very unthinkable that you can accept all of them. So the Iranians are holding back and say, you know, if you don't want, we keep on fighting. The Iranians have one nuclear weapon. They have the control over the Straits of Hormuz. Why is the control over the Straits of Hormuz so deadly? Well, the Straits of Hormuz, once choked, which what the Iranians are doing right now, will drive the oil prices higher, and oil prices are now hitting over $110 and set to go even higher, and that will set world inflation. World inflation will eventually flow to Americans. The Americans will then get angry and vote the Republican out in the midterm elections. Inflation is creeping up now, and Trump do not have time. He cannot wait until November, then resolve this issue. Because once the inflation goes up, he will stays high, and he will bite the voters all the way till November. So he's desperate and he wants a way out now. So it's my opinion that eventually he would have to surrender. While surrendering means giving in a lot of terms to the Iranians so that he will have a ceasefire and let the oil trade continue to flow in the Straits of Hormuz. This is a breaking news, so remember to hit subscribe as I bring you breaking and latest news that has implications to the financial market, the stock market. So I'll see you very quickly again.
All right, you had to have messed up really badly to get a headline like this as the president of the United States. But the headline that we just got is that Iran rejected a temporary ceasefire deal from the United States. Of course, the United States has the military advantage. We even should have the economic advantage, but Iran has found a way to wage asymmetric warfare in such an efficient fashion against the Trump administration in particular. Prior administrations have avoided this exact scenario because we war gamed it out in the 2010s and 2015, 2016. We ran war games about what would happen if we started this kind of war with Iran, and many times it ended with the Strait of Hormuz being used as a tool to gain regional power. There are articles about this in the New York Times about the war games that were run. Apparently, Donald Trump didn't read that because his only briefings are repeated striking videos. But the headline that we got is breaking. Iran has rejected a temporary ceasefire proposal. Instead, it has formulated a response to the U.S. demands to end the war, according to Reuters. Iran's foreign ministry says they will announce their response to the U.S. 15-point plan when necessary. There was a headline the other day that said something like, Trump ready to wind down war, Iran ready to continue for 6 more months. Those two things, that juxtaposition side by side, shows the strategy. Trump is held liable by the American people. Democracy exists. He's been voted out before. Republicans are resigning, retiring, losing their seats. Marjorie left. Others are done with politics. And Donald Trump knows what's coming. Meanwhile, in Iran, they don't have democratic elections. They're not really held accountable, and they're okay with inflicting maximum damage. So Donald Trump's negotiations have been absolutely toothless thus far. He's changed the timeline over and over, and now he's straight up threatening war crimes. He's not threatening military infrastructure. He's not threatening military bridges or military plants. No. He's just saying bridges, power plants, desalination plants. We will target the energy infrastructure of Iran, saying he's going to commit war crimes. The regime really doesn't give a shit if their people get hurt. That is a fundamental fact about Iran. But drop a like if you appreciate these videos. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed if you appreciate all of the work we do. Genuinely, 2026 has been great because of you all. We've done a lot of great debates on CNN with other platforms. We've traveled around a lot and done panels, done meetings, and made sure we've done breaking news videos every day.
Okay. All right, y'all. The bottom line is I have yet to see Donald Trump keep his word. Do I think they would possibly try to nuke Iran? Yeah, because they can't beat them. Yeah, because they can't beat them. But like I said, I don't think this would be like Pearl Harbor, where the Japanese were winning and then they dropped the hydrogen bomb and everything ended. I think if they did try to nuke Iran, somebody's going to nuke, especially if Israel do it, somebody's going to nuke them. That's what I believe. It could be China, it could be Russia, but somebody is going to get them. I don't think it's going to go unanswered. That's what I'm saying. If they do attempt to nuke Iran, it won't go unanswered. So that's my opinion. There's a lot of people that believe that Netanyahu is preparing to do that to Iran. But like I said, I don't believe that's going to go unanswered like Israel think it will. And even Donald Trump probably believed it would end everything. I think he is sadly mistaken. Plus, I think the world would retaliate on America for that as well. Number one, you started an illegal war. You started a war, and then you're going to nuke the people that did absolutely nothing to you. Yeah, I don't think the world is going to accept that. There would be heavy retaliation on America. I think it would be financial. I think it would be militarily. And I don't think America would get away with it scot clean. I think if they nuke Iran, they're going to complete, the rest of these countries are going to completely take America down. They're going to take the American dollar all the way down. They're going to take the financial system out, and it's going to be the end of America. For real. And I think it will be accelerated. So, y'all, we shall see what happens at 8 p.m. tomorrow if Donald Trump's going to go in there and try to hit their power plant and more infrastructure, or Iran is going to be ready to intercept. You know, again, some people think ground troops will possibly go in there tomorrow. You know, we shall see. But I think either way, Iran is going to be ready. I really do. I think they will be ready. Yeah, plus you got to look at the fallout in that region. You can't contain the nuclear fallout. So what about the neighboring countries next to Iran? They're going to get hit with all of that nuclear fallout. Plus, that stuff is going to travel around the world. It's going to impact everybody. You can't contain that. So, y'all, we'll definitely come back together tomorrow on all different topics. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Mr. Soulful, for the super sticker. I deeply appreciate your support for my channel. So, y'all, have a wonderful, wonderful night, and I will see you tomorrow. Shalom, family. Shalom, family. Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. Just another reminder, I have an everything Botana sale going on where you can get it for 30% off. You can get it in the bottles, 4 ounce, 8 ounce, or the 4 ounce jars, 8 ounce jars. And it also includes the bundle. So if you want to get the 4-ounce bottle, the 4-ounce whip, and an 8-ounce whip, you'll get it for 30% off. All right. And this is on Etsy, Shopify, and also my TikTok shop. Y'all, Trump came out and said he wants to take Iran's oil. I said, okay, now you're really finding out what this whole thing is about, y'all. This whole thing is about oil. You know, one thing about Donald Trump, he got a big mouth and he's always going to let the cat out the bag. He doesn't know how to keep things to himself. Another thing, while we were in between live streams, I found out Donald Trump is doing a complete blackout of satellite images of the war. All right. And let me tell you why I think he's doing this blackout. Now, that doesn't mean you can't watch it on foreign news, okay? It just means he's blacking out the images that you would normally see in the US. It doesn't matter what he blocks out because we can always go to foreign news. But I think the damage to the US bases over there is so bad, Donald Trump don't want those images seen. If you notice, we have not seen a lot of good images of the damage done to the US bases over there in the Middle East. They have really gone above and beyond hiding those images. And I really believe that's what it's all about, because if you see those images, it'll be no doubt that the US is not winning this war. He don't want anyone to see how bad it really truly is. It's just like when he doesn't give us the real numbers on the deceased. He doesn't want anybody to know how bad it is. They're still sitting on 13, y'all. 5 weeks later, 5 weeks into the war, they're still sitting on the number 13. Only 13 were lost. So it is inevitable. You're not going to get any truth from Donald Trump. If he's covering stuff up, that right there will tell you there's no truth. So don't look for any satellite images from here on out. You probably won't, unless you go online to a foreign source, then you will be able to get those, you know, because a lot of countries got satellites. We don't only have to look at satellite images from the US. So that being said, y'all, we're going to get into Donald Trump and what he said about stealing Iranian oil. Isn't that what he did to Venezuela? And that's what it was all about in getting Maduro out of there. He wanted to access their oil and the resources they have in Venezuela. Well, he thought he was going to be able to do that with Iran. They thought on that first day of bombing and taking out the Ayatollah, they were going to be able to go in and do whatever they want. But as time went on and Iran kept fighting back hard, they now realize it may not be possible to go in there and just take their oil, because Iran has demonstrated they are more than willing to fight back. So let's get to it, y'all. Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Now, you're going to see the first time Donald Trump spoke about Iran in an interview back in 1987. I want you to pay close attention to what he said and how that is applying to what he said just a few days ago. Thank you, everybody.
We're going to have a war. And it's going to start in the Middle East. Why couldn't we go in and take over some of their oil, which is along the sea?
How would you do that? Would you send in the Marines? Would you take a chance in a war?
Let them have Iran. You take their oil. That's what
How?
How?
I mean, do we want a war? What do you
go
mean we
in,
take their oil?
You go in. You're
How
gonna have
do
a
we
war,
go
Barbara.
in?
You're going to have a war by being weak.
Okay, how do we go in? What do we do?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You're going to have a war. And it's going to start in the Middle East.
What if the Soviet Union said, you do this to Iran, we're going to come in?
I don't believe they'd do it. The next time Iran attacks this country, go in and grab one of their big oil installations. And I mean grab it and keep it. And get back your losses, because this country has lost plenty because of Iran.
If I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil, because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil, I'd keep the oil, and would make plenty of money. And I'd also take care of the people of Iran much better than they've been taken care of. It's been a horrible. Yeah, if it were up to
Y'all notice he spoke about taking care of the people of Iran, and not one time in his speech did he talk about taking care of the American people. Not one time. But he did say take care, steal their oil, and take care of the Iranian people, but nothing about the American people. Let's go on.
To me, I'd like to keep the oil. I just don't think the people of the United States would really understand.
The Wall Street Journal this morning reporting the U.S. has struck 50 military targets on Karg Island in Iran. That is the strategic oil export site that could be the site of a ground invasion were the Americans to undertake such a mission. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, was asked about this while he was on a trip in Hungary and confirmed the strike this morning.
My understanding, having talked to Pete and General Kane about this, is that we were going to strike some military targets on Karg Island. I believe we have done so. The president's deadline has been followed by us and everybody else, and he said very clearly, we're not going to strike energy and infrastructure targets until the Iranians either make a proposal that we can get behind or don't make a proposal, but he's given them until Tuesday at 8 o'clock. So I don't think the news in Karg Island represents a change in strategy or represents any change from the President of the United States.
What do you say to Americans who are not a fan of the war?
They're foolish, because the war is about one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Had we not broken the Barack Hussein Obama agreement, you know what I'm talking about, the Iran nuclear deal. This is years ago, my first term. You would have had a total, Israel would have been gone, extinguished. Israel would have been wiped off the face of the earth, and the entire Middle East would have been, at a minimum, in big trouble. But I did it. That was phase one. We killed Soleimani. Without Soleimani, if they had Soleimani, it would be a whole different thing. Maybe. We'd still be winning, but it would have been harder, because we are obliterating that country. And I hate to do it, but we're obliterating, and they just don't want to say uncle. They don't want to cry, as the expression goes, uncle, but they will. And if they don't, then they'll have no bridges, they'll have no power plants, they'll have no anything. I won't go further, because there are other things that are worse than those two. And we might have, well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do?
Dude is crazy.
Because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil, I'd keep the oil, and would make plenty of money. And I'd also take care of the people of Iran much better than they've been taken care of. It's been a horrible. They've killed 45,000 people as of a month and a half ago. 45,000 protesters. We don't do that. So if I had my choice, I'd keep the oil. But I also want to make the people of our country happy. I think most people wouldn't understand that.
He literally said that if it were up to him, he would take the oil because it's there for the taking and they can't do anything about it. He would take what's not his. I'm wondering if those are the same exact words that he used on all of the victims in the e-files. Then he said that he would help the people of Iran. But what about America first? What about the American people? Last I checked, the U.S. Treasury Department is insolvent. which means that the U.S. Treasury Department went bankrupt. There's no money to help the American people, not the elderly, not children, not disabled veterans. But there's money to fund this war, right? He's literally begging Congress to give him $1.5 trillion for the military defense budget.
If I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil. Because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil, I'd keep the oil, I would make plenty of money. And I'd also take care of the people of Iran, much better than they've been taken care of. It's been a horrible.
Is the real goal of this war actually denuclearization? Right now, President Trump is openly saying that we could take control of Iran's oil, even Karg Island, the hub that handles most of their crude exports. And that matters because Karg isn't just another island. It sits at the center of Iran's export system, while the Strait of Hormuz remains one of the most critical energy choke points in the world. Here's the part nobody's talking about. Once we stop talking about deterrence and start talking about controlling another country's oil, this stops looking like a defensive mission and starts looking like an economic war objective. And once that line is crossed, the precedent becomes dangerous because it signals that energy infrastructure is now a legitimate target. Now, to be fair, some will argue this is the fastest way to pressure Tehran, hit their revenue, cut their leverage, and end the conflict sooner. But if that logic keeps expanding, are we still trying to stabilize the region? Or are we redefining what this war is really about?
More has been reviewed about Trump's and Netanyahu's war against Iran. Major explosion at Iranian oil depot following U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. Does this sound familiar? They kidnapped the president of Venezuela to steal the country's oil and gold. Now they're openly boasting about stealing Iran's oil. For sure, keep telling yourselves this U.S.-Israeli criminal of war aggression is to liberate the women of Iran. Right here, this is a White House official of energy. White House official says the U.S. will seize all the oil from Iran. And this is the same guy that says Chevron and all these other United States-based oil companies are in Venezuela pumping the most gas they have ever produced in the last 20 or 30 years. They said they're going to steal the oil from all the terrorists.
So, guys, we have some very terrible and sad news to report to you today. I mean, some good news. The president is alive and well. And yeah, so he said this very controversial thing about Iranian oil, which is absolutely no surprise. Check this out.
Well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil. Because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil, I'd keep the oil, I would make plenty of money.
So Donald Trump being Donald Trump, you can tell that that's the real Donald Trump and not AI because he's talking about stealing stuff from people and making lots of money. So yeah, the reports were that Donald Trump was in the hospital. We still don't know if that was true or not. He may have actually had to go to the hospital for something, but it does appear as though he is now out of the hospital or didn't go to the hospital at all. So great, sad news. I mean, good news that the president is in good health.
Great, big, beautiful bill passes.
Now to Tjay Yangst back in Tel Aviv, where he has the latest. And Tjay, we understand you have brand new reporting from the White House. What can you tell us?
Yeah, guys, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for 15 minutes. He gave me some new details on the negotiations behind the scenes with the Iranians and what's going to happen if Iran does not make a good faith deal. The president tells me if they don't make a deal and fast, I'm considering blowing everything up and taking over the oil. The president went on to say you're going to see bridges and power plants dropping all over their country. Now, I asked him about the possibility of an agreement with the Iranians. He says those who are negotiating on behalf of Iran have been granted amnesty at this time so they can continue the talks. And the president tells me he thinks he'll be able to get a deal by tomorrow. He says, I think there's a good chance tomorrow. They're negotiating now. All of this following the president's post on True Social, where he talked about these negotiations with the Iranians. We'll pull this up. He says, quote, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. The president posting there on True Social about this ongoing operation and his new red line for the Iranian regime. Now, the president also provided new details on what happened earlier this year as the Iranian regime took to the streets and slaughtered what the president tells me is 45,000 civilians in their own country. After that took place, President Trump told me the United States sent guns to the Iranian protesters. He tells me we sent them a lot of guns. We sent them through the Kurds, and the president says he thinks the Kurds kept them. He went on to say we sent guns to the protesters, a lot of them. And so a number of headlines here from my conversation with President Trump. All of this taking place more than a month into Operation Epic Fury and in the aftermath of that successful U.S. operation overnight to rescue that stranded U.S. service member in.
Now, did you hear what they said? Donald Trump sent guns. He sent weapons to the protesters. Now that you're at war with them, those protesters can take those guns and turn it on the U.S. I mean, come on. They're not fighting each other over there, but they will fight you. But they gave the protesters weapons, y'all. They gave them weapons. They gonna use those weapons provided by the U.S. and they're gonna turn it on the U.S. soldiers. How stupid. How stupid. See, Donald Trump wanted the people in Iran to turn on their own government and fight their own government. And it didn't happen. And at this point, it won't happen. Yeah, they protested on the streets, but I don't think they wanted to kill everybody up in their government. But that's what they were hoping would happen. But you just gave them ammunition to fight our soldiers. But they got the high IQ, y'all. They are the ones with that high IQ. That's all I got to say. Let's go on.
Inside Iranian territory, the president himself ordering that operation after the CIA came on Saturday morning and confirmed that they located where this crew member of an F-15 that was shot down on Friday was located. Again, the president making that decision to send in hundreds of U.S. special forces deep into Iranian territory and successfully retrieving that U.S. service member. Guys?
I want to make sure I got this correctly. Are you saying that the president told you that he sent guns, the U.S. government sent guns to the protesters via the Kurdish, that the Kurdish kept some of the guns?
Correct. The president tells me that the United States sent guns to the Iranian protesters earlier this year. He says.
Right. So the Kurdish people kept some of the guns, but they did still give a lot of those guns to the Iranian people, y'all. They didn't keep all of the guns. So they kept some and they gave some to the Iranian people. So at the end of the day, you gave guns to people that now can turn those things on the U.S. soldiers, especially if you do a ground invasion. You not only got the Iranian military, now you got the civilians that are armed. That's all I'm saying. That's not bright. That's stupid. But let's go on.
We sent them a lot of guns. We sent them through the Kurds, and he thinks that the Kurds kept them. Remember, the president made a commitment to the Iranian protesters who were in the streets of their country earlier this year. Those images were circulating online of thousands of people who were slaughtered at the hands of the Iranian regime, the current regime that is attacking U.S. forces as we speak. And the president made a commitment on True Social to those protesters, and he said help is on the way. And we are learning as a result of this call with President Trump that he attempted to send guns to these protesters in order to fight back and defend them. Remember, these were peaceful demonstrators who were protesting against their government, and they were met with live ammunition from the Iranian regime in the streets of their country. They were slaughtered. And Fox News was talking to people in Iran who were using Starlink, and they were describing these horrific scenes in the streets of their country. And the president, again, told them that support and help was on the way. And so it appears that was the help the president was talking about. And again, as all of this is taking place, now that we zoom out 3 months later, the president is offering the Iranians a diplomatic solution to end this conflict. The same offer that he gave the Iranians before Operation Epic Fury began.
Exactly.
And remember, we know that at the negotiating table before this operation began, the opening position of the Iranian regime is that we have 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, enough to make 11 nuclear bombs. And the president, understanding the country's ballistic missile program and their nuclear aspirations, ultimately ordered this operation. But more than 35 days later, the president once again is offering the Iranians a diplomatic solution. And again, he tells Fox News in a phone call earlier today, he thinks he'll be able to get a deal with Iran by tomorrow. He says he thinks there's a good chance tomorrow. They are negotiating now. But again, the president goes on to tell me you're going to see bridges and power plants dropping all over their country if they're unwilling to make it.
All right, y'all. Well, I think if you would have left your generals in place, they would have told you not to do that. Don't drop any weapons anywhere in there, but this is the result of Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump making the military decisions. So this is what you get. All right. So the Kurds got some of the weapons. The Iranians got some of the weapons. And he wanted them to give them all. And so they would revolt and turn on their own government. And that never happened. It never happened. They may not have been happy with their government, but it didn't mean they wanted to unalive them. So, yes, it backfired. It backfired. But the thing is, nobody still knows whether Donald Trump is going to give the orders for the troops to go on ground. There's like 50,000 over there right now. And it could possibly be more, because over these last 5 weeks, they've been continuously sending more troops and sailors in that region. But see, they don't want generals with knowledge and know about warfare. They don't want those kind of people around. Donald Trump wants dumb people around like himself. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Please remember, the botana oil is on sale until the 11th. So take advantage and grab it up. I sure got a lot available, that's for sure. So I will see you soon. There's a couple of stories that I'm looking at. If I don't come back later on today, I'll definitely do those stories tomorrow. Shalom, family.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Miss Tanjeez, hop on in, Tanjeez.
Hey, what's going on, dude?
Well, okay, what the hell, dude? Are you catfishing? I thought this was a...
No, I ain't catfishing. I just came up for my wife. I want to ask a question.
Oh, okay. That's your lady, dude?
Yeah.
All right. That's a nice looking sister on there. All right. Why are you using your wife's account?
Because I don't get on this stuff, man. I don't get on all these panels and shit.
Okay. All right. Now,
Yeah.
what's your name? I ain't about to call you Tanjeez. What's your name, brother?
I'm John.
John.
Yeah.
All right. So what's on your mind, John?
I just want to ask a question. Why you want to change the names now to Foundation Black America?
Oh, okay.
Because Jesse Jackson did it, Barack did it, and what's the reason for it now?
So you think I went around changing the name?
I'm not gonna say you did it, but if the world is talking about reparation right now.
Right.
And don't you think if we get the name changed right now, we're going to miss out on a lot of money?
Like what? Now, what do you think? No, let's slow down. You say, why did I? What do you think I did? What do you think I did?
Well, I ain't going to say you did it, but where did the name come from?
I
Foundation Black
popularized,
America.
I popularized it.
Okay. Well, if you popularize it, what made you popularize it?
I just said it because it made sense.
But don't you think it's going to cause a problem right now?
It's too late now. Everybody's using it.
Well, don't you think that if the government going to pay black people out, they're not going to go by Foundation Black America. They're going to go by African American.
No, they're not.
I guarantee you.
I guarantee you they're not, because anybody can be African American. The mayor of New York is African American and he's East Indian, sir. We ain't gonna let that happen. Barack Obama is African American. Why would we let immigrants get reparations owed to our ancestors?
Well, they doing that anyway. They get everything. Don't you know everybody get everything before we do anyway?
Right. So why would you want to keep a name that lets everybody eat off of us unjustly? Why would you want that?
Okay, but don't you know in the courts right now, that name they gave us, African American, is in all the books. The Negroes used to be there, and they changed that to African Americans. So don't you think that it'll be a problem right now if those names would change when reparation come up? They're gonna say, who in the hell is Foundation Black Americans?
That's exactly what we want them to say.
Yeah,
because that's who's supposed to get it.
That's who's supposed to get it.
Yeah. Who else is supposed to get reparations?
As far as they concerned, the African Americans are one that they enslaved and Jim Crow and went through the civil rights and all that kind of stuff.
All right. So if they use African American, that's going to include people who just got here, who don't have a lineage here. Do you want them to get reparations too?
No, I agree with that. But I'm just saying,
so we have to have language that's very specific, right?
Yeah, but Foundation of Black Americans do not have the language when you come to the Congress and the Senate. They don't have that language.
Yes, you do.
Look, on my birth certificate, I got Negro.
Right.
So I know for a fact, if they gave out reparation to anybody, I'll be included.
Okay. Because you would have to trace your lineage back to the foundation of the country, to the beginning of this country.
Sure.
That makes you by logic a foundational Black American. So what's your argument?
My argument is, how old is that name? See, they gonna go by names. You just can't bring a name up and expect something to happen. That's what Jesse Jackson did. Jackson did the same thing to us back in the 70s or the 80s.
Right, and they changed everything overnight. Right.
But it also threw us out of everything.
But hey, you all over the place. So you're saying it threw us out of everything, but now then you co-signing the word African American. So which one is it?
Well, for me, I want us, you know.
Hold on, brother. Where's your family from?
I'm from Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay.
And that's where all my, that's the original everything in Memphis.
Memphis, Tennessee, right?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
But how many generations?
All of them.
Where's your wife from? Where's your wife from?
My wife is from Memphis also. She's she's from there too. I met her. And we moved to Texas now.
Okay. That ain't your wife in that picture.
That's my wife, dude.
No, it's not. No, it's not, bro.
Well, let me let you speak to her right here.
Let me talk to her.
Okay, it's me. It's me.
That's you?
Yes, sir, it is. It is.
With this Negro, that's you? You look at that.
Wait a minute now. Don't call my husband no Negro.
I'm trying to see what's happening. Where you from?
Been married 30 years, sir.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that okay? Hold on now. That means that you're in your 50s.
Yes, sir.
Is that a filter?
No, sir. That is a picture of me with no filter.
Look here, Tariq. That ain't no filter. I'm right here with her every night. That's for real.
Both of y'all get y'all asses on camera. Let me look at both of y'all. Let me see what both y'all look like. It sound like y'all in there wearing dashikis and kufis. And shit. The hell is he talking about? I want to see something ain't right. Lord. Man, talking about y'all in Memphis and Texas. They eat some barbecued bush meat or some shit. Where y'all from?
No, we don't eat no damn bush meat. Hell no.
Lord.
No. No, but that's
all.
all. We just had a question about, because we hadn't heard about, the FBA, and I've been hearing it on TikTok. And I'm like, okay, so, what is this FBA? And so when I looked it up, I found out, I did a little research and I saw your name. And I was like, okay, so let me just, see what this all about, So basically, we was trying to figure out, where it came from. Cause I was like, okay, did this come from a college? Cause they pretty much, in colleges study us. They've been studying us forever. Right. So that's what they do. So I was like, did it come from a college or where did it come from? And so when I looked it up, I saw your name and I was like, okay. So I was just trying to figure out, what it meant and, where we going from, because it's going around TikTok like big time. Like everybody's saying it.
It's the hottest topic on social media.
Right.
And also it's in government documents. We've proven that. There's state documents, government documents, federal documents, medical documents of them using the term foundational Black American. Even Ryan Coogler, who did the movie Sinners, he went on a press tour and he was talking about how he has foundational Black American lineage. ABC News did a big international story talking about foundational Black American history. So the term is a very common term now and is becoming more popularized. And all it means is that people who come from the lineage of the people who are the foundation of this country, people who have a non-immigrant lineage, and if you're Black. And that's all it is. Literally, that's all it is.
Okay, because I like it. I wish we had it before we was called African American.
Right.
I wish we had it then, and I think it's a good thing. I really do.
Yes, ma'am. You and your hubby got kids? Y'all got kids?
Yeah. We have 3 kids.
Oh, good. Okay, beloved. Well, I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. She sound cool. Okay. Now she sound cool. I don't know why he was plebiscite battling. I'm like, okay, nigga, what are you talking about? She sound like she got some sense. I don't know what he was talking about. Lord. Let me speak to the wife. Sound like I don't know what he was talking about. The brother was confused. I don't know what he was confused about. But they were all right. Man. But that's the great thing about foundational Black American, man. That's the great thing about it, family. That's why it's so powerful right now. See, a lot of people are used to things coming from the top. They're used to something coming out of a college, something coming out of a think tank. You see, and that scares a lot of non-FBAs, by the way. See, foundational Black American and this renaissance that we're having a foundational Black American renaissance. That's a bottoms up ethnic awakening. See, a lot of people are used to Black political energy being filtered through the boule gatekeepers, preachers, nonprofits, Democrat parties, media-approved spokespersons, immigrant advocacy groups, colleges. That's why she asks, is it coming from a college? How is this thing so big? No, it's major because it came literally from the grassroots. It came from the soil. So this delineation movement, it just broke the whole mode for all of these identities out here. And it's not dependent on a single organization. It's not dependent on a payroll. It's not dependent on an institution. It's not dependent on a leader. So this delineation movement, it spread because ordinary people just independently came to the same conclusion. Lineage matters. History matters. That's it. Everybody just got on code. And that makes it powerful. And that scares a lot of people because it's too powerful and nobody can really control it. So now what a lot of tethers and alphabet agencies try to do is denigrate it to try to remix it, but you can't do that. You can't do that. Because, this is a decentralized consciousness. So you can attack a person, you can smear an organization, but you can't stop a shared realization of a lineage. And that realization has taken root among millions of foundational Black Americans. See, that's something you can't control. And that's the scary thing. I want y'all to understand, why are people so nervous about us recognizing and acknowledging our lineage? Yes, a frequency, because we are 45 million deep. Some people say 49 million. That's what I'm thinking. Foundational Black Americans, we're around 49 million deep. And 49 million people on code with each other? The dominant society don't like that. You understand? The dominant society don't like that at all. Yeah, you can't stop a realization. See, that's the thing. All you're doing is realizing that your lineage is unique because it goes to the beginning of this country. No other group can say that. That's unique. That's a realization. That's why tethers are always trying to stop us from realizing that. No, nigga, you are African, nigga. You're Igbo. You look like an Igbo in your face, nigga. No, sir, I'm not an Igbo. My lineage goes to the beginning of this country. You are still African, nigga. No, Titty Tunde, I'm not, sir. I'm not a continental African. I have African genetics, like many people do. But I am of the lineage here. I have a unique lineage that's different from you. You just had Africa, nigga. It's all that gaslighting bullshit. Yeah, that's not going to stop me from recognizing my unique lineage here. We're not going to stop doing that because you get uncomfortable as a foreigner. We're not immigrants. Shit. We're just not. We're not going to sit here and pretend to be to make you feel better. We have a very unique lineage, and it's not confusing at all. It's not confusing. It's not confusing whatsoever. Ain't nobody confused. People are just playing dumb because they're frustrated because now we've drawn lines and boundaries around the lineage. So yeah, that's what that's about. All right. Man. Yeah, we are not immigrants. Our lineage built this country. All right. Oh, who is this? Okay, let's get some folks in here. What has come out of it? Who is that? The Blacc tax? Okay. You got Lumumba on your thing. The Blacc tax, hop on in.
Yo.
Yeah. No, what'd you say? You said what has come out of what?
Yeah, like what's the point of jacking FBA if we like not even building?
Well, you're clearly foreign.
Exactly. See, that's the problem. Everybody's a foreign if they don't agree with you.
No, sir, we hear your accent. It's not that you disagree.
Right.
But no, stop that.
I'm not even gonna argue with y'all, bro. Like
we're not arguing, sir. You're not gonna troll. You're not gonna troll. Why are you upset? Let's we're having an intervention. Why are you upset?
I missed the old trick machine.
Okay. Well, nigga, you sound like Jennifer Hudson, nigga. What kind of dream
brother?
Girl, what kind of dream girl is this? What the hell is that?
Family.
I missed the old you. No, you want somebody to come play with your bussy. We don't want to do that, sir. Why are you okay? Now you whining, sir. Why are you whining, little old sassy thing? Now, let's stop all that. Stop trying to troll your way out of it. Why are you upset? You're upset because now you got to stand on your own lineage? What are you upset about? Let's have an intervention. All right, let me hold your little, I'm holding your hands virtually. I'm talking to you. All right, I'm holding your little Igusi stained hands. Let's talk. Why are you so upset with us delineating? Let's stop all the fake trolling and let's get to some interventions here. All right, now why are you upset? Let's talk about it. Huh?
Upset is crazy, but yeah, if you think I'm upset, that's a great interpretation. I just missed the OUTRAGED.
Now, why are you upset?
I feel like Black America was doing way better in 2020 in terms of like getting enlightened and waking up, and now niggas is just beefing on internet.
We were doing better in 2020. How so?
A lot of people was waking up and like, yo, we're not falling for the system no more.
Waking up? Well, we're woke now. We're very woke now. We're more woke than ever. Right?
You think the whole world's global consciousness is risen because of FBA?
That's it. This Rohan. Is this Rohan? Is this you, Rohan? Okay, if this is Rohan, let me get him out.
Who the fuck is Rohan?
Okay, I'm getting this little wide, bussy refugee up out of here. All right? I'm getting him out of here because he's a fleeing punk. He just like to talk to men. All right? Was that Rohan? Yeah, let me get that little sassy punk up out of here. No, I ain't talking to you. That's why he's saying a little moist shit. I miss the old Tyreek. Nigga, that's what your woman say. I miss the old you. You used to give me flowers. You used to love me. Well, nigga, get the hell out of here. Calling up, tell me you missed the old version of some dude. The hell is that? Nigga, I'm not here to bring you flowers. I miss the old you. You used to look at my eyes. We used to go on dates. We don't date no more. Get the hell out of here, nigga. Fantasizing. This nigga acting like a musty Jennifer Hudson in Dreamgirls. And I'm telling you, I'm not going. Nigga singing me a damn trauma song. The hell? That's what we delineate from your weird tethers. Calling up here with that hostile energy, talking about you miss the old me. I ain't your man, nigga. Get the hell out of here. Musty punk. All right, let me see who else we got. Who is this? Black Queen? All right, Black Queen. Somebody named Black Queen tried to get on. All right, Black Queen wasn't. I don't know what happened. All right, Miss Black Queen didn't get on. All right, let me see who else we got. Let me see. Y'all raise those hands. Let me see. Let's Daddy Dada. Let's get Daddy Dada. Daddy Dada in the building. And shout out to everybody in here. We are deep. All right. Daddy Dada.
Hey, what's going on, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good, man. I just want to give you your props, man.
Yes,
You've
sir.
been putting it down for a long time, and we listen to you at my barbershop, and we like the work that you do, man. I just wanted to give you your props.
Oh man, respect to y'all, man, and respect to the staff. Shout out to the barbershop. Shout out to the barbershop out there. All right. Respect to those brothers. All right. Let's see who we got. Who is this? Tjay Realty.
Hey, Tjay.
Let me see who we got. What's up, Tjay Realty?
Hey, Tariq, I'm glad to see you, catching up with you. I'm outside the country, but I'm Black American on both sides, chattel slavery.
Yes, ma'am.
I got on here for two reasons, because I know you spoke about it, but I don't think that we know the significance of the Ghanaian president, the resolution that was drafted between them, CARICOM, which is the Caribbean, and they went and got the sign off on the Congressional Black Caucus. And if you look at that resolution, it basically just calls us African.
Yeah.
It flatly calls us African, and they did that without our permission. That's why I understand the delineation and what you're doing, and I feel like we're not delineating formally. And that's why I came up, because Tariq, You have the reach. You have the influence and visibility. Where is the steps for us to get political representation? We are being stepped all over, and everybody is using us to get where they have to go. Even with reparations, when you see that the whole world now is asking for reparations, we also see in California, I don't know if y'all saw, they recently voted down, the population voted down taking slavery out of the state constitution. There is an all-out war on us, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, ADOS, Solon. There's an all-out war on us, and I feel like we have no political representation. And that is a problem for our community. And another thing is I feel like we all need to go independent. We need to go independent en masse, and we need to force both sides to work for an agenda that we lay out, which is something about agenda of some type of protections for our lineage, because our lineage is being pilferaged from every which direction.
Yes, ma'am. Now, where are you right now, by the way? You out of the country? Where are you, dear?
Yeah, I'm in Europe right now. And that was another thing I wanted to say. You know how the immigrants act with entitlement, the ones that that have representation, house representation, asking for reparations, for ICE treatment. When you go to other countries, no immigrants comes to other countries demanding and being entitled and talking down to local people, telling them that they're lazy, they're not doing it. Only in the United States of America are immigrants able to go get in the political system, talk down on the locals, and make demands, financial demands. We have to go independent and reconcile this problem.
Yes, ma'am. So listen, and thank you so much, dear. Thank you so much. Listen, so we got to get the words right, the language right. We do have people within the political arena who understands lineage. So yes, we as foundational Black Americans and understand foundational Black American is a lineage. See, this is why we got to watch words and language. She said ADOS and FBA. So
yo, what's up, Tjay? I see you. What's up, bro?
This is why we got to watch certain things. See, ADOS, that's more of a political topics. ADOS and foundational Black
No,
Americans.
that's how I know you fuck with me, because you send me the email and send me the link.
FBA is
You get me?
lineage movement. It's lineage.
Yeah. Like
Straight up lineage.
I'll probably talk some shit, but I
They
didn't.
structured
You know what I'm
that
saying? I didn't do nothing
as
to make you not fuck with.
policy-driven political campaign.
Right. Because you still
Foundational
sending me
Black
the emails
Americans
to give me
is
the link
just
to up here,
cultural
right?
delineation.
So I don't know what Shabaka was
Alright.
talking about yesterday.
ADOS
I still rock
is
with both of y'all.
centralized. They have self-proclaimed leaders. All right? That's what kind of turned a lot of people off.
My dad called me
Foundational
reprehensible
Black
though,
American,
Jesse.
there is no leader. No matter if people lie about me being a leader all the time, that's called lying.
I guess
I've
I'm a leader.
Never claimed to be a leader.
I guess
You
you're a
cannot
leader.
Be a leader since
Mayor,
you
Mayor,
ain't claimed
Denver
it.
Mayor
There is no
Tjay.
organization called Foundational Black Americans. If
Your
anybody
dad gonna
says
call you
something about a
reprehensible.
group or an organization, they just made some shit up. There is no organization called Foundational Black American. There is
And
no
there is no
leader.
FBA movement neither.
I'm not.
Right.
At all. There is no leader. Let's be very clear.
My step pops
The
told me
ADOS,
I sound like
they
Tyreek.
tell
I said,
anybody
well,
who listened to
because the
him he was
code is
an
a leader.
ADOS. Foundational Black American.
My step pops downstairs
That's a
telling me I
leaderless,
sound like Tyreek.
grassroots collective consciousness.
You
Let me say that one
Pan-African
more
ass
time.
mother.
FBA is a leaderless grassroots collective consciousness about lineage. The leaderless nature of it is very key because foundational
What is
Black
FBA,
Americans,
Jesse?
you can't dismantle foundational Black
Like pause
Americans
it,
by
pause it.
attacking a
Explain what
single
FBA
figure
is.
or an organization because it doesn't exist.
I mean, this video's almost over, so let's finish the video.
Okay, once the video done, please explain what FBA
That's what
is.
makes it powerful. That's why ADOS fell off. Don't nobody use ADOS no more. ADOS completely fell off. ADOS was talking about policies, and basically they started acting as Democrat shills, and people got turned off by it. FBA, lineage only. And the Democrat shills try to say FBA is MAGA. They try to make it a political group. You can't say, I ain't vote for no damn MAGA, so who you talking about? Ain't no leader. I ain't getting no money from Trump. I ain't getting no money from nobody and don't want it. And I ain't MAGA and none of that shit. Now, people just start lying to be lying. And like Cat Williams said, liars lie. Who knows why they lie? Liars lie.
That's correct.
See, ADOS, that was them trying to start a little political organization so they can get a little Democrat bag.
And they switched up too,
And
didn't they,
Foundation
Jesse?
Black America, that's based on cultural power.
They switched up from like FBA to, I'm a group now.
So there is a difference.
Yvette Carnell fucked that shit up.
Yes,
there is a difference. See, ADOS was very easy to disrupt because they had leaders. They're running around here talking about they're the leaders, and that made zero sense. It made absolutely no sense. When I would use the term, and here's the thing, did y'all know I popularized the term ADOS?
Yeah, Tyreek did do that.
That term.
Tyreek did make ADOS popular.
Until I started using it as a hashtag to describe.
Shout out to you, Yvette Cardell. Shut up.
I would use it as a hashtag.
Tyreek made your shit famous.
Me and Tone would correspond. And he would use the hashtag ADOS. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. I can use that instead of typing out Native Black American, because that's what I would use. I would always refer to us as
Shout out to Dr. Claude.
Yeah, they had a run in 2018.
That's where FBA started, right,
Jesse? People did Google Trends
Native Black Americans, but it was because they would think we were Indians.
Using the hashtag.
Yeah.
That's why we switched it to FBA, right?
Articles about ADOS, they would always include me in it.
We're the foundation of the country.
Because we didn't want to get
they would always
like
include me in it, and they would always
with the white Indians or like black Indians.
I would always tell people, this ain't a group. When I say ADOS, American Descent, I'm talking about a lineage. I've always said lineage. And Strappy and all them, this is a group. We the leaders of everybody.
White collar
I'm not with that. I have never legitimized that damn group.
No, because she's a lesbian. She wears a strap.
I'm not with no damn
That's
group.
what I just said, because she got a strap on.
So I would have to clear up a lot of confusion.
I bet she used it on Tone.
That term for them. Then I would have to explain. I'm like, no. It's not when we talk about lineage, it's not a group. That's where that group shit comes from. That group shit. That stigma of that group bullshit comes from them. Yeah, we're still wiping that
FBA is a group.
Lineage.
Ain't that what they say?
Yeah.
FBA is a group.
Like, I started using the term instead of Native Black American, foundational Black American, and that shit just stuck.
That shit went heavy.
Stuck.
Yeah, it did.
And it was clear. The messaging was clear.
We FBA.
It just caught on. You know? So we got to be very, very clear.
Hey, Tjay, did you see my video I uploaded earlier?
No, I've been alive since 5 o'clock.
Okay, I came here late. But I just remember that video I was telling you last night?
Yeah.
I just finished uploading it. It's good. And then my boy Courtney, right? He's over there on Psychopathia.
Uh-huh.
You know Psycho, right?
Right? I heard of him. I don't think I know him, though.
Like it's Black Building or whatever right now. But that's where we all used to be. We all used to be on Psycho shit with George, with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Cerulean Gray, that's who made my my CRU Reality Lightning.
Yeah.
You get me? Like we was all over there. That's where I met Torian. I saw you over there on what's his name? Church.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the Torian interview. That was a great thing. I want to interview you too, Jesse.
Okay.
Like, no, about your mayorship and whatever.
Yeah, we can get that all set up here in a couple weeks. But let's see what George is talking about. We got Kahari in the building. Salute Kahari. We're at 303.
And let me know if I'm talking too much, Tjay.
Okay. So
I'm here, but I ain't in my normal mode.
Okay.
You get me? So I ain't overdrunk.
All right.
So I'm here with you. So just let me know if I'm talking too much.
Okay. Lady Tjay got a question. Go ahead, Lady Tjay.
What is all this?
What is all what?
What the hell did you do to Lady Tjay where she can't talk no more, Jesse?
She took pills.
I don't agree with that. Yeah, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you, Jesse.
And what the Clintons was involved in. So many.
So Roly Poly Martin is big mad. He tries to shame and expose foundational Black Americans and instantly regrets it.
No, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, what is going on with this video?
Sleepy pills. She took sleepy pills.
Insomnia for like days.
She has insomnia.
I don't sleep for like 3 or 4 days at a time.
That girl got into my edibles. Hey, Tjay, she got into my edibles.
She has insomnia and she don't sleep for like 3-4 days at a time.
That's why she be streaming.
I just have a night out.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Lady Tjay.
The first one tell me that. Say my cake comes.
It's our month. It's our month. We Aries. So.
Right.
Yeah, you celebrate the whole month.
Say my that's my cake today. They'll be real.
Yeah, I'll be here. Yeah, I'll be here today.
Yeah.
All right, let me play the thing from Fantastic Four.
Roland Martin is still upset with the Black community, with parts of the Black community, right? Where he calls us, he likes to call us thugs and criminals and ignoramuses and all kinds of bad words, right? So we call him Tether and Roly-Poly and Buffalo Butt and Hippopotamus Butt and all kinds of different things that we call him, right? Because he's always using his platform to disrespect us. Now, he's never invited anybody from any of these young people from the grassroots onto his show. And when he brought that young brother on the show a couple of years ago that opened up a school, he tried to really destroy his credibility, right? He disrespected him very bad, right? And we've been on his bumper ever since, right? So now with foundational Black Americans, we're questioning the Democratic Party. We're saying we're not rocking with that. But because we're questioning the Democratic Party, he's trying to make it seem like we're with the Republicans. We've never been with the Republicans. We know J.D. Vance is a racist. We don't care nothing about them. The issue is the Republican Party doesn't owe us nothing because we never was with them anyway. Our issues and vitriols with you Democrats, because you are the people we've been supporting since we was children. Our mamas took us down there and told us to support you guys. And we found out and we started seeing that you guys have been sabotaging the whole time. You just as bad as the Republicans. You just act like you my friend. You act like you rolling with me, but you're not. You're the twin brother that when the Republicans was bullying us, you came out here and put your arm around me and act like you was my friend, but the whole time you had the knife in my back. You was never my friend. So now he's taking to social media and again he's going in on us, and we're gonna have to just break this stuff down.
When I listen to so-called Black loving Black people,
my dad is mad at me.
Lots of smoke for Democrats, but they don't say nothing about this here. They don't say
my
nothing.
Dad
about
sounds like Roland Martin.
Markets and all of these little betting apps.
My dad sounds like Roland Martin.
Making millions and millions and accounts opening right before Trump makes an announcement.
That's all.
Y'all, last week, Trump pardoned 77 people who engaged in Medicare and Medicaid fraud. Straight ass fraud.
But he still deporting your Haitian ass, Roland.
One dude got arrested because he tried to extort somebody who owed him
It's criminals running the country. I've been telling y'all, thugs, gangsters wear suits. The Democrats was doing the same thing, right? When we look at the Clintons and what the Clintons was involved in, so many different allegations and scandals. Him and his wife.
And that's the point. Hey, Tjay, that's what George talking about. Man, if you look at all of this shit, bro, it's crazy.
Of course, he's not going to talk about that.
You look at your own parents, crazy.
Thinking that we're stupid.
You get what I'm saying?
We're not. You
like what?
Money for one of the pardons. So it amazes me when I listen to these people who sitting here, yeah, man, he buck dancing for the Democrats. When these people are doing what we said they were going to do, and pillage this country.
What? Roland's not from this country.
And had somebody in the comments say
none of the people on this panel are from this country. So who are they talking about?
Who are defending lineage? Let me explain something to y'all. The reason I can't.
Now you say lineage. Now you say lineage. Did you hear that?
He got Haitian descent. Well, that was my maternal, paternal grandfather's ancestors. So using y'all math, I got 4 grandparents, 2 on my daddy's side, 2 on my mama's side. So
don't defend yourself, bro.
No. But
none of his grandparents are from America.
We gonna call it simple
this
math.
Stupid fuck boy.
We gonna call it simple math. So if I got 4 grand.
Why do he feel the need to have to explain it if we just ignoramus and dum-dums?
Right.
We just stupid. Why do he feel the need that he had to explain this, to talk to us, right? Because he knows that we're gaining steam. He knows that there's a young generation that's disgruntled with the way that they're doing things. He knows this. He knows this. This is why he's speaking on this.
Hey, did you know George is shorter than Lady Tjay, though?
One of them had ancestors that came from Haiti. That means I got 3 more.
Shout out to George.
75%.
You know, George is like 5'1".
Act like that 75% don't exist. That's how stupid.
George is shorter than Lady Tjay.
But what I'm looking at,
but he looked like a big nigga.
We cover this stuff,
and I wouldn't fuck with him.
Ed Bloom, right
George will beat my ass
against the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, saying
that little short nigga will beat my ass. I ain't fucking with that Philly nigga.
Race they want to get rid of the money for the black. See, these little rich white kids, they can afford to come to DC and intern in somebody's office for free. These black kids can't do that. These black kids can't.
Roland is stupid. Nigga, I live in Olympia Fields. Us black kids can do everything. What is he talking about?
Money. These white folks going after that.
He's just
nigga, we got money. I'm Olympia Fields. Flossmoor's right there. Homewood's right there. South suburbs of Chicago. Black niggas got money. What is Roland talking about?
Last night on Ed Bloom and how he was taking money away, how they was responsible for taking money away. We covered this Ed Bloom thing. We covered this yesterday.
Yeah, we've been covering Ed Bloom. What is he talking about?
Hey, and Tjay, you know I was eating that hot chicken, that Dave's hot chicken the other day.
Yeah, hold on for a second.
I'm still eating it, but I got some White Castles today too. What is Roland Martin talking about? We've got money. We have money. We, you know what I'm saying?
Caucus Foundation of discrimination. Now he said that we wasn't covering this, right? Which is a lie, because he know that we're on it. The issue is we're not doing it the way he wants it being done. We're doing it always lineage based for us, not for POC.
Right.
That's what he has a problem with.
Oh my God, he said support the Democrats. And these people are attacking every facet of Black America every single day.
Hey, if you'll pause it for a second, Tjay.
You know why? It ain't no shock all of a sudden. Y'all start opening y'all mouths. It ain't no shock.
I was just talking to my step pops. Remember, like, all right, you didn't see my video, but I told Dave Anderson, like, my step pops, his mentor was Hockey Matabuti, Don Lee.
Yeah. Yes.
You hear me? And it's like, what?
Yeah.
We're still here. We are still here. We are still, you know, we're still Black Americans. Like, I'm not African.
Right. He's just cheddar babbling.
Yeah, my bad though, Tjay. I just wanted to tell you that.
But one of his boule called him out. So.
Roland Boulay called him out?
Yep.
On this stream?
I don't know if it's on this stream, but they did call him out.
You got it paused because look, Roland got his mouth open. And shit.
Oh my God,
that's crazy.
And
And the girl right next to him is just
on his
like,
podcast.
ish.
You know why? Because y'all always show up around elections. See, I find it real interesting how a whole bunch of
elections, nigga. We are always around. What are you talking about? We are around when it's an off election. What the hell is this?
Right. It's not even election season. You still running for mayor right now.
It is election season, but he talking about.
But no, you was still running for mayor, whether it's election season or not.
Right.
I still support Jesse for mayor. We still support Marshall for Congress.
Right.
Like on season or off season.
You about to lay back down?
I'm running for mayor now.
No, I haven't filed. No.
I'm running for mayor. Which one are you running for?
Hey, Lady Tjay. Hey, Lady Tjay. Does Roland Martin turn you on?
I can run for mayor. I can run for house, city council.
Hey, do all of it, Jesse.
Since one thing.
Hey, but Lady Tjay, does Roland Martin turn you on at all anyway?
She said, "Nigga, no." He said it's too fat. He ain't got no neck. He's just
no motion.
So he can't eat your cook. I'm sorry. I just be like, there's no way that Roland Martin turns anybody on. And I know, girl, you get me.
I always started shit like that. I'm a lady.
Yeah, now you don't set Lady Tjay off. Now she gonna go out.
I know, ladies. I'm sorry, Lady Tjay. Not girls, ladies. And I'm sorry, Tjay. I'm talking to your girl, my sister. She's my sister, but not.
Yeah.
What to say is Jesse. Yeah,
But Roland Martin is not attractive to you, is he at all?
Talking about something else.
We got the convention this Saturday, so I can get nominated for that.
No.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Unity Party.
You're right.
Oh, let's go. Hey, send me that shit, Jesse. I'll fuck around and come out there. I'll fuck around and get some money and come out there.
You're ready.
You give me, man, I'll support you, Jesse.
We're ready.
All right, thanks, crew. All right, I'm gonna go back to the video.
These Simple Simon Negroes were real quiet last
He's Simple Simon.
They were real quiet when Doge was destroying.
How was we real quiet last year when we was the one telling everybody we sitting on the couch? When Kamala was running, we was all going against Kamala to the point where even Janet Jackson says something. He's such a fraud and a liar. And we was so quiet. Why are you speaking on us now?
You can't talk about it.
Right? Why are you speaking on us now?
Yes.
You know we wasn't quiet. You know we was out there.
Millions of dollars of contracts. They were real silent when they were getting rid of grants for black health and sickle cell. Oh, I thought y'all was super black.
Okay.
Oh, they were slack.
Why was they getting rid of grants and all those different things for sickle cell? Why was they getting rid of grants? Tell us why, Roland. Tell us why they was getting rid of the grants. We'll tell you why. See, climate change policies. Key targets include get to the Roland Martin part. So reducing federal has moved to eliminate or cut several programs favored by Democrats, focusing on reducing federal spending, dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and reversing climate change policies. Key targets include Department of Education, federal support for renewable energy, right? So key programs and sector targeted for cuts or elimination. He said that we wasn't paying attention to nothing, and why. Now they're cutting these things because of NGOs. Now, why I want y'all to pay attention because this is important.
George is saying the same thing that we've been saying, right? I talk to my dad. My dad thinks I'm dumb. My step pop thinks I'm dumb. Ghana soul slave. Like we don't talk about this shit all day.
Social and community programs.
You give me like they
of low-income home energy
they
assistance
come.
program. AmeriCorps.
I'm sorry, Jesse. Would you pause it for a second, real quick? So, no, like I talk to my daddy, my stepdad, right?
Yeah.
And then they come in with the same tether arguments that we've already defeated.
Right.
Like a year 2 years ago. Like how are you coming with this argument? And then they'll tell me, well, don't let me finish. I'm like, I know where you're finna finish. And it's been defeated.
Right.
Like, stop talking to me like this. We already know Ghanaians sold Ghanaians. You know what I'm saying? Africans sold Africans. We already know that American Indians were sold as slaves here in America and sent to Africa. Like, why do we have to discuss this again? Like, we've already, like, my step pops is entire Pan-African. You know Ron, FBA Ron.
Yes.
And he'd be talking about like, oh man, all these Pan-Africans, why they got all these books behind them? Oh, go read the book. Go read the book. I read all the books.
Yeah.
And you're still a liar.
Right.
I still debunked you. You're like, what the hell?
They got to update the information. They set in their ways. They're set in a time that
And-
no longer exists.
And that's what I say, Jesse, because they got their books, right? Their books are set, right? The books don't update.
Right.
Internet updates.
Right.
Our Grok AI, you know what I'm saying? Like we can update that shit with the AI. We can, Jesse, we do so much research.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like I could do more research between the time I get off this stream with you, and then you stream tomorrow. Nigga, we'll do so much research more than a college student back in the 70s.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like you know how we can go do the AI and like pay $30 a month for you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The ancestry.com or whatever.
Right.
We can do that. We can do that with $50 and get a whole college degree. And I know more than you, daddy.
Yeah, they don't like that. All right, let me get back to the video, crew.
All right. Yeah, my bad, though, Jay.
Right?
That's me and my
civil
daddy.
rights, executive orders ending DEI and programs across the federal government. Freezing over $2 billion for transit and infrastructure projects, particularly in Democratic-led states.
I love how George playing his own video.
International aid.
Yeah.
Freezing funds for foreign aid.
We can do that, Jesse, now.
Promotion and human
I'm going
rights.
to play my own video as a reference.
All of this is stuff that he's talking about when they're freezing the billions of
You
dollars.
punk.
I'm going to show you why they're doing it, right? And I'm going to show you the racket that's being ran on both sides of both parties. He freezing that money back to the Republican side. They're mad because they're not getting that funding, right? Notes PR. Attempted cuts to programs for domestic and actual violence and attempts to slash CISA cyber security funding, right? So let's go over here, right? The Trump administration has initiated significant cuts to numerous programs funded by the USAID, America Corps, and other agencies targeting nonprofits.
Why he scratching his ear at the same time?
Organizations, NGOs, linked to initiatives like climate change, right?
So George a fool. He scratched his ear at the same time he was.
Yeah. Let's go. Right. Let's move over. NGOs, non-governmental organizations, often benefit from the Democratic Party through substantial specialized grant funding, legislative policies alignment, and inclusion in policy formulation. These organizations act as partners, receiving taxpayer-funded grants to implement programs such as legal services and social assistance that align with the Biden administration's policy goals. How NGOs benefit from the Democratic Party. Taxpayer funds grants. The Democratic administrations often use federal agencies to funnel grants and contracts to align NGOs with some nonprofits receiving significant funding for activities related to climate, health, and social services. Remember when I told y'all Black dysfunction is profitable? Social services, health, right? They set up these hospitals in your community that's funded by nonprofits. They got these social services programs, right, that don't never do nothing to help to fix the Black community. They got all this
Oh
stuff.
wow, Delta Dental. That girl raised her
None of these things, but there's hundreds of millions of dollars. When y'all saw me out there,
nonprofit.
y'all saw me out
Well,
there.
she raised her salary to $4 billion to $48 million.
Because you guys need to see this in real time, and we need to get up on our business to understand how to counteract this stuff, right? I want y'all to pay attention. Hold on. When y'all see me out here holding court, hold on. Let it spin for a minute.
I don't pay nothing, but I will pay attention.
Everything up. They do not want this video out there. They go after this video. I was out there calling out. Yeah, they messing nonprofits. When y'all see me out here holding court,
Joy is talking to himself.
Holding up the signs. You see all these people holding up signs everywhere. These are all these nonprofits, organizations that these NGOs and all the stuff is delivering money to. This is everything. And I was out there calling this stuff out. I was out there blowing the whistle.
If you pause it, Jesse.
I was out there blowing the whistle on all of this, right? So we was calling this out back. We was calling this out back then. So Donald Trump came in. And he's
calling it out publicly.
Stuff, right? But this is where we come in now as foundational Black Americans with our lineage, and we go get our own. We got to stop letting them speak for us. Stop letting them fight for us, right? So it says help policy implementation. NGOs help implement government programs, handling legal resources for, government programs handling legal resources for migrants, allowing them to expand their operations and influence, right? So these NGOs, these groups, this is where they was getting the funding from to put them in them buildings. Put them in them buildings, giving them welfare cards and everything that you was complaining about. This is where they come. This is where they come. Hold on. Let's bring it down. Dark money flow. Some Democratic aligned nonprofits receive tens of millions in funding, which they use to support political causes, and super PACs financing campaigns like the Future Forward PAC. Ideological alignment. NGOs that focus on progressive social issues, right? What's the progressive social issues? The Skittles community. All that stuff that's going on with that, and saying that they want to create the all-inclusive society and be progressive. That money is being funded through these NGOs, right? He coming and he cuts that. Now the Democrats are screaming racism and holy hell because he's cutting their money off, right? Such as, transgender rights and climate activisms often find their work funded through government programs like USAID grants. The circle of life mechanisms. Critics in some reports describe the democratic circle of life. I'm doing this because Roland said
you don't get to cut your dick off and then claim you're Black.
Talking about this. That's what Roland
we don't do
said.
that.
I beg to differ, Roland, where the party and NGOs interact. Government to NGO funding. Democrats empower award grants and contracts to nonprofit entities, right? These nonprofits wasn't going to people like me on the grassroots that's out here, right? That's out here doing this. They wasn't giving us the money. We got the 501c3s and the nonprofits. They was pushing us to the side. They was giving it to them W's. Right?
That's how it happened.
Grassroots people that's in there actually doing the work. Right? We got to understand how this thing works. Advocacy and mobilization. These NGOs use these funds for advocacy, voter engagement, and legal battles that align with the Democratic agenda, right? So now, if you don't agree with them, you don't get no money. You don't get no funding. Because what we doing on this block right here, this is our block.
I don't agree with my daddy. So I guess what? I don't get the Elmina.
Are you willing to be called a traitor to your own people for me?
What?
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I've heard it before. I need to see it in action.
So
but you give me Tay?
Right? Coming down. This is them coming down and acting like they care, right? They care about the community. But they're there for a specific reason. They're there because they know that there's trauma in the Black community. So let's get back over to Roland, though. Let's get back over to Roland. I just wanted to show that because I wanted to show that Roland is a liar. Roland doesn't tell the truth. The truth is not in him.
Hey, Jay, you know, my dad leaves me a house, right?
So he's going to mention grants for Black infant mortality because he's going to play to your sentimental value. He's not telling you the full truth.
I got a beachfront house in Ghana right now from my dad.
He ain't rocking with either one of them, man.
I'm not rocking with him like that.
We got these demands, and we're learning from the Asians, the Jews.
My dad called me reprehensible.
Lineage based, right? Not race based. Because anybody come here and be Black.
Mighty quiet. Oh, but 2026 hits. And lo and behold, what happens? We got an election that's coming up. And all of a sudden, the usual suspects come running out from behind the rocks they've been hiding under. So I know some of y'all say, well, you know, I mean, you know, and then they always say, well, you know, he always calling us names. Y'all call me a tether, I'm going to call you punk ass some names. And what I'm saying is, all y'all
now you want to say punk?
Black people, y'all really anti-Black.
Now you want to say punk?
See, you're anti-Black if you.
Now we anti-Black because he's going against him. I just showed
you hear him
Tjay set up. My nonprofit, we ain't getting the funding. They're getting the funding. It's going to people that's agreeing with them. I can't come out and say anything about the Skittles community. Man, they'll cut me. What? I can't come out and go against immigration while I'm in the room with them.
PONK.
There's no funding for that. There's no funding for telling the truth and defending your community. There's no funding for it. Let's proceed.
Quiet about what these corrupt thugs are doing, but then you ain't saying nothing. So I just want to know, all y'all with your little USB microphones, with your little YouTube shows,
with your little, ain't you on YouTube,
show
Roland?
me how many Black families y'all have had on your shows.
Ain't you on YouTube, Roland?
By the cops,
not from not CNN.
I'll wait. Show me how many of
y'all
ain't
Roland down here with us.
They go to your show because they've been conditioned to believe that you're going to do something for them and help them and get something done. Because you've been on TV One, you've been across the boule. So our
he been CNN
to the boule. We just started this, right? We just started the grassroots and trying to build this thing up to challenge you guys. You've been around. You ran the gamut. You've been around. So that's not going to work.
He was there with Don Lemon on CNN.
Just using talking points where, Roland, we see you. We know you've been part of that boule class that's been speaking for the Black community that's gotten nothing done. But for the boule class, a lot of the women are with this because y'all guys are fighting for women's rights.
Because Roland is a woman.
For the agenda to get money. So he's cutting funding for some women businesses. I disagree with that. I believe that the women should have their stuff, right? So now, like, he's trying to put it as if we're just siding with these Democrats. I mean, with these Republicans, because we disagree with them.
When Black DAs are being attacked, I'll wait. Show me how many of y'all are sitting here.
Why are you so moist, Roland?
For Black women. 600,000
nobody deals with
700,000 Black men. The Black unemployment rate has gone up. Ain't it amazing how all of these loudmouths are mighty quiet about Black unemployment going sky high?
So stop bringing the damn illegals over here to undercut us. You stupid fuck boy.
If you have a real critique of
Roland, I have a real critique. Illegal immigrants.
But I noticed you're real quiet about Donald Trump. And my last
Roland is a fucking fuckboy.
Let me just go ahead and say this here because I ain't got a problem saying it. And I told y'all I'm trying not to cuss. And I was really trying to hold that. No.
You fat bitch.
I'm really trying hard not to cuss, and I really want to go there. But you
sound like a fat bitch from down south.
It's amazing how y'all had a whole lot of where Kamala. We don't see Kamala. Where Kamala? What's she doing? But y'all ain't got to say about JD Vance.
He's a liar. We've been calling JD Vance and all. I've been calling JD Vance and Trump in the mouth forever, right? Again, it's a racket being ran.
I live in Indiana. J.D. Vance was our fucking governor.
Right? We know about APAC. We know about the support that both parties give to that protected class. We know it's funny how, based off of what you said, only the Republicans are racist. The Democrats are not racist. You can come in with a white spouse now. You could do all that kind of stuff. We're gonna excuse that, right? Everything is just
Christy Norm, your husband can have titties.
With the Democrats, it's only the Republicans. So we're saying that the Republicans owe us nothing because we never supported
South Dakota governor can have
this, but
her husband can have titties.
He's being deceptive.
It's amazing. It's amazing, you simple Simon Negroes. Where Kamala? Where's she at? She ain't doing nothing. What's she doing? She ain't doing nothing for our people. J.D. Vance ain't doing a damn thing.
We don't expect him to.
In fact, J.D. Vance is dogging black folks. J.D. Vance still ain't been held accountable for the bull about Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. That was a lie. But
yeah, where this is from? Springfield, Ohio, Illinois, Missouri, or what?
About, man, y'all sitting here, yeah. And I know all y'all gonna make your little video.
Roland cannot say this shit in front of our face, Jesse. He can't say this shit in front of your face, can he?
I don't need to.
He can't say this shit in front of George. He can't say this shit in front of me.
Yes, you do. You doing it
because your names are meaningless.
You know that, Jesse. Jesse, you probably choked this motherfucker out
with this audience.
Lies.
So you gonna need to use my name.
You wasn't getting the views on TV1. You ain't getting them now. It's
hey, Tjay.
Way more views than you.
I've seen this Fox Soul, right?
But some of them got more subscribers than you. They're getting way more views than you do.
Hey, Tjay, I've seen Fox Soul, right?
When you go
live, hey, pause it for a second, right? Please, 1 second.
Roland. That's why he's feeling the heat.
I've seen Fox Soul.
So I'm gonna go ahead and help you.
I've seen Fox Soul, and you and Breeze Omega got the bigger views than that.
Up for black people.
You hear me,
You
Tjay?
don't invite the black folks on your show. What you do is
y'all is new Blacc Media.
We don't invite the black folks on the shows, but he ain't never inviting none of us on the show to have a conversation.
If he bring us on there, Roland will get crushed.
Besides other black people who stand up for black folks, and y'all use your little silly ass cover of you walk dancing for the Democrats. Oh, you a shield. No. See, smart black people understand that. See, Randolph knew what he was doing in 1948 when Truman was running against Wallace.
I showed that yesterday too. So first of all, these are two different arguments, right?
You said
Philip Randolph was a restrictionist that was against immigration. He went against the NAACP, and he was fighting for foundational black Americans for us to get our equal rights in the military, right? And he told the president at that time, we're gonna protest the draft. We ain't rocking with nothing until you give us our paper. That's what he told him. Stop, bro. We know more about this than you do.
From Thurman and also against Dewey. So he knew what was going on. So even though
you mentioned Strom Thurmond when Joe Biden was his best friend and did his eulogy and wrote up all the drug laws to put black men in jail under the Democratic Party.
But they act like we don't know this.
Socialist, a progressive, he was putting pressure.
Say me, you, George, we all know this.
In the White House. And so Truman knew that he could not win the election if he did
This
not
desegregate
the armed forces. If there was no civil rights plank in the 1948 Democratic National.
So let me stop it right there because I'm gonna have to get him and cut him on that as well. Rolling. Stop. He's feeling the heat because he knows people like Jason Blacc, Tariq Nasheed, Phil. Right, when they go live, they got way bigger.
I don't know if I would feel like that.
Even the young brother, the Black Alpha, 3,000 people every time they go live. He knows that the young people starting to pay attention, and he's feeling the heat. That's what it is. We covered this stuff already, Roland. It's too late, brother.
That's what I tell my own daddy, Jesse.
And what you're trying to do now is assassinate our character and shame us to coming back onto the plantation with that way of thinking, and we're not. We're not. I
know better than you old niggas.
I have a 501c3 and a nonprofit. I know as a grassroots black man, we are not getting the funding from them because we don't agree with them. We go in the rooms and we have a different opinion. They get us out of there. They get us out of there. There's no reason.
My dad called me reprehensible because I'm FBA.
A couple checks.
He's FBA.
You
What
gotta
the
go in
fuck?
there and keep your mouth shut. You gotta be the spook that sat beside the door. You better shut up so you can get that money. Because if you even open your mouth to voice
George ain't tell no lie.
from them, that their gang gonna get you up out of there. Because the Democrats are running the racket as well. And you better be in
My own dad.
what they're thinking. The same way on the Republican side. And this is why
My
we
own daddy.
and go to our own people. So y'all
My own Ray Gun daddy. My own daddy. That's named Ray Gun.
Man, if you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV. Leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
For $7,500.
My own daddy. Hey, Jesse, I'm going to send you this shit. AfricanConnections.biz. AfricanConnections.biz. That's my daddy's company.
Yeah, you sent it to me already, cool.
Since I'm reprehensible, they're selling fucking Juneteenth shit. But they got a good price, though. They got a better price than everybody else. But fuck that shit. No, I mean, like, fuck that shit.
Why are they selling Juneteenth stuff?
Why? What does Ghana have to do with Juneteenth?
Nothing.
Except you sold us.
Right.
Which you admitted to, right? Look, my daddy and my stepdaddy, they be well, you know, is man, fuck that shit. You sold us.
I don't understand this whole conversation you're having with this, Ray, because they sold us. Why do they get to capitalize off of anything that happens here in America?
That's what I'm talking about, Lady Tjay.
They're not part of the fucking black fight.
And they're not our ancestors, right? The motherfuckers that laid the reef, right?
Not all from fucking Africa, cuz.
No, but they're not African ancestors, right? They are our ancestors. They're not the Ghanaian ancestors because you sold them.
It's it's a touchy thing, cause like check it out, them fucking DNA tests. You know they've been known to be liars. They're there for data to generate number of population. Okay, this is a fact, a true fucking fact. They say your data and everything, right? Anytime you go to jail and you're there for a felony, you know they swab you, so they sell your information too. Everything you put on.
Oh, I got all my shit deleted.
Listen to me.
You know I had my charge. My shit got deleted.
You can't delete that. Listen, you can't. You can only suppress your file or whatever. You can get that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, I had my charge in Fargo.
Listen, for that particular case, but if you get caught again, you don't say hypothetically.
No, they said my lawyer said they deleted everything from the files.
It doesn't work that way. Even so, if that case has been whatever sealed, okay, fine. But if you get caught for a different thing or a different charge, and it's a felony,
No, they said they deleted my shit.
They did.
Lady Tjay.
You can't believe them because it's not deleted.
No, that's what my lawyer said. But that's what they said. They said they deleted everything. Like, cause you know when I caught that charge in North Dakota, right?
Listen to me.
No, you hear me, Lady Tjay? I'm sorry.
I had like 8 felonies. Stop playing. I'm telling you something I know.
They said they deleted my shit.
You believe anything. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Okay, they don't delete it. If they sealed it, it's because there's a reason for why they sealed it. Right? So they sealed it. Let's hypothetically play with that. They sealed it. Now
like North Dakota got a law to where if I shoot somebody,
forget it. Fine. You're not listening.
I'm listening to you, Lady Tjay. I'm saying there's a law in North Dakota that says they have to delete the file.
Everybody lives in North Dakota. You're taking away from the actual fucking fact of what I'm trying to say to you. Okay? So just forget it. You're the wrong person to talk to you about this.
No, I'm listening to you, sister. I'm listening to you.
Nobody ever listens to me, and then they find out why they fuck later.
Go ahead and explain it.
These DNA tests, right, are like then proved to be false. They're most of the time they're just there for number of generations or population generating. Okay, so it might have a little piece of truth, right? Like maybe in order to make a good lie work, you need at least 75% of the truth to make the lie work, right? So it's just like that. Well, so they might need a little bit of blood. So your blood shows that you got like Ghanaian blood or, Ethiopian blood, whatever fuck kind of blood is, right? Like mine. My blood is from Mali. Their blood is from the Congo, right? My blood is from fucking the Ivory Coast. Okay, a little bit of everything. Then I got blood from this way and that way, right? A little bit of European, but mostly Moorish, right? So it's like right there. I can't trust if it's true or not because I have to look at my goddamn mama, right? It don't make no goddamn sense. So I have to wonder about these things, right? But so what I'm saying is that if we're from Ghana, you have Ghanaian blood. What does that mean?
I don't have Ghanaian blood. I'm FBA.
What does that mean though? If you did.
It's not if I were. I'm FBA. I'm pure FBA. Both sides of the family.
Okay, so why is your daddy in Ghana?
Because he's a Pan African, like Dr. Smalls, like.
All right, okay.
Hey, like back in like 2018, 2008. Man, we was Pan Africans. I had my RBG flag and everything. Like I was supporting that shit. But I am not a fucking African.
But if Ghana sold us.
Yes, Ghana sold us.
Ghana sold us. Ghana received us and sold us.
So how do they get to come claim reparations?
They don't. In fact, they need to do something else because they're the enslavers.
The fact that they actually came and said, "Oh, I want reparations," that's insulting.
Well, the whites did it too. Remember, when the property ran off, they were able to use black code to retrieve the property.
Yeah, because they gave reparations to the slave owners, right?
Yeah.
And
we get that, but it's like still, hey, Ghana for Ghana to come here and say, "Oh, slave reparations got to come to Africa," bitch. Africa sold us, and I'm not calling you bitch. I'm not calling you a bitch.
What I'm saying is,
but I'm saying like, bitch, the fucking Africa sold us. Fuck.
It wasn't just Africa. So I mean, it wasn't just Ghana. You understand what I'm saying? So
but I say this like Lady Tjay. That's like me stealing your car. I go joyride it, and then I come back to your house talking about let me get on the insurance.
No, it's like you stealing the car, or you leaving the keys in the car with the door unlocked, or you went to 7-Eleven to go buy.
No, I just drove this shit and crashed this shit at McDonald's. And I'm like, Lady Tjay, oh shit, I got to get on the insurance.
Listen, you left the car open and unlocked, and the keys in it. Went to 7-Eleven. Somebody got in the car and stole it, crashed it at the McDonald's 2 blocks down, right? And then you said that you don't know what happened, but you want to be repaid for the trauma that you ensued through it. And I say, no, the car was in your possession, and you left the door unlocked and left the keys in it, and it got stolen and crashed on your watch. So you get nothing but a fucking kick in the nuts. That's how that works.
But I'm trying to come back to your house and get the damn insurance.
No, that's what I just said. You don't get shit because you left the car. The keys.
That's what Ghana is doing. I stole the car from you. You was driving. You was at the pump.
Yeah, you missed the boat.
You was at the pump driving the car. You was at the gas station, and I just snatched the keys and took your car.
I can't believe you're not listening. Okay, cool.
It happens like that in Chicago.
Because we were actually paying attention. Go ahead.
All right, so the next topic is 19 fleas. Foundational Black Americans are attacking Africans. So our brother Chase McGee gonna give us his take on the situation.
Yeah.
Hey, Jesse, you know I like Chase. Chase looks like me and my daughter.
Black Power, Black Family.
Like this is how we talk.
Another reaction video. And as you can
Like if
see,
you
how the
see me in
title
person,
tells, this
Jesse,
is long overdue, family. A lot of
my
y'all been reaching
entire
out to me,
family looks like
I would
Chase.
say over the last few weeks, and y'all been saying,
Like
hey,
his
brother, man, I need to
mannerisms
speak on
and
the
whatnot.
19 Keys situation. Speak on the 19 Keys situation. Did you hear what he said? What are your thoughts? And when y'all first started sending me, I didn't even know what y'all were talking about, honestly, because contrary to popular belief, family, I really don't be on the internet like that. I get on there really on the weekend. I'm saying social media when I say the internet. I get on there really on the weekend. That's when I do these recordings, X, Y, and Z. And then I come chop it up with the family. I do my research on, you know, things or popular talking points that we need to debunk. And so last couple weekends, people have been telling me to speak on the 19 Keys situation. That's when I had to do my research, do my due diligence. And, you know, we got to do some straightening today, you know, because the good brother 19 Keys said some very disrespectful things, in my opinion, and he regurgitated popular tether talking points. Not saying he is a tether, but he regurgitated popular tether talking points. And we got to go ahead and debunk that and straighten that out. Then I'm going to give you my 2 cents on why we see people like 19 Keys and other people who at one point in time we thought understood foundational Black Americans, our lineage.
Chase is in here in color 6.
But then all of a sudden,
19 Keys is not.
So we're going to address that as well. But with that being said, family, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, hype it up, hit the bell icon, and most importantly, go get your free copy of my best-selling book, 19 White Men Who Admitted They Were Indigenous Black People in Americas. And also
Right, that's the proof.
Old Black Money, because it is a must. We tell our story and we speak up for the land.
Chase
With that
on
being
point.
said, let's get straight into the response and what we're reacting to today. Now, this is the first video, family, that originally went viral that a lot of people were telling me to react to. And this is with 19 Keys. He's sitting with one of his day one homies. Whenever I come across 19 Keys, when I see him at Invest Fest, I'll be seeing this young man, if I'm not mistaken, with him. So this is one of his day one homies. And I guess they're doing a little chop up on his podcast. So this might be Keys' podcast. And this guy's kind of like the co-host. And, you know, these are some of the original comments that got the FBA family pretty upset. So with that being said, let's lock in and listen to this.
There's a lot. So the diaspora wars, to me, there's some validity in it, only in the sense that everybody's right, and you're right, and there's a degree of being wrong at the same time, right? So essentially, a lot of this is centered around foundational Black Americans. That is a lineage-based group who does act like an organization or a movement with a center head, which would be Tariq Nasheed. Now, he says that he is not the head of it. It's a lineage, right? And we are not a group, but he definitely acts like, you know, the leader of the group, if you will.
Okay, let's pause right there.
Oh, who is this nigga that said that 19 Keys is a
Number
fucking
one thing that I
foul?
didn't like, and that a lot of foundational Black Americans didn't like as well, is this whole framing. Every time they start framing and talking about diaspora wars, they have to frame foundational Black Americans as the source of it. He said a lot of the diasporas is centered around FBA, aka pretty much saying that, you know, foundational Black Americans, you're the source of the diaspora wars. And they always try to make it seem like everything was hunky-dory in the quote-unquote diaspora before FBA just popped up out of nowhere. Let's be clear. Prior to us delineating and acknowledging our ethnogenesis as foundational Black Americans, people were throwing shots at us left and right, and have been throwing shots at us left and right for decades. Okay? Before we called ourselves foundational Black Americans, West Africans were calling us Akatas. Okay? Before that, people in the Caribbean and Jamaica, places like that, were calling us Yankees. Okay, over there in East Africa, they were calling us Abids. They were pushing negative and derogatory stereotypes like Black Americans are lazy, Black Americans don't know where they're from, okay? Black Americans have no culture. We've all heard this. This has been going on for decades, family. This isn't a new thing. This is long before foundational Black Americans. So a lot of foundational Black Americans, myself included, we get very offended when people try to make us the source or act like diaspora wars is something that is started and pushed by foundational Black Americans.
Chase said that shit way better than me. I get offended.
And have gone unchecked.
Man, hey, Chase. Man,
have gone unchecked.
I'm on some
family.
fuck these people.
Why is it a diaspora war the moment we respond to the disrespect? Because that's what everybody wants to
Tjay,
do.
I'm
They
on
wanna
some
make
fuck
it
my
about the
daddy
response.
type shit. Like, fuck
Yeah,
my
they're
dad.
disrespecting
And
you. Yeah,
not
they're
like
calling you out your name. But why you gotta call them a tether? See, we're not doing that anymore. People want to punish the clapback, but not punish the initial violators. Okay? In the diaspora that have been talking crazy about us for years. Let's go to receipts, family. And again, family, I've pulled this up several times before on my page, but I'll pull it up again for the people who might be new to the channel.
He said that's what 19 Keys said. He was dissecting what Yes, that's what he was talking about. Like, pay attention.
So we're on a different thing now. Look.
Yeah, no, he's talking about 19 Keys, but I'm talking about like my dad. Fuck around.
When these other groups have been disrespecting us for decades and have gone unchecked in doing so. Family. Why is it a diaspora war the moment we respond to the disrespect?
Right.
Because that's what everybody wants to do. They want to make it about the response. Yeah, they're disrespecting you. Yeah, they're calling you out your name. But why you got to call them a tether? See, we're not doing that anymore.
Because they're fucking tethers.
But not punish the initial violators. Okay? In the diaspora that have been talking crazy about us for years. Let's go to receipts, family. And again, family, I've pulled this up several times before on my page, but I'll pull it up again for the people who may be new to the channel. You haven't seen this before. Whenever they start talking about y'all started diaspora wars, show them how they've been talking for decades, family. And again, this is a article from the Negro Digest of 1963, November 1963 edition. It is called The West Indian Syndrome, To Be or Not to Be an American Negro. Okay, by a brother by the name of Raphael.
From 1963. I swear to God, that's it. Everybody needs to shut the fuck up talking to us, right, Jesse?
And other quote-unquote West Indians have, which is pretty much the Caribbean, okay? And let's just read.
That's the same thing that Professor Truth was talking about, right?
He says, my aunt was very happy yesterday. I hadn't seen her so happy for a long, long time. She had become.
This is why I'm mad at my daddy.
Proudly, she unwrapped the letters from the governor and the mayor and showed them to me. Her happiness seemed so pathetic, so wanting of something which is essential to happiness, belief, that I felt sorry for her. Imagine, she said, hugging me effusively, the governor and the mayor wrote me. That's a fine action on the part of the governor and the mayor. I told her, handing back the standard informal letters which bore the signatures of the two officials stamped by anonymous clerks. Well, you can stay here for the rest of your life now, I told her. She turned on me as though I had cursed her. Who, me? Not me. And these people, I can never be an American. But you have citizenship now. That doesn't mean anything, she said. Citizenship doesn't mean much to her, she says, in an effort to cover up what really means so much to her. A woman past 50 here in the USA for 5 years, she doesn't want to be considered an American Negro. As a matter of fact, she's ashamed of being an American Negro. And this is the standard neurosis of the average West Indian immigrant. He or she does not want to be considered an American Negro. Subconsciously, they believe that the white man prefers them as a non-American Negro.
Oh, and they fucked up with that.
White man's favorite nigga. And he may
the favorite nigga, a white man is a nigga, a real nigga.
Dehumanizing himself. This is the color.
Jesse, man, you are real niggas.
Right. One who doesn't understand the fight for freedom.
White people want us. They don't want these fucking foreigners.
And one who, even understanding it,
me and you are the real niggas.
Right. All right, I'll stop right there. And again, you can read the whole article. He's revealing a lot of stuff about the hatred and disrespect a lot of these folks have when they come from places around the diaspora, but particularly the Caribbean. So again, no, Brother 19 Keys, we are not the center of diaspora wars. Diaspora wars was started, pushed, and maintained by continental Africans and people from outside the United States of America who have consistently come here for decades, spewing anti-Black American disrespect. But let me move on to the second thing.
Exactly, because nigga, Jesse, I'm in Chicago, you in Colorado, right?
Yeah.
Well, we're good friends, right?
Foundational Black Americans.
Like I could come to see you, you could come to see me, right?
Yeah.
No problem, right?
No problem.
Ain't no gang, ain't no fucking tribe or nothing, right?
Right.
Stop
We're
it,
cool,
brother.
right? I'm
You
Chicago.
and I
I'm
both know
Indiana.
you got these talking
Hey,
points from
you're
tethers and
Colorado.
people who
We're
are
good, right?
anti-foundational Black Americans. Okay,
These
but those are the
Africans is
only
crazy.
people who say those types of things, family. Let's be clear. We're gonna do this in real time because all you have to do is look up the word foundational Black American. Okay, when people
And
tell
they
you
act like
did
they
research
can't see
on
it.
foundational Black Americans, and then they start talking about, well, it's an organization. Those are people who didn't do any research, family. Those are people who are listening to popular tether talk.
I'm organized with you, Jesse, or I'm just gonna come visit you.
For foundational Black Americans, try to describe
I'm not
and paint
organized.
foundational Black Americans in a certain picture, okay, in order to hide their disrespect they have for the lineage. We're gonna do a basic Google search, family, which is something everybody should do when they're looking up a word or a new phrase or a new term or a new identifier. We're just gonna say, Google, what is a foundational Black American?
Dave did that on me
Okay.
today too.
It says a foundational Black American is a lineage-based designation for the 43 to 48 million Black Americans descended directly from persons enslaved in the United States. Okay? It acts as a distinct identifier from Black immigrants or African Americans with more recent non-American ancestry, emphasizing a unique history tied to U.S. chattel slavery, Jim Crowism, okay, and systematic oppression. There it is. There it is, Key. So why would you even allude to it being an organization? He says we move like an organization. What does that even mean?
Exactly.
How do we move like an organization?
Because we on code.
That family. He said they move like how? How do
My
we move
step
like
pops
an
told me,
organization?
"Oh, you sound like
Okay,
Tyreek."
see, people get mad at us.
Because I'm on code, step
We
pops.
respond back in unison to disrespect.
What you think,
any other
Jesse?
ethnic group, by the way.
What are you saying, Crew?
If you get out here and you
My
tell a
step
lie
pops.
about Jamaicans,
He said,
Jamaicans
"Oh,
are
I
gonna
sound like
respond
Tyreek."
in unison to the disrespect. If you get
No,
out here and tell a lie
I
about
sound like
Haitians,
I'm on
Haitians
code.
are going to respond in unison to disrespect.
My
The
step
same
pop was
thing
down in
applies
the
to
kitchen
foundational
talking to
Black
me
Americans.
like,
When you get out here and you tell a lie about
you
us,
know,
you
he's a
disrespect
Pan-African.
us. In 2026,
But
we are
he still
responding
said
in
he
unison
mentioned Tyreek.
to
I'm
the
like,
disrespect.
I'd never mentioned
And we're going to
Tyreek.
get on your helmet, as we should.
Why did you mention
Foundational Black
Tyreek?
Americans are doing nothing different than any other ethnic group does. So how are we moving like an organization?
Hey, you want to
Okay?
divide us?
And as far as the
I
whole
said, well,
Tariq is a leader thing,
Ghana
again,
got
that's
5,000 tribes.
the only people who
In
are
order to divide,
anti the
you gotta be
lineage say.
unified.
I've never
You've never
seen
been
one man
unified.
say over and over
And
and
that's
over
what I'm
again,
saying.
he is not
That's
the
what I
leader, he
told
is
my
not the leader,
step-pop.
he is not the leader. I've
But
never
he's
seen
giving me the same
people
tether
say over
arguments
and
that
over
we've
again,
already
Tariq
debunked.
is not the leader. Tariq is not the leader. This is a leaderless thing. This is about lineage. You can't be the leader of a lineage.
Right.
Okay?
But
And
then
yet
my
people
step
still
pop's
come out
telling me,
here and wanna make this man
well,
the
you
leader.
still sound like Tyreek.
And what's even more disappointing, Brother 19 Keys, because I know you're a very smart and intelligent brother. Okay? Every time we see each other, we show nothing but respect. Tariq sat down with you on high-level conversations on your show, and he addressed this very thing. Because you tried to call him a leader, and he said, no, I'm not a leader. Let's go ahead and play the footage, family.
I come
There
with
we
a lot
go.
of people, you know, I seen skits on HBO. I see sometimes, you know, political pundits, they poke at you. They always throw your name in the pot, and they synonymize it with Hotep. But Hotep, of course, is not a bad thing
not a
in the
bad
first
word,
place.
but they use it as a pejorative.
Right. They weaponize Hotep.
Yeah, like he
But
interviewed Tariq.
what is it about Tariq Nasheed, you know, that the mainstream, right, Black Americans don't like? And because I believe they see Tariq Nasheed, you know, as a leader, right?
Which I always say I'm
Oh,
not.
there we go.
Oh, okay, there it is. There it is. Our brother Tariq says it again and again. He says this constantly. And even Keys acknowledged it earlier that he says he's not the leader. So why do you keep trying to make him the leader? Why do you keep trying to allude to him being the leader? We don't say he's the leader. The only people, again, who say Brother Tariq is the leader of something are people who have an angle or axe to grind with foundational Black Americans. Those are the only people who say that. All right? So why is Brother
Now my
19
stepdaddy
saying
don't.
that?
My
I
stepdaddy
think
don't.
he's actually 4 years ago revealed why. Okay, why does he keep trying to make him the leader?
Okay, what is the big threat about Tariq Nasheed? Let's listen.
And you have influence, but everybody, a lot of people have influence. Right. But Tariq Nasheed influence is directly connected to the root of consciousness in Black America because you educated so many people, right? So your opinion matters where you sway people. Right.
Right. This is why they keep attacking our brothers Tariq and foundational Black Americans in general. We as foundational Black Americans, we represent the grassroots and the real drivers of American culture. Okay? See, whatever we say goes. Whatever we say is cool is actually cool. Whatever we say is lame is actually lame. Okay? What type of time we on is what type of time America's on. Okay? We are the movers and shakers of this country. Okay, so when we're not going along with the status quo,
He ain't told no lie.
It's messing up bags. It's messing up relationships.
Chase ain't told no lie. Black Americans is the shit.
And identifying with our lineage. All right. So what they do is they need to make Tariq the leader. And look what we exposed about him. But in order for them to do that, they need him to acknowledge or say that he's a leader.
But he's
not doing that. He's been the first one to say he's not a leader. We've been the first one to say he's not our leader.
Right.
So it puts them in a funny style position where now
the code is the leader.
Right.
They're making up what foundational Black.
Hey, Tjay, I ain't got to say shit. My daughter ain't got to say shit. Right.
Right.
Okay.
Lady Tjay ain't got to say shit.
The leader of this organization.
We still doing the same shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They're just babbling.
Who's Tyreek?
Up stuff and
Who is Tyreek?
Themselves look foolish.
Fellow
making
brothers
themselves look foolish.
Right, but
Because
my
the
daughter,
end
your
goal,
daughter,
the end
everybody
goal
gonna be
is
on the
to
same
tear
shit,
down
and
Brother Tariq.
we don't care about Tyreek.
And them lead foundational Black Americans. These folks who are always calling him the leader, they really want to be the leader. They want to be the person that we listen to and that we follow, that leads us to the promised land. That's what they want. But they have to remove Tariq.
Jesse, I sent my daddy a bunch of Chase McGee's shit.
But again,
right?
as I always say,
19 white people and all this shit, right?
And again, for the 100th time,
but he still want to do this goddamn Ghanaian shit.
Lineage. You don't have a leader of a lineage.
Man, I gotta get the video out.
And anybody regurgitating that is just making up a lie. But let's continue back to the original video.
And then there is the way that they treat and talk about Africans. So it's very demeaning, right? They talk about delineation, right, which is a separation and saying that, look, we are Black Americans. We are not associated with other groups, and we don't want to be grouped and classed in as well. We are from America, right? We have our rights in America, and we're going to continue to make strides and progress here in this land, which is not a foreign concept, right?
Right. It's not a foreign concept because you had our great ancestors like Frederick Douglass who said the same thing. You know, we are not continental Africans. We are American. We are rooted here. William Whipper said similar things. We are rooted here. Entrepreneur extraordinaires and pioneers like James Forden said the same thing. We are rooted here. We ain't continental Africans. All that return to Africa, that's dead. We are Americans. This is the home that our ancestors built. All right. So it isn't a foreign concept, but what is a foreign concept is this notion that we are attacking Africans. Okay, that's a concept that isn't rooted in any type of facts. All foundational Black Americans are doing is doing what every other ethnic group does when people attack them, which is react and defend ourselves. All right, we are reacting or responding back to decades of disrespect coming from the so-called diaspora. The Black Americans are lazy. Black Americans have no culture. Black Americans are dumb and stupid. They're descendants of cotton pickers. All the little derogatory stereotypes and things to demean us that they have been saying for decades, we're responding back and debunking them with facts. Even look at my page, family. I challenge you to find any video on my page where I'm not reacting to someone disrespecting foundational Black Americans, and I show you the video. I don't come on here and say, man, word is 19 Keys said this about FBAs, but I ain't got no video proof. I ain't got no tweets. I don't say that. I show you the videos and the receipts in real time to show you what we're responding to so we can debunk the lies. If 19 Keys never said this, I would have never came on here and said anything about 19 Keys. I was a former supporter of 19 Keys. You can catch me back in the past wearing his, I think he calls them crowns, wearing his crowns, bigging up 19 Keys. 19 Keys follows my pages on Instagram. All right? Saw 19 Keys last year at
Chase got receipts and
everything came to my table.
Chase got receipts
where I had my books and stuff on display. Told me to keep up the good work. I told him to keep doing what he's doing. Always been nothing but love and respect. But again, when you disrespect the lineage, we're going to respond just like any other group. If 19 Keys went out here and said, hey, man, you know, this just Jamaican stuff, man.
Hey, Jay, my dad that listened to Chase
Black Americans all
and
day.
said the only thing he did,
Jamaicans
I don't agree with him.
He was known to stab people. And
what is there to agree with?
Jamaicans would come out and get on 19 Keys. That's what happens when you attack lineage.
Hey, Jay, that's the problem with me and my dad.
People are going to respond accordingly. So again, we're defending foundational Black American heritage, lineage, and culture, family, which is our right to do. We're not sitting up here attacking anybody, and especially not physically. All we're doing is defending verbally. Let's be clear. Attacking somebody is what they're doing in the Congo, them tribes beefing with each other. Attacking is what's going on down in South Sudan and the thousands of lives that have been lost. Attacking is what happened at that great festival in Nigeria a couple weeks ago.
There we go.
That I haven't heard 19 Keys speak about. That's attacking. Oops. And those are Africans attacking each other. What we're doing is defending ourselves. We're standing on lineage business and defending our culture, heritage, and principles. Again, family, this is another example and why it's so disheartening when you see brothers like 19 Keys said this, who's in the movie Hidden Color 6 with me, by the way. Now, I think Brother
not anymore. Not anymore.
Me and him were in the movie Hidden Color 6 together. Okay? And I'm here to tell you,
not anymore.
Much all FBA time, all FBA history. That's all I talked about, at least on my part. You dig? Those are the only questions I was asking. I'm sure everybody was pretty much asked the same questions, but just had different responses to them. Okay? It's about foundational Black American heritage, history, and culture. All right? So if he felt like we were attacking Africans, why were you in the film? And again, you had this very conversation on your high-level conversations with Brother Tariq. And he broke down this very same thing. So I know you're not ignorant to the facts. Let's play that clip.
It's just about FBA and Africans. Mm-hmm. Some people believe that, you know, it creates a separation between the two. Mm-hmm. That some of the content that you put out, as you know, you speak about the histories of Blacks, that it creates a wedge between Blacks and Africans, and you know, others across the diaspora. So is that the intention, right? And do you recognize that? And how do you look?
What the fuck is the diaspora?
The relations between foundational Black Americans, Africans, and the rest of the diaspora.
To determine or to designate our lineage as foundational Black Americans, it's just a lineage designation. It's just like saying an African American. African American is just too vague because you have.
And notice again, Brother Tariq is setting the record straight. This is 4 years ago. Keys is not ignorant to these facts. That's why it's disheartening to see him say things like this. So when he talks about, oh, it's moving like an organization, he knows those are BS talking points. Why would you even regurgitate those talking points? Okay?
People who immigrate over here who are African American, but that doesn't describe us because we didn't immigrate anywhere. We're the only non-immigrant group. You even have white people like Elon Musk who says he's African American. He was born in Africa, now he's American. So technically he's not lying. He's an African American. So we are determining our own lineage name, foundational Black Americans. Logically, that makes more sense. So other groups shouldn't feel bad about that. That's just our lineage. That's all it is. What happens is a lot of people are used to us fighting for them. And whenever we accomplish something, that gets thrown into the pot of African American and people can benefit off of it when it's convenient. But when it's something negative, they can distance themselves from us. Or when they do something constructive, they can distance themselves from us. For example, when you have artists and entertainers who win awards, or you have somebody who's an immigrant who wins a PhD or who earns a PhD, all of a sudden they're Nigerian American. You dig? So now they've made a distinction themselves. Cheryl Lee Ralph, I love Cheryl Lee Ralph. She just won an Emmy for the first time. That woman has been African American and Black her whole career. The minute she won an Emmy, Jamaican American actress, Cheryl Lee Ralph won an Emmy.
Yeah.
So people go out of their way to distance themselves from us.
Okay, I get
so
what
that
you're saying.
win could go to their lineage.
Yeah.
But if a Jamaican was over here selling drugs, he's just Black. So if a Nigerian pulls a scam, he's just Black.
Right.
See, we have to absorb all the negative, but then they differentiate themselves with all the positives. So we're saying as foundational Black Americans, let's tally up our accomplishments. Let's point out our lineage so that we don't absorb everybody else's trash.
Right.
So they're like, hey, wait a minute. Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cool. Yes, it is cool. We are a very unique people, and there's nothing wrong with that. Even though we still do have African genetics, you know, culturally, we are a different group as foundational Black Americans, just like Jamaicans. Jamaicans, they have African genetics, but they have their specific culture.
Right.
Haitians have African genetics, but they have their specific culture.
So when we say Black people created hip hop, we talking about foundational Black Americans.
Yes, indeed, because people are running around trying to tell this lie that it was started in the Caribbean. It wasn't. Then they tried to say that the Puerto Ricans started it. Not true. I saw something today. They said that Asians had a part of hip hop. I'm like, wait, how that happened?
Everybody wants a little
Everybody
piece,
wants
man.
to get a piece of it now. You see?
I've seen them videos where they were putting out to counter the narrative that, you know, we've been doing we've been rapping, right, on beat. We've been dancing, break dancing since the 30s.
Yes,
and notice, family, 19 Keys is not pushing back on what Tariq is saying. He's agreeing with it and adding to the facts. He's encouraging it. He's adding to it. He said, hey, man, I've been seeing the same thing myself. Okay, go ahead, Keith.
And that very specific rhythm of hip hop, you know, and that particular thing that is known as hip hop today, that is spread around the world, right, is one of those things that is owned, right, by foundational Black Americans. And specifically in that context of understanding how it became successful, right, and where did the contributions come from? Because even when there's videos showing that some of the famous Caribbean DJs were saying that, no, we got this big speaker box stuff from Americans when we was DJing over there.
Right.
So we have records of this.
Yes, indeed.
Right? And people may try to contextualize
Holy
it
shit.
and say, well, this
19 Keys? Jamaicans got this shit from from Americans?
Right. So, you know, no other people suffer from hip hop but us. When we get killed, they don't share in that.
Whoa, so 19 Keys
as
just
you can
said
see, Brother 19 Keys is agreeing with what Brother Tariq says. Okay, he's not pushing back on it. He's giving the examples and he's adding to the facts. So this is why it's disheartening when we see you get up here and try to act like FBA is something it's not. You give the illusion that it's an organization and it has leaders when you sit down with the very man who coined the term and he's telling you all these things aren't true. And what was really disheartening, I went back into my deep dive and doing my research, and I never even saw this video until, doing my research, X, Y, and Z. He was on a podcast called the Viral Way Podcast. Let's check
Jay,
this
I never seen this video. This shit is great.
Refer to us as a psyop. And I'm
Thank
like,
you.
damn,
Thank
he
you,
was
Tjay.
really going in on us.
You're
I
welcome.
missed
Yeah,
this. Now,
I
this
seen
is
this
from,
video when it first dropped.
like last year sometime. All right, let's play that.
You're not the leader. I'm not the leader, right?
These dudes say it on the podcast as well. I think they're out in California somewhere.
Bro, we can go drive our car.
Online war between Black
We're not the leader. Chase is not the leader. Nobody, Tyreek, nobody's the leader.
Racist terms towards other Black people that's not from here, calling them tethers.
Yeah.
Family, let me say this. There is nothing.
Tether is an action word.
With the word tether. The word tether is a beautiful word. You know why? Because it separates, Black immigrants who seek to undermine us, who have hatred and disdain for us, with the brothers and sisters who are riders from the immigrant community. You dig? That was the whole purpose of us coining the word tether, to separate the two. We
Tether
need
is
to
the
know who
action
tethers
word.
are, just like people need to know who coons and sambos are.
Right.
There's a reason why we gave these black folks names. We didn't just call them black folks. That's a coon. That's a sambo. And we all know when you hear those words, when you hear those terms, they can't be trusted.
Right.
Same thing with a tether. Okay, when someone gets labeled a tether, we're giving codes to other foundational black Americans that don't trust this man.
Right.
He looks like you, but he's from a completely different background.
Exactly. Exactly.
Mindset, most important. Okay, he cannot be trusted. That's a good thing. And it's funny how
Hey, Tjay, I be drunk as hell, but you can trust me. You give me? I ain't no tether. I ain't no. You give me?
Describe black Americans who seek to undermine other black people and stop the progress of our people. No one has an issue with those words, but they draw the line at tether.
Right. That part.
These same people who get mad at us for tether will call us.
Hey, Tjay, I'll draw the line at you, Shabaka, or whatever, right? We'll cuss each other out, right?
But then when we call someone a tether, based
But
off their
Shabaka's not a tether, and you're not a tether.
it's an issue. That's what they draw the
You
line.
hear me? Like we still here. You know I'm at my desk, and I still rock with you.
Keep calling.
I am not a tether.
Know who the tethers are.
My dad's selling Ghanaian
The
shit.
moment we stop calling them out,
Juneteenth.
is the moment they slip.
But
into
he's still
political
not a tether.
The moment they slip on a reparations bill.
I don't agree with him, but he is still not a tether.
Reparations, okay, in the form of
I'm
cash
so
payments
mad
to
at it,
Foundation
though.
Black Americans, based off what we went through here.
Hey, Tjay, I
Then we
gotta.
look into
I
this
might
dude's
have to fight my
background, we
daddy.
realize he was a tether. But we're still viewing them as black.
No, I ain't
So
gonna have
we
to fight
learn
him.
from our
But you
mistakes.
see how it is.
We've always addressed the domestic sellouts, but never the international and the foreign sellouts. And that's what we're doing now. We're addressing the tether class. So keep calling them out as such and don't let people shame you into not doing it. And always remind
Exactly,
them tether is
I-
an action-based
I
word. Someone is
address
not
the
a
tether
tether
class.
just because they have an immigrant background.
Even
Your
if they
actions
are
make
my
you a
own
tether.
father.
Okay.
Pure FBA.
I know some cool Jamaicans, cool Nigerians, cool people. Okay. They're not tethers. Tether is when you're a Jamaican and you come over here and you start talking about Black Americans have no culture. Black Americans don't know where they're from. And y'all need to stop whining and complaining about the police. You just need to pick yourself up by the bootstrap. You're a
All that
tether.
bullshit.
Your words and your actions, what you're doing,
Exactly.
the stereotypes you're pushing, and how you're undermining foundational Black American progress makes you a tether. It's an action-based word. But let's continue.
And I see that online time and time again.
Hey, Tjay, I'm finna jump off of here. I'm gonna listen to you. I gotta go to sleep.
Our brothers and
Okay,
sisters
cool.
overseas.
Thanks
we
for-
got
Love you, bro.
coalition here.
Love you,
and
bro.
there. Why are you separating
Love you too,
yourself?
bro.
We're already
Peace.
separated here.
All right.
I'm Muslim, I'm Crip, I'm Blood, I'm this, I'm that. Like, what you think about that?
And again, I hate to keep pausing, but we can't let none of this slip by. No, we don't want to unify with tethers.
Right.
We don't want to unify with tethers. The whole point of identifying them as a tether is because they seek to undermine us. The closer you let a tether get to you, the more dangerous that tether is. Yeah, I don't want to unify with tethers. Sir, who made that comment? Do you want to unify with a coon?
Hell no.
Huh? Do you want to unify with a sellout? Do you want to get close and build a bridge with a sellout? Someone who literally will sell you out?
Hell no.
That makes no sense. But then they tell us, well, man, that tether is your brother. No, he is not.
Right.
Okay? We might be skinfolk, but we are not kinfolk.
Exactly.
I think number one, it's important to be able to recognize your American roots and who we are and what we've been through, because I think that really connects us all. Because we all done came from the same situation, circumstances. There's a level of loyalty we have to that storyline and our reparations and what we need and our contributions to the world and our self-pride. And then there's that respect that we have to have in between each other. You understand me? Between Africans and Blacks, Black Americans, right? To where it's like, we have been fighting for all people across the planet Earth. Recognize that, appreciate that. Because all of a sudden, everybody has now started to pick up all of these different nationalities. When at first it was just everybody Black, right? Now you Dominican, now you Puerto Rican, now you this, that, and the third. And so Black people were like, damn, my bad, I thought we was all one. You feel me? And so I think it was actually a lot of other people that start picking up these things and saying, no, we started this or we did this. But when we was doing this thing, you didn't say you was Puerto Rican doing this. You said you was black doing this, participating in this.
Oh, okay. He sounds very divisive. You know, he sounds like he's attacking other groups. I'm just going by what the premise he laid out in the last video. Because when we defend our lineage and heritage and culture and our achievements and what we created, we get labeled a hate group. Okay, Keys, okay.
So I think that there's a level of having that identity, right, and that sense of pride within your culture that is key specifically for preserving it and growing it. But number two, I think that is also part of a psyop, right, that disconnects us because Africa is the best place to invest in over the next 50 years. They have the population growth. That population growth means that when they're investing, there's a whole new consumer base to where you're going to build new technologies out. All of the countries are going to be fighting for access.
Wakanda family, Wakanda.
To Africa as they are right now. And in the midst of Africa going through its biggest revolution, we're the most disconnected from that storyline. So I believe it's a psyop, right? I believe that there's an aspect in identifiers, right, that is key. But then there's the aspect that the enemy is utilizing that against us.
So Tariq Nasheed, come holla at us. Because you the face of that movement, that whole tether and all that. We need to get down to that.
And
Is
I
you
told
with
you
us or is you
to
controlled opposition?
that actually.
Because a lot of these niggas is controlled opposition, and I'm starting to wonder about a lot of these niggas. So come holla at us, Tariq.
I talked to Tariq Nasheed and I asked him about that. And he said, you know, there's some extremes in every group, essentially, right? And I believe that to be true, but I think everybody has that same question, right? Like, why is this happening now?
Oh my God.
Okay, family. So Keys and these Negroes sitting up on the Buyer Way podcast, they're wondering if we're ops. Are we controlled opposition? Are we agents? Okay, that's what Keys said he was wondering about. Okay, and again, I never saw this video until recently. It's very interesting. Okay, and as a side note, family, they're always looking for ops. They're always worried about ops, but they don't look into Pan-African organizations. Isn't that interesting, family? Now, understand the CIA has been funding Pan-African organizations since the 50s. Look up I think it's called the American Society of African Culture. This is documented, what I'm talking about. The CIA was funding them. The American Society of African Culture. They were pushing a lot of that, you know, exposing Black Americans to their African heritage, X, Y, and Z in the 50s and 60s. They were funded by the CIA. There was another called, and I was just looking at it the other day, called the African American Institute. Okay? African American Institute. They had CIA funding. Okay? I was just, matter of fact, let me pull up the paperwork. Okay, I don't want nobody to think I'm lying, family. Now, this is from CIA.gov. All you have to do is go to CIA.gov/readingroom/docs African American Institute. Big Pan-African organization that started in the 50s and 60s, family. Okay, this is from the CIA. This is from one of their memorandums, okay? It says, this memorandum requests approval of action proposed in paragraph 6. And it's a little hard to make out, but you can make it out. It says, as you know, over the past weeks, an internal department group has been negotiating a plan for refinancing, okay, the African American Institute, AAI. That's what it goes by, AAI, by a combination of overt contracts with government agencies and grants from private foundations. This will make it possible for the CIA to withdraw in line with general agreements reached after several meetings involving the DCI. The Secretary of State can't make out what that says. I think it says Mr. McGeorge Bundy, representatives of Ford Foundation, the AAI, and the C/CA. Okay, family? And if you go down to paragraph 6, because that's what they're requesting approval of, let's go down to paragraph 6. Okay, it says that we agree to transfer to the AAI the balance of its 1963 budget blank. They got it blanked out, so we don't know. They still got that redacted, so we don't know what they were sending them. But it says the 1963 budget. Sounds like they were funding the whole budget for this Pan-African organization. by November 1, 1962, with the understanding that after the date, CIA will have no further responsibilities financially or otherwise for the AAI. So they're like, let's just go ahead and take care of that whole budget for them. Okay, family. But it's very interesting. Nobody wonders if Pan-African organizations or ops and agents. They're always wondering about us. Why is this going on? I think FBA equals FBI. I think FBA equals CIA. They always putting on their tinfoil koofies to figure out something about us. But then when we actually have paperwork on Pan-African organizations, all of a sudden, they don't see it. What? And by the way, family, they're still alive and well. I don't want you to think these institutions went anywhere. The African American Institute is still alive and well, family. Okay, they didn't go anywhere, family. Okay, this is on their missions page. This is why at the African American Institute, we take a transcontinental, multifaceted approach, bridging Africa and its diasporas into America to catalyze a more sustainable and equitable world. Okay, so they're talking that Pan-African, connect the diaspora. We got to connect with brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Okay, they're still around. And we got paperwork. We know they have a history of being funded by the CIA. Very interesting. And that's just a side note. But let's get back to foundational Black Americans because they're wondering about us. So let's get this straight. The CIA is funding the foundational Black American grassroots to identify with their lineage and heritage in America. Okay, let's get this straight. CIA is funding a group who on 2 different occasions brought thousands of people to the nation's capital to fight for reparations in the form of cash payments to foundational Black Americans for what happened to our ancestors here. Money that would be paid by the United States government, money that would be paid and come out the CIA's pockets. That's got CIA written all over. The CIA has always pushed for foundational Black Americans for reparations. Okay, and I guess they got to brothers like Ryan Coogler too, because Ryan Coogler in the biggest movie last year, a movie that many Pan-Africanists praised and Black people across the world praised and sinners, he came out and identified as a foundational Black American. So I guess he's an agent too. We got to wonder about him too. So if we were being funded or promoted, we were part of an op, a PSYOP, they would push this even more. Foundational Black Americans would be mentioned. Okay, it will be mentioned on mainstream television. They will be mentioning that everywhere, just like they blew up the word African American. The word African American blew up overnight. Jesse Jackson mentioned it, just blew up overnight. They started putting it in textbooks. They started putting it everywhere. Okay, all because one man wanted it in the 80s. That's what happens when you have a governmental push. Okay, you have something that makes us equivalent with immigrants. You're not just an American, you're an African American. Like they're an Italian American, okay? Like there's a Nigerian American. You're just an African American. That's what happens when you have a governmental push. It just pops up on governmental documents overnight. So brothers, stop it. And again, what is there to fund? What is there to operate? You're operating a lineage? Again, if we were getting funded by the CIA, it would benefit us to identify as an organization. We need a place for them to fund. See, these Pan-African groups, they're organizations. Because Pan-Africanism is an ideology. Nobody's born a Pan-African. That's something you adapt and you create an organization around. They have something for them to fund. What are they going to fund us with? What are they funding? The only funding we asking for from the government is our reparation payments. Okay, that's the only funding we looking for. The debt that we are owed. So knock it off, brother. It's very hypocritical, especially when y'all don't do this with any other lineage-based group. You don't do it with Jamaicans. You don't do it with Haitians. You don't do it with Nigerians. You don't do it with Ghanaians. All these other groups are able to have a delineation, okay, and have a lineage-based name and identifier, many of which are fairly new. There was no such thing as Nigerian 100, 200 years ago. There was no such thing as Ghanaian 100, 200 years ago. But you still respect their ethnogenesis and how they identify, even when some of those names like Nigerian are given to them by white people. You still respect the name. You don't question it. Don't question ours. Just respect it. And respect foundational Black American is the new norm. But last but not least, let me answer this, because a lot of people ask the question why. Why do we see folks who are foundational Black American lineage and heritage? Why do we see them out of nowhere, seems like, start attacking FBA and start telling lies about foundational Black Americans? Lies that they know are not true, lies that have been debunked in real time, and they have had one-on-one interactions with brothers like Tariq and myself, X, Y, and Z, and so they know what it is and what it's not. Right. And here's the thing, Valley, because we as foundational Black Americans on the grassroots, we are the drivers of culture. Like I said earlier, a lot of that Pan-African money is drying up. And a lot of these folks, if you notice, when they start attacking foundational Black Americans, they're always kind of trying to do some business with Africa, okay? When I talked to Professor Smalls last time, Professor Smalls said some very derogatory things about foundational Black Americans. Yeah. He said, and he's come out publicly to say that he was about to receive an award from Ghana, and Ghana saw that video where he was calling out Ghanaians that I put out, okay, and they took that award back. And so in return, Professor Smalls kind of lashed out at foundational Black Americans, okay? Okay, 19 Keys, he just came back, I think, from Uganda like a month or 2 months ago. He was talking to the former president of Uganda. He's trying to do some business in Uganda. Okay, he's doing like some things with some coffee beans and stuff over there, which is cool. I have no issue with that. Okay, but then you come back and you start kind of talking greasy about the lineage. And so I feel like a lot of these folks feel like they're between a rock and a hard place. See, the new Pan-African Starter Pack family is to shit on FBA. That's part of the new Pan-African Starter Pack. If you go to a lot of these Pan-African pages, they talk more about foundational Black Americans and trying to tear us down more than they do Africa. I mean, they do it on a weekly basis. That's the new Pan-Africanism Starter Pack. So in order to prove your loyalty to Africa at this point, I think a lot of these foundational Black Americans, they feel like they have to attack their own lineage to prove a point. Okay? To prove a point, to prove how African they are. Like I be seeing people all the time on social media talk about some, well, you know, I'm not FBA, I'm a Pan-Africanist. You don't choose whether you want to be a FBA or not. Okay? Either you're a foundational Black American or you're not. Okay? If both of your parents are descendants of slavery right here in America, you're a foundational Black American. Okay? Plain and simple. You don't have a choice. Just like you don't have a choice if you're Jamaican or not, if you're Haitian or not, if you're Nigerian or not. Okay? Those are things you don't choose. You choose whether you want to be a Pan-Africanist or not. But unfortunately, due to the fact that we're at war, we're dealing with psychological warfare, they've made us believe as foundational Black Americans, we have to put an ideology over our own lineage. Okay? But nothing is above the lineage, family. Long before anybody was calling themselves a Pan-Africanist, our lineage existed. Our ancestors were building the very foundations of America brick by brick. Okay? Long before anybody knew what a Pan-Africanist was, Lewis Latimer was creating that filament for the light bulb. Okay? We were paving roads and building railways across this country. We were setting the very foundations of blues and jazz and what will become American music. Our lineage supersedes everything. Our lineage is the reason we're here now. If one person in your lineage ceased to exist, you wouldn't exist. Nothing is above the lineage. Okay? So even when we see brothers like 19 Keys, who I personally respect, I've personally gotten a lot of knowledge from, been following 19 Keys for 8 years. And it was disheartening to see what he's saying. Even his response, I saw his live, he was talking about some, oh, y'all just not like smart enough to catch what I was putting down, and y'all don't want to have a conversation. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop. You're not smarter than the lineage, sir. No one is. You come from a very intelligent bloodline. We know exactly what you were saying and what you were trying to say because you said it in real time. Mm-hmm. Nobody put psyop in your mouth. You said that. Okay? No one told you to say we attacking Africans. You said that. You push those stereotypes that have historically been used to tear down our lineage. You chose to act like it was an organization and we have a leader, even though you know we say that every day. We don't have a leader. We're not an organization. We're a lineage. You chose to do those things, brother. So although we love you as one of our brothers, although you put out some good work, we got to call you out for that. Because nobody is above the lineage, sir.
Right.
But maybe I'm tripping, family.
No, you
maybe
right
I'm
on
tripping.
point,
Tell me what you think in the comment section below. And also, family, tell me why you think Brother 19 Keys is speaking this way and why we see some of these foundational Black Americans who at one point of time were cool with the term foundational Black American and representing the term foundational Black American, all of a sudden turn around and start attacking. Okay? Why do we see that? Because this is a community. We got to learn from each other. So maybe y'all have a different perspective that I can learn from. All right. But again, like the video, subscribe to the channel, get your free copy of my best-selling book, 19 White Men Who Admitted They Were Indigenous Black People in America, and my newest book, Old Black Money. And until next time, family, you know what it is. Peace.
Peace, Brother Chase. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what the hell gotten into 19 Keys, but good analysis of the situation, Chase. Yeah, he's been removed from Hidden Color 6. He will not be in Hidden Color 6. So the people have spoken. The FBA family has spoken, and he has been removed from Hidden Color 6. But our brother Chase is still going to be in Hidden Color 6, of course. But yeah, 19 Keys, I think he got contacted by the DNC or something, or these pan-goofy organizations to go after FBA and attack FBA. But it's not going to work, 19 Fleas. So moving along, we got FBA voters outraged after Democrat Paula, or whatever the hell her damn name is, wants to give immigrants reparations. So Brother George is going to give us an update on that, or basically our response to that.
And at the end of the day, when we are back in power, one of the important things we're going to have to do is balance a number of different things that need to happen. Number one, we need defensive reform. We need to stop the things that are happening that should not be happening. We need offensive reform. We actually need an immigration system that works and recognizes the contributions of immigrants to this country and establishes legal pathways for people to come to this country and for people to be able to get citizenship when they've been a part of our communities for so long. And then we also need offensive actions around prosecutions. We need real accountability, because at the end of the day, the people that have been inflicting this harm need to be prosecuted. They need to be brought before us, and they need to be held account for the trauma that they have created. And we are going to have some form of reparation for the kids and the families that have been traumatized through all of this. You talked about how there's no support for people even once they're released. We need to make sure that we are funding that kind of work to continue to provide relief.
And I told y'all this was coming. And what happens is when you have all these immigrants coming into America and they're coming into political office, they're getting into power, they have a lot to say about the Black American community. And they don't support reparations for the Black American community. They don't take the time to learn our story, our history, none of those things. But everybody got smoke and got something to say about our communities while trying to benefit off of when DEI was in place, affirmative action was in place, all those things that were set in place initially that was supposed to protect foundational Black Americans, African Americans, the Negro, the colored people, all the things that we were going through, right? Those were things that were supposed to be set in place because we were unfairly, we were being treated unfairly within the system. And those things was there as, buffers or ways to get us the things that we needed through the system, because there was racism within the system, right? These immigrants come here and they begin to benefit from it. right? And then talk about we're lazy while they come in here getting handouts from things that we fought for that they never had a part in, right? So now you have this woman, Representative PRAMILLA JAYAPAL, this Indian woman, and she's now talking about immigrants need to receive reparations for the things that's happened to them under this administration. Their families being ripped apart. While at the same time, these are the same people that's part of these parties that don't support reparations for Black Americans. These same people, right? So now you have people that's so online, they're upset and they're talking like this.
Democrats are calling for reparations for undocumented immigrants. How ICE treated them, they said that they deserve reparations. Listen, anybody deserve reparations in this country. Black Americans should be the first ones to receive reparations, and not just for slavery alone. There's been several Black American communities, successful Black American communities that have been burned down, destroyed, and the land being distributed amongst white tea people that they enjoy until this day. Virginia, I want to say there's an island outside Virginia called White Man's Paradise. It's somewhere in that area where those white people ran Black people out of the island and took their property and redistributed it amongst other white people. Read that story. That is a terrifying story. So you have situations like that happened after slavery where they literally took generational wealth from Black Americans and redistributed amongst white tea Americans. These lands, these property, these resources still exist until to this day, and white tea people benefited off of those properties that they took from Black Americans. So we're not just talking about slavery, right? And JAYAPAL, she's from India. I want to say she's a first generation Indian in America. How dare you talk about immigrants, undocumented immigrants who came into this country with their free will. They crossed over into this country undocumented, free will. They deserve reparations before Black Americans. Why don't you address the caste system that's going on in India right now? Matter of fact, 3,000 years plus, the untouchables, how they discriminate against dark-skinned Indians, the untouchables, Dalit. I think that the group is called Dalit. Why don't you fight against the systems in your own countries, right? You come over here, you get these positions, and then all of a sudden, you're the voice for Americans. Like, make that make sense. But like I said before, if anybody deserves reparations in this country, Black Americans is first up.
And y'all remember in 2025, when LA Mayor Karen Bass, she came out and said that she was going to have cash assistance for immigrants and what they were going through with ICE, right? Through the immigration raids, she came out and said that they was going to have family support, and it was going to come through nonprofits, and it was going to come through nonprofits, how the funds was going to be distributed, right? Everybody was upset. They gave housing, they gave money. Even Mexicans that's here that are citizens were upset about this, because the Democratic Party have been. Let me just say this: during the New Deal in 1930, a lot of black people left the Republican Party and went over to the Democrats because they felt like it was more progressive, right? And then when LBJ came, and they put in the civil rights bills in '64, a lot of blacks left the Republican Party again and went over there to them because the Republicans was doing a Southern strategy, right? And they was going with Barry Goldwater, who opposed the Civil Rights Act. So they went with the Democrats, right? So we've been switching back and forth. Now in 2026, we're watching the Democrats now, where the Black community have been faithful to this community, be in more favor of immigrants more than the Black community. And everything is given to the immigrants and other groups. So now we're starting to see a shift again, right? But let's look at what Karen Bass was doing in LA.
In terms of the first part of the question that you asked, what are the resources? Well, in our community development programs, there's resources there in our family resource centers, but we also are going to have a reinstitution of the Angelino card, something that Mayor Garcetti started during COVID, that will actually provide cash assistance to people. Because, you have people who don't want to leave their homes, who are not going to work, and they are in need of cash. gosh, you know, I have met with family members who they needed 2 incomes in order to make the rent. Well, 1 income was lost in a raid when someone was detained. And this woman with her children now is concerned that she might face being evicted and being homeless. And so it's that type of emergency assistance. And we're fortunate that there's a lot of philanthropic partners who have contributed, and many more, I hope, that will join in and contribute. We're organizing food deliveries. I mean, there's all sorts of things that we are having to do now to protect people from the federal government.
Mayor, thank you for the organization. If you can talk to us about, you say you're bringing back, as part of the program, bringing back the Angelino card. And my question is, how soon and how much, if I'm not mistaken, you said it's going to be cash distribution?
Yes, it's a couple $100. I don't know the exact amount, and this should be available in about a week.
In about a week. Do they need any
philanthropic
organization? Is there any requirements for people to receive that?
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, similar to what we went through with the fires, in our impacted worker center, we had a way of knowing whether somebody was actually impacted by the fire. So it's not like they're just handed out on the streets. They're given to organizations that are in contact, like many of the organizations here, that are in contact with the population. They know their constituents.
With the 2 follow-up questions for my question and his question as well, with those cards, it's 100% philanthropic, or is any of that coming out of general fund, tax income?
I wish general fund money for that. No.
So the whole internet is in an uproar because, as Foundation of Black Americans, we've been pounding the road, man. And we've been, screaming as reparations. We already understand what happened with Ghana's president now coming to Philadelphia, coming to New York City, coming to these places to actually talk about the transatlantic slave trade. And people were saying that he was doing us a favor because he was speaking from a nation, but he wasn't really doing us a favor. They should have been doing this a long time ago, right? We can speak for ourselves. We have the right to go to the UN to talk about what happened to us with crimes against humanity and what they did to us. The whole world know what happened to us. Exactly. We are the only ethnic group in the world, that went through a form of slavery that was forced to go back under their oppressors. They was forced to go back under foreign oppressors to prove that you was human, right? They had slavery in South Africa where they were the majority group. Slavery in Jamaica, they still was the majority group. Slavery in the Iberian Peninsula, the Indian Ocean, and all these different places, right? But in America, they claiming that they brought people over from a foreign land to a land and mixed them in with some of the people that was here, where the majority of W folks were enslaving them. Once slavery was over, you had to now go and get jobs and be around these same people that enslaved you. That's never happened in the history of the world, only here. So the atrocities that we went through after slavery, right? At the 100 years after slavery, the things that we went through, right? When the small hats that protected class went through what they went through, they was given land and money to themselves. We was forced to go back under our oppressors. Yeah. That's the story that nobody want to talk about, right? To where you have countless numbers of hangings. But Tariq Nasheed, he also spoke to this, and he came and he said this.
See, speaking of tethers, what's her name? That Punjabi Democrat woman, PRAMILLA. What the hell is her name? PRAMILLA JAYAPAL. Did y'all see what she said? She was up here talking about, oh yeah, the family and the children of immigrants, they've gone through so much and they've been disenfranchised and families broken up and people getting deported. So the children of immigrants need reparations. She sat here and said those children of immigrants need reparations. So the Democrats, boy, they're just going to go out of their way to disrespect us. That was to disrespect us, the foundation of Black American grassroots.
Yep.
See, this is why delineation is so important, because these people are playing in our faces. They're going out of their way to disrespect us. They're going out of their way to disrespect us. Excuse me. So what they're trying to do, they're trying to hijack the reparations blueprint. See, reparations, it's not a catch-all buzzword for anybody who has grievance with the government. That word is tied specifically to unpaid debt owed to foundational Black Americans for centuries of our exploited labor. So politicians like JAYAPAL, they're trying to hijack our specific lineage-based language and claim and use it to cut checks for people who just damn got here. That's an insult to our ancestors who built this country from the ground up. See, whenever it comes to us, they always do line jumping. They always have to do line jumping because understand, there's supposed to be a racial hierarchy and we're always supposed to be on the bottom. We're supposed to be on the bottom of the racial hierarchy. Everybody is supposed to be prioritized over us, and we're not letting it happen no more. So they're still trying to do this line jumping routine. You see, we fight for tangibles for ourselves, and we get told that our claims are too expensive, or it was too far in the past. And the minute somebody violates a federal immigration law or faces some kind of consequence, the Democrats get ready to open up the damn checkbook. It's real bad in LA. Karen Bass, well, they sit up here and ignore our reparations and then turn around and say, hey, look, we got all types of legal resources for illegal immigrants who come across the border. We got grants for Asian people who are homeless. They play in our faces all the time, family. These are the Democrats doing this. You see? These are the Democrats doing this. So they can't keep pointing the finger talking about the Republicans are the worst, so you got to vote for us. No, no, no. No. And they love to do that fake equivalencies. So you can't compare the temporary discomfort of ICE basically doing their job, enforcing modern immigration laws. Yeah, ICE, they're just enforcing the damn law. People are coming over here without proper paperwork is illegal.
So I'll say this, man, like I said, we could talk till we blue in the face. We've had histories of years of betrayal from the Democratic and Republican Party, right? We know that I showed you guys within the Republican Party, right? We had to form our own form of Republican Party because of the Lily White era, because they wanted the blacks out of the party. They feel like W's didn't feel like they had to compromise to any black folks, right? They didn't want no black folks in positions of power telling them what to do, right? So you had that issue. You had a bunch of broken promises and lies from the Republican Party, Democratic Party. Everything that happened to us in this country happened to us under this U.S. government. And these parties have been agreeing. They've been bipartisan. They agree with what's been happening to us, right? They know what happened to us. They know what Joe Biden and Strom Thurmond was doing. They understand when Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan was on the phone calling Africans primates and black people, things that they were saying about black people. They know this. All of the presidents were racist. We already know this. We know what we've been through in this country. I'm gonna say it again. We are the only ethnic group that after being enslaved was forced to go back under your oppressors. They said, okay, they freed you, now go back in the room with them. They put us right back in the room with them. We wasn't given land separate from these people. We went right back under these people. So now you have these immigrants come here, they ain't been through none of the stuff that we've been through in this country. Nothing. All the generational traumas that's been passed down and lack of generational wealth that's been passed down because of systematic oppression, all of a sudden they say that they want reparations. You got to be kidding me. And guess what? The Democratic Party is saying nothing. So we'll be swaying again from the Democratic Party. But y'all let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far.
Yep, I agree with Brother George's analysis of the situation. It's just a complete direct slap in the face from these damn Democrats. This is why we need to sit out the midterms or not vote for them at all, period. Because they have made it clear that they're going to continue to prioritize illegal immigrants over us. And we just can't allow that. We can no longer condone that and vote that in the office. None of that. We got to continue to send a memo, clear and direct memo to these Democrats. You're not going to keep taking our votes for granted. We made you lose in 2024. We can make you lose again in 2026, and in 2028, and in 2030, and in 2032, and in 2034, and in 2036, all the way up to 2100. We don't give a damn about these damn Democrats because they made it clear that they don't give a damn about us. So moving along, we got Offset from Migos. He got shot during an altercation in Florida. So I'm gonna play that, and then I'm gonna play Gucci Mane's response to what happened with him supposedly getting, robbed and kidnapped. And then 50 Cent's gonna call out the Shreveport City Council.
They just shot a man. Gun violence here in the casino in Hard Rock. He's still going, he's still mad. Got this guy detained. Just shot a guy. This is the guy they shot. Oh my god. Holy crazy.
Everyone get moving, please. Clear.
Breaking news out of the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. TMZ is reporting that rapper Offset was shot at the casino.
And let's get right up down to Local 10's Bridget Matter live near the Hard Rock with what we know so far tonight. Bridget.
Calvin, Nicole, the information is pretty limited at this point, but from Seminole Police Department, they tell us just after 7 o'clock outside of the Seminole Hard Rock in the Valet area, there was some sort of altercation, and that is where that shooting happened. Offset, he was taken to a nearby hospital, to Memorial Hospital, and he is in stable condition. Of course, this is all under investigation. We are working to get more information on this. There were also 2 people that were taken into custody as this investigation continues. We are told that there's no threat to the public at this point and that operations continue as normal here on the property for the casino and hotel area. Of course, we're going to be following up with Seminole Police, as well as trying to get in touch with reps for Offset to get more information on who he was with and what exactly led up to this. For now, we're live in Hollywood. Bridget Matter, Local 10 News.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as it's been breaking news within the last hour or so all over the internet, all over the timeline that Offset was shot near a hotel or casino out in Florida. And I first and foremost do want to send prayers over to Offset and his family in this time right now. Full speedy recovery. They are saying that he's okay, but you know how these things go. So I do want to send prayers up over there that everything work out. And the write-up is coming from TMZ saying this. Scary update involving Offset. The former Migos rapper was shot near a popular casino in Florida. A rep for the rapper confirms to TMZ Offset was shot Monday near the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Per the spokesperson, Offset is fine and is currently at the hospital receiving medical care. The rep added, he is stable and being closely monitored. A rep for the Seminole County Police tells TMZ, we are aware of an incident that occurred at Valet around after 7 p.m. Monday outside of Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood that resulted in non-life-threatening injuries to an individual who was transported to Memorial Regional Hospital in Hollywood. The rep added Seminole police were on site immediately and the situation was contained quickly. 2 individuals have been detained by police. The investigation is ongoing. The site is secure and there is no threat to the public. Operations continue as normal. Now, with that happening right there, I don't know what would make somebody really be at a casino shooting somebody or why Offset is involved in it. I ain't finna get on here and speculate either and try to, when the news will come out, how it come out. But you seen that clip right there in the beginning. That was them detaining somebody as the guy was explaining it right there at the hotel. And I'm gonna tell you like this, incidents happen at hotels all the time, but I don't know what Offset got going on. I don't know who he was into it with. I don't know if it was a fan just starting with him, or you know how this stuff go with rappers at times, but we do know, just keeping it 100, Offset spends a lot of time in these casinos. We know he spent a lot of time. We don't got to sugarcoat that. It's on the internet. He liked to gamble and things, but what led to this, all I can say, yeah, man, boys got to tighten up, but wrong place, wrong time. That can happen to anybody. We've seen Offset get into stuff in the past. We've seen him get into arguments that led to getting physical, and some people just don't play about it. Some people, when they get there, it can be into a back and forth. They be quickly to shoot. Boys don't be want to take a L, or there be something else with it. But I do want to say Offset got kids, man. Several kids. Most definitely want him to be here with them, raise his kids, see the kids be able to see their father and things like that. For most definitely, rest in peace and God bless to Takeoff, and condolences and prayers forever. Fly high Takeoff. We don't want to see that happen, bro. Like, just keeping it all the way 100. It's just too much. Man, 2026 been crazy. Capital C's been in full rotation. The controversy, chaos, confusion, and conflict and confrontation. Yeah, the algorithm been in rotation, crashing out, and this might have been a crash out for somebody, because you're shooting somebody on camera at a casino, 7 p.m. That's broad daylight still, because they don't get dark till 8 now. Cameras is everywhere. Police is on site. So now you're going to mess around and get an aggravated assault, depending on what went down. Discharging a firearm, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, possibly an attempted murder, depending on the angle or how they shot him, unless this was a stage of ground situation while Offset was the aggressor, then it'll be all the way different. But man, I don't know what's been going on in 2026. It's been a lot of stuff happening. It's been a real wild year. All I can say is, man, stay out the way the best you can. Stay on your pivot. I got an update coming with the Big 30 situation as well. I was actually finna get into that, but this right here broke. I was like, well, man, let me get on this one real quick, but we'll come back with that on the update. Big 30 supposedly was granted bond, but you know, in the feds, they be like kind of appealing them bonds and trying to block the bond. So I don't know if he's going to be officially released all the way. I haven't looked into everything yet. His lawyers has spoke. We seen earlier today, 21 Savage. It was started yesterday when he was jamming Pooh Shiesty, the FDO. So that hit all the blogs as, oh, he riding around the FDO. It must be some stuff with him and Gucci. And he sided with Pooh Shiesty and he down with Pooh Shiesty. He came back and said, nah, it ain't that. That was just a playlist, listening to the music. So I got that coming for y'all as well. But it's a lot going on right now. I can't even keep up with everything. There's some stuff going on over there in the NBA with Stephen A. Smith. He done got into it with Matt Barnes because he decided to call out LeBron and call LeBron like a tap dancer for talking with the people. It's just, bro, I can't even keep up with all this stuff right now, dog. So much going on in real time. I can only edit and shoot and record so much and get it back to y'all. It's like 3-4 other things I want to cover, but Offset, they say he all right, so I ain't just, you know, I believe he all right. I believe he's straight. We can't, yeah. It's just crazy, bro. I don't know, man. I just be like, bro, it's a lot going on, man. I don't know how y'all be feeling. I know we get desensitized to things, bro. But it's like, bro, boys is really getting shot like nothing now. Like, it's always something. Somebody getting shot, somebody getting robbed, somebody getting tested, squabbles breaking out, then they leading the shootouts. Yeah, man, it's wicked out here. Y'all tell me what y'all think, man. We got more coming. More videos, all that 1,000 for shit show. Stay on your pivot.
All right, so that was the news of him getting shot.
Breaking news and an update.
And this is who they say shot him.
Rapper Offset shot outside of a Florida casino. Here's the update.
They just shot a man gun violence here in the casino in Hard Rock. He's still going, he's still mad.
The rapper Offset has been shot outside a Florida casino. Here's what we know. A spokesperson told CBS News Monday night, "We can confirm Offset was shot and is currently at the hospital receiving medical care. He is stable and being closely monitored." Seminole police tell us the incident occurred at a valet area after 7 p.m. Monday outside of Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood that resulted in non-life-threatening injuries to an individual who was transported to Memorial Regional Hospital in Hollywood. Seminole police were on site immediately and the situation was contained quickly.
We are praying for him, his family, as he recovers. We have some details. We don't have all the detail. Offset is a jewel to many, and reigning from the great musical culture of Atlanta. I have gotten to know his family over the years, his father-in-law and his mother, his biological mother. And remarkable people. There was a time during my talk radio days where a man who did something nice for Offset didn't know he was Offset at that time. Hit hard times himself, did not have a car. I was able to make contact with Offset's family. Within about 5 days, Offset brought the man to his home and purchased him a vehicle, a car. It was actually covered on TMZ. At that time, he was married to Cardi B. The rapper Offset, a former member of the Migos, popularized, was shot outside of a Florida casino and is now in stable condition. A spokesperson said Tuesday night Offset was once married to Cardi B, was being treated at a hospital after Monday night shooting. The spokesperson said in a statement, although his exact condition was unknown, police said his injuries were not life-threatening. The shooting comes more than 3 years after a personal tragedy for the rapper in 2022 Takeoff from the same group, Migos. Real name, Kirsnick Ball, was the cousin of Offset. He was fatally shot in Houston. Offset's rival, Lil Tjay, has been arrested in connection with the shooting of the rapper. Once again, outside of a Florida casino late Monday. 24-year-old Bronx-born rapper was pictured smiling in his mugshot after being arrested Monday evening for misdemeanor disorderly conduct, afraid by the Broward County Sheriff's Office. This is according to a report from TMZ. He was allegedly involved in a fight prior to Offset getting shot at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Nearly 4 years after Offset's Migos bandmate Takeoff was gunned down, was gunned down in a fight, or truly was after a fight. Lil Tjay is being held on a $500 bond following his arrest by the Seminole Police Department, according to reports. The rapper, who survived an attempt on his own life when he was shot in June 2022 in Edgewater. This was in New Jersey. Had earlier ripped baseless rumors online that their crews were fighting when shots rang out. So I want to make sure that is stated for the record. Quote, "We are issuing this release in regards to false rumors that Lil Tjay was involved in a shooting which resulted in non-life-threatening injuries to Offset, formerly a member of Migos." TJ's attorney, Don M. Florio, said in a statement on Instagram Monday morning, quote, "Lil Tjay has not been shot, nor has Lil Tjay been charged with any shooting. Any reporting to the contrary is false," the attorney stated firmly. "We encourage people to consult trusted news sources and to verify the accuracy of any reporting before reflexively sharing or repeating baseless rumors," she continued. This is a sad occasion, obviously. I'm thankful that, at least according to the reports, the injuries are non-life-threatening. to Offset and to Offset and his family. My prayers are with you. Our prayers are with you. Positive vibrations are with you. Let's go back to something, because the comments that I'm seeing online. Listen. Yes, immature decisions are made at times. I've made them. You make them. We're going to make them. Okay? But I want you to think about it in the larger context. In the larger context of what is actually happening. In the larger context. Just a few days ago, I reported on the move where prosecutors are using rap lyrics in order to gain convictions, in order to get arrest warrants, in order to influence grand juries. But they would not use a country music song or a rock song, a poem or a book to do the same, because that would be protected speech or artistic expression protected speech. But they will qualify rap lyrics to do this. The rapper, the entertainer, is part of the industry. As a matter of fact, when everybody gets their paycheck, out of every dollar, that rapper may get 3 pennies. Sometimes the entertainer is the least influential individual in the industry that promotes the mechanism known as music, or known as rap. It's a character. And I know someone will push back and say, no, it's real. No, it's a character. It's a character. Offset is from Gwinnett County. North Gwinnett. Suburbs. Okay? Respectful young man has had his issues obviously played out in the public light. Guarantee you, if mine or yours were played out in the public light, everything would not be peachy. So he's shot. Regardless of it being life-threatening or not, he has had an experience that we should all have a heart for. Because as much as I have seen individuals blame him who know nothing about the situation, blame him for being shot, he's not the reason why Black women are facing mass level unemployment in America. He's not the reason why gas is unaffordable and eggs and milk have gone up to record highs. He's not the reason for inflation. He's not the reason for adverse policies and dropping bombs on little girls in elementary school. So if you have a passion for the moral integrity of somebody, miss me if you miss Trump on that proclamation. All right, sharing thoughts here.
Yeah, I think, thank you for saying that. We are all doing the best we can, which sometimes isn't great, okay, day by day. And I think that's all of us. Hell, I think if you were sitting alone with the Pope, he might tell you about some things that perhaps weren't perfect with him either. He probably would delight in telling you that, to say, I'm just like you, my child. So, it reminds me to what people are saying about Offset. Remember Sean Taylor, the Redskins player who was defending himself and his family, trying to protect them when somebody broke into his home and ended up killing him. This promising young man with children and loved ones. And there were some who immediately blamed him because he was.
The last thing I seen was Offset looking at me like this. Yo, that shot me. That shot me. La 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 is a rat. I don't do no damn.
And you just want to tell us what happened?
Did I shoot? Oh,
Crazy.
They're saying you were disorderly. Outside the casino, there was a fight near the
first?
valet.
He would never play with me like that in his life.
Somebody owe you money?
That's Offset.
He owe you money?
Bail after being arrested at the Hard Rock Casino last night.
And that same casino is exactly where rapper Offset was shot after some sort of a fight broke out. Local 10's crime specialist Bridget Matter is joining us live right now. And Bridget, I know little Tjay had some words for Offset as he was leaving jail. Fill us in.
Yeah, Christy, he had a lot to say when he was bonding out of jail, including what he says he heard Offset say after he was shot. Now, to be clear, Lil Tjay has not been charged with any type of shooting charge. And Offset, he remains here at the hospital. Still a lot of questions about what exactly happened. This is rapper Lil Tjay bonding out of the Broward County Jail Tuesday afternoon.
Fight who? Were you involved in a fight at the casino?
Does Offset owe you money?
The rapper's real name is Tjay Merritt. He was at Hollywood's Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Monday night. We're live in Hollywood. Bridget Matter, Local 10 News.
Wow, that was something. So, Bridget, I mean, you do a lot of these walks as these subjects come out of jail. This has to have taken the cake, though. This was very different. His demeanor was much different than the usual.
Yeah, Christy, we wait for defendants all the time, and they are not usually talkative. He had a lot to say, and what was interesting was he and the people that picked him up, they actually stayed in their Escalade, in that car in the parking lot for a while. It seemed like there was some commotion inside of that vehicle. We thought maybe he would get back out and talk to us again, but they eventually drove off.
Okay. A very interesting day. Thanks so much, Bridget.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in on this conversation and situation involving Offset being shot after an altercation with Lil Tjay and his entourage once again. And I had links in the description where you can watch that in full on Channel 10 as they've been on the scene since this went down last night. And I just could not believe right there as Offset responded to Lil Tjay coming out the jail and popping it, talking noise. I just couldn't believe he was saying all the stuff he was saying with him being arrested and taken in for disorderly conduct in connection with this shooting that happened at the casino where they light it out there in Hollywood, Florida. But he said, you ain't bust nothing. As in, hey, you calling me a rat, you saying I'm snitching, but you ain't bust nothing. No, you ain't do nothing, whatever. I'm really just more concerned now, like, what is Lil Tjay thinking? And as they say right there, even the news ladies are shocked, like, they normally don't got nothing to say when stuff like this go on or happen. And what is, this is a crazy day right now because we really asked the people this pretty much knowing that they're not going to say nothing, but Lil Tjay gave them a whole rundown, and it gets worse because they are now looking for one of Lil Tjay partners. Lil Tjay allegedly started a fight that led to his associate shooting Offset. This according to police. According to the probable cause affidavit, cops claim around 7:22 p.m. Easter Monday, Lil Tjay directed members of his party to start a fight with another group of males at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Police say during the altercation, one of Lil Tjay's associates pulled a gun and fired, injuring Offset. The docs say cops have reviewed security footage of Lil Tjay hopping out of his vehicle, pointing out Offset and leading his group over there to the rapper where the fight broke out. They also claim Lil Tjay filmed the incident on his phone. The fight between Lil Tjay and Offset's friends went on until police arrived, cops added. Nah, they said more than that right, but I just got to the main stuff. So Lil Tjay, let me get this straight. You see Offset, and we've seen the conversation online with they DMing back and forth the issues. That's public information. It's everywhere. Everybody know about it if you follow the blogs. But you see Offset, and it's on camera. That's what's crazy. You see Offset, according to the police, this is what they say. We watch video footage. We see him hop out the car. We see him pointing to his guys. They go Offset, go get him. And then he's recorded on his phone, obviously looking for a viral moment. Part of that capital C's, controversy, chaos, confusion, conflict, and confrontation to be a part of the conversation and keep the algorithm in rotation. And we added crashing out to that situation. He looking for that, chasing them analytics, go viral without trying. And then his partner pulls out a gun and shoots him. I cannot make this up, but even worse, to add insult to injury, you just crashed your dogs out. You did get out of jail and completely confirm everything. The stuff you ain't even charged for at this point because they not charging you with the shooting. They charging your dog. But you let the people know right there something went down. We was into it. I don't do no fighting. You're popping it, talking it, and whoop-de-whoop. I'm like, hold on, bro. We got to do better than this. And it's sad because Tjay, I haven't heard nothing from him in a while. But I know bro making good music. Like I was rooting for Lil Tjay when he first came out. I liked the bro sound. And pretty sure I haven't been checking him out as of late. But I always felt that bro was talented. He was doing his thing. If you've been following the channel for a while, I've been covering. I used to cover little TJ, man. I was like rooting for Dog, and still, he went through the shooting thing and all that went on, and he made it on the other side. I'm like, man, shout out little TJ, bro, go up. But this crashing out stuff, bro. It should never be a time where you think that it's cool and smooth and the thing to do to run up to the camera crew and start popping it and talk. Well, they gonna run up to you when you get out of jail. How hard is it to say and to understand and grasp and just have it in your head? Anything I say can and will be used against me in a court of law. But also there's an investigation going on. Not that they need it now because y'all on camera, but it just shows how careless you are because you know that y'all did this. You sat in jail for the whole night, so like, hey, bro, it was cameras everywhere. One of the homies shot. I guess he owes some stuff. Well, let me pop it for the camera. I'm like, bro, if you're going to do that, at least get on your MG Vaughn out of San Antonio. God bless, he had passed away. He got out of jail to promote his mixtape. Get on your POP, hold it down. Or get on your dude, hey, man, hold it down, POP. I'm legally blind. Go viral off of it or something. This ain't even viral. You ain't even promote your music off of it. So what are you on there popping and flexing it for? And I'm like, bro, boys got to move better, man. Y'all could have lost. One of y'all going to possibly lose y'all freedom because they say y'all started it, innocent until proven guilty. But, bro, y'all could have killed Offset. And then what if y'all would have killed the man? You would have had a murder, and you could have possibly got an accomplice to murder. Like, bro, come on, what are we doing in 2026, bro? Boys got to do better. TJ, you're not a kid no more, bro. You a grown man. Like, what is really happening right now? Bro, I really cannot even fathom this. This has got to be the craziest stuff that is happening. I'm like, I can't believe this one at all. This is just some ego stuff. 10,000, 15,000. Let's keep it 100 now. That ain't gonna be the yes. I get the principle. Don't let nobody play you. Don't let nobody take your money. If that's the case, allegedly. But what are we doing with? It's like, bro, that ain't even the way I took it to. That ain't even enough to cover the lawyer fee. Just keep it at 1,000. Just keep it at 1,000 if the man would have passed away. But what's really happening? Now, bond and lawyer, 10,000 gonna be more. I'm just like, oh my God.
Right.
Like, hey man, I don't know what to say anymore, bro. This is crazy. Offset, he need to get his act together as well. Obviously, him and these casinos have been his downfall and problems and issues. But who am I? I can only just say, hey, bro, from the outside looking in, you got to do better as well and avoid these type of situations, keeping it all the way 100. But tell me what y'all think, man. We got more coming, more videos, all at 1,000. Tap into that urban.
Yep, I agree with everything you said, urban politicians. So the next one is Gucci Man sends a message that he's not cooperating with law enforcement, basically. In his case,
This rapper Big 30 is now on house arrest after he was charged, along with Pooh Shiesty last week, on kidnapping and robbery charges. But Big 30's attorney says that he expects to appeal. Fox 13 told you this morning that a judge in North Texas ordered Pooh Shiesty's dad, Lontrell Williams Sr., to be brought back to Dallas after he was also granted house arrest in Memphis. Fox 13's investigative reporter Kayla Solomon joins us live downtown at the federal court. Kayla, it was a packed courtroom for today's hearing.
Yeah, Darcy, and a number of them were family members, loved ones, supporters of Big 30. Ultimately, a judge decided to assign him a $100,000 bail amount with standard bond conditions like a curfew, as well as an ankle monitor. But I heard from his attorney, Arthur Horn, who tells me he's expecting an appeal soon.
Here's a young man that has turned his life around and is trying to make something of himself, and unfortunately has gotten himself caught up in a situation that has nothing to do with him.
Rodney Wright Jr., also known as Big 30, was given a $100,000 bail by a federal judge with standard bond conditions. But attorney Arthur Horn says the fight to keep him out of custody isn't over.
Going to file an appeal, and they're going to appeal the judge's decision, and we will have to have another detention hearing in Texas on the same facts, just like you saw today.
Right. of Rights co-defendants, Memphis rapper Lontrell Williams Jr., or Pooh Shiesty, was signed to Gucci Mane's label 1017 Records. Prosecutors say the incident started when the rapper asked to be released from his recording contract, and Gucci Mane said no. Horn says Big 30 has nothing to do with that.
He has no interest in whether Pooh Shiesty has a contract with 1017 or he doesn't. They're going to make music together regardless.
Horn says he's ready to see how this case plays out in Texas.
I think the interesting thing that we've seen in the last couple of days is that Gucci Mane has come out publicly and said that he's not cooperating with the government.
And it is worth noting that last week we did hear from an FBI agent who said that he had not heard from Gucci Mane either. He also noted that there were no working video cameras inside this recording studio at the time of this incident. Darcy.
That is Fox 13's Kayla Solomon reporting live downtown tonight. Thank you, Kayla.
On top of all that, the rapper known as Pooh Shiesty's dad will go back to Texas. The prosecutors told the judge they want Lontrell Williams Sr. kept in custody in the next week. They say they'll have to file a release order and have it revoked. In the meantime, the judge ordered Williams Sr. to be taken to Dallas. Williams Sr. will file a response the week after that.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, and I had the links in the description where you can watch these clips in the beginning and full from Fox 13 Memphis, and also Action 5, where they kind of went over Pooh Shiesty's father's bond regulations, as he has to come out here to Texas now, where he was granted bond in Memphis, but in the Texas situation, he's going to have to go through a whole nother process to get that. And I'm going to get into this write-up in just a second from TMZ to kind of highlight some of the topics as they spoke with Big 30's lawyer and Pooh Shiesty lawyers, Brad Cohen, who we've seen in this game plenty of time defend other celebrities. And I would have got to this topic right here yesterday, but I was tied up, had other videos. I was moving, doing some things, running some errands, but I wanted to make sure I came and gave that update. As y'all heard right there, that was 30's lawyer. He said out his own mouth, I didn't see it, but he claims that Gucci said that he is not cooperating with the federal government in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Now, we seen them statements from the federal complaint that they put out there. So they said that he identified Shiesty and he identified 30, but I got to come on here and update that and make sure I have that on the platform as well, that he said he is not cooperating at all. They are saying that a lot of stuff has been put together by the feds. We did see the update that there was no physical evidence in the form of a video that can be found of them doing this robbery. Then they also said that they don't have Big 30's phone, which they accused Big 30 of recording this as a form of like, hey, we're going to put this out there as in Gucci saying this on camera so he can't come back and say he didn't sign this contract. That's the alleged motive of this thing right here when it comes down to it. And the write-up says this: Pooh Shiesty and Gucci Mane were definitely involved in a situation the day Gucci was allegedly kidnapped at gunpoint. But the story told in the federal complaint could be a tall tale, at least according to attorneys representing two of the defendants. One of the lawyers, Arthur Horn Jr., who represents rapper Big 30, tells us his client will be pleading not guilty to the charges and denies all allegations against him in charging documents. Horn says clearly there was a situation between Pooh Shiesty and Gucci Mane, but he insists Big 30 only went to the studio with Pooh to make music. Horn says Gucci was in Dallas and popped into the studio, claiming there was a conversation that didn't go well between Pooh Shiesty, his dad, Lontrell Williams Sr., and Gucci, according to the government. The federal complaint says Pooh wanted out of his contract with Gucci, so he and his cohorts ordered Gucci at gunpoint to sign off on his release papers. Horn says it's alleged that while Pooh was in prison, Gucci made roughly $25 million on Pooh's music. We reached out to Pooh's attorney, Bradford Cohen, who tells us the prosecution case against Pooh may not hold up to close inspection, saying we're going to examine the accuracy of the statements from alleged victims in the complaint and what those individuals allegedly told them. He added, I'm not sure those individuals said what is said in the indictment. So all that is angled to, the feds ran with some things. Did they really say this? Were the police called and right away? They don't know. Innocent until proven guilty for all parties involved. What they do have is them at the location. They also found the hoodie for one of the guys that was on camera. We see them with watches and stuff all in the photos, so that's pretty much that for that. But they have federal conspiracy. Y'all know what them conspiracies mean, where they just get you close to the fact, they'll run you down through there. That's how the feds get down with these type of things. But at the same time, you got lawyer money. Hey, fam, y'all ain't got no physical this. Y'all don't got no video of this. Y'all got they word versus mine. Where's the proof at? And then did Gucci and them and really say this? So it's just a lot of things going on. I want to make sure I got all sides out, innocent until proven guilty. The feds jumped out there, got everybody talking, including myself. I got to sit back and see and say what's what now. Pusheisty most definitely on another level. The music is going even crazier now. And then also you see Big 30 was on the yard. Somebody put that video out. It was all over Twitter and the blogs yesterday. People were sending it to me. I said, wow, what is really happening? All this is being seen in real time. 21 Savage had jumped out there, was jamming first day out. You knew what that was going to do on the blogs. And he came back and said, nah, that ain't that. I'm just listening to the music. That's all that was. It wasn't even that. But I'm like, well, you know that people was going to jump out there and say, like, you choosing the side or something of that nature. Let's keep it all the way 100. I'll keep y'all updated on everything that's coming with this. Pusheisty going to have his day in court, and we'll see what's what. Stay on your pivot. Tap into that Urban Politics TV Patreon. Got some more videos on there that's out now and a lot more coming. Stay on your pivot for shit show.
Like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, so next topic is 50 Cent calls out Shreveport Councilman, and he responds.
Welcome back. Curtis 50 Cent Jackson recently said he is disappointed in criticism surfacing online following his recent donation of $500,000 to numerous nonprofits in Shreveport. Fox 33's Maya Alicia joins us live in studio to share more. Maya.
Alex, 50 Cent claims City Councilman Alan Jackson played a part in the online criticism. The councilman spoke with me today to set the record straight. Entrepreneur Curtis 50 Cent Jackson took to Instagram claiming a Shreveport City Councilman was, quote, creating negative energy around his $500,000 donation to local nonprofits.
When we look at 50 Cent, he is a private individual. I understand this is his money and he has the right to spend his money however he deems fit. Honestly, I just think this is just a miscommunication. I'm open to sitting down and having a face-to-face conversation with 50 Cent to let him know how I'm feeling so he can hear that directly from me, and he's not hearing that third party.
Councilman Jackson says he was not being negative and appreciates Curtis Jackson backing the organizations.
So those accusations are false. I'm actually happy for all of the 9 organizations that were selected. I'm happy that 50 Cent is investing in those organizations and continue to invest in our city.
The councilman says he never made a public comment on the recent donations, but reached out to Jackson's reps after hearing concerns from organizations in his district.
I appreciate everything he's done. I appreciate everything he's going to do. But I was elected by my district, and it's my job to make sure I can answer those tough questions for them. And so I was just trying to fill in the gap to make sure that they had a fair shot at the current funding that was on the table and possibly any future funding that he may or may not decide to give to Shreveport.
Councilman Jackson says it is his job to fight for his district.
I don't feel like this process was fair, and I just wanted to get more clarity on what the process was and then have a conversation on how we can make sure that it's better in the future. I'm not trying to make anybody upset, especially Mr. Curtis Jackson, because he didn't have to do what he did. So I do want to state again, I appreciate everything he's done. I appreciate everything he's going to do.
Councilman Jackson says he wants to work with 50 Cent to make sure the city council has a seat at the table, so Shreveport is informed and knows how any future investments will impact them. Back to you, Alex.
All right. Thank you so much, Maya.
Okay, that's very interesting. So 50 Cent called out this Alan Jackson dude. Because the Alan Jackson dude don't feel like he's giving to the nonprofits that need it the most, or that should be getting it. I don't know. We'll keep you updated on this. This is like from a week ago, so I just seen it in my timeline. I was like, oh yeah, I should cover this. So moving along, this ass Reid is back at it again. She's in the sunken place, and once it's all broke, it's the same one those calling us Russian bots and all that crazy shit. So brother TD Media Group on his Cherry Time channel gonna give us an update on that.
Joy Reid, in essence, wants us all broke because being broke is good. If this isn't sunken place talk, I don't know what is. This is some straight sunken place nonsense where you're trying to justify being broke and paying high taxes, okay? And not having any money to leave over to your children. I kid you not. This is the foolishness that's coming out of her mouth. Sunken place behavior, sunken place talking points. Look at this.
Is that if you go back before the 20th century, there were no income taxes, there were no regulations on business. You could earn as much money as you want, leave 100% of it to your children with no taxes. Right.
What is wrong with that? Can somebody please explain to me what's the issue? I don't know. Why is this a negative thing? Why is this a bad thing? And you know what's crazy too? And shout out to Rob for putting this in the chat. Where is it? He said anti-wealth culture, pro-crime, right? Understand, when Joy Reid is talking, or any of these melanated political pundits and politicians are talking that are of my hue, right? They're only talking to Black folks. Like, non-Black people don't listen to them. They don't listen to Joy Reid or anything that she has to say or take her seriously, right? They don't. So this message is meant for Black folks, right? It's not even meant for Saul. Okay, it's meant for Black folks. It's meant to convince you that being broke is a virtue. It's meant to convince you that being broke is a good thing. It's meant to convince you that we're going to tax you into oblivion and then give it back to you. But what's the word I'm looking for? They're trying to sell you on taxing you, right? So that we can give it back to you. Reparatory justice is, I believe, this is the word I'm looking for. Reparatory justice. They're trying to convince you that you're going to get some sort of reparatory justice by getting taxed into oblivion. So we need to tax you into oblivion. And if these racist MAGAs want to get rid of income tax, I'm going to tax you into oblivion to give it back to you, right? If these racist MAGAs say that we can't tax you into oblivion when it comes to handing over your estate to your children after you pass away, well, then how are we supposed to tax you and give it back to you? Think about how crazy this is and what she's talking about and what she's saying. I'm trying to convince you that being taxed out the ass is a good thing, and that making money is a bad thing, and making as much money as you want is a bad thing. Listen to what she's saying again.
That if you go back before the 20th century, there were no income taxes, there were no regulations on business. You could earn as much money as you want, leave 100% of it to your children with no taxes. Right.
You could earn as much money as you want and leave it 100% to your children with no taxes. Sounds like a good thing to me. It sounds like a phenomenal thing to me. She's not done though. I'm going to play it from the top and answer the phone because now my wife is calling me. Okay. So give me more while I mute up, as I like to do in the middle of shows. And I'm going to play this.
Is that if you go back before the 20th century, there were no income taxes, there were no regulations on business. You could earn as much money as you want, leave 100% of it to your children with no taxes. Right. That's the world they want back. And to get it back, they need society to change. They need people to be less modern. They need people to want fewer things.
This is the most idiotic thing that I've ever heard in my life. They need people to be less modern, and they need people to want fewer things. In a world where in a world that's ran on debt and that's ran on consumption, our economy is ran on debt and consumption. How do you convince people and roll back the clock allegedly to make people want less things, right? And to stop consuming? What she's saying doesn't make sense. There's no logic behind any of it. But I'm trying to convince you that Mamdaniism, because that's what she's spreading right now. She's pushing Mamdaniism, where we tax you into oblivion, that Mamdaniism is a good thing. These are the kind of people that keep you broke. Joy Reid will have you out here broke as hell, a broke victim that's asking for your government to tax you to death in the hopes that they'll give it back to you in some sort of reparatory justice from whatever happened in the past. That's crazy, whatever nonsense that she's talking about here right now. I can't even believe that something like this would be coming out of her mouth.
No, no, no.
Yeah, Joyce Reid just needs to tell her ass down somewhere. That's the same one that was calling us Russian bots and disinformation agents. So that's what I gotta say on that. So now I'm gonna get to the legal migrant news, or migrant news, I guess. So the real reason why FBAs won't be deported, you can't be deported. We're the only non-deportables in this country. So Tariq gonna give us an update on that. And then that'll probably be the last topic for this part one.
Slapping dudes, slapping them African dudes. And we're like, hey, man, what's up? What y'all doing over there? And then they try to tell us, well, they slap you. Dudes be over there. If you look at, have y'all seen some of the videos coming out of Africa where them Asian dudes be over there slapping dudes? Have y'all seen some of them videos, man? Man, there's several videos like in Kenya and places like that, and where some of those Asian business owners be slapping dudes, slapping them African dudes. And we're like, hey, man, what's up? What y'all doing over there? And then they try to tell us, well, they slap you too, nigga. They be doing it to the Asians, do it to you, FBAs. Let me tell you something. I give you $500 if you show me a video of a goddamn FBA getting slapped by an Asian, a man. Now they might get off one on a sister. They might. I'll give you $500 fucking dollars if you show me a damn FBA man getting slapped by a damn Asian. Where they do that at? Nigga, where does that ever happen? Ever. I ain't never seen that. Ever. Never, ever, ever. They might get off on a sister. They might get off one on them. I ain't never see them do it to no FBA brother. Never. I don't know what you're talking about. Never. And another thing, though, they try to talk about, they try to rewrite history. You notice on some of these white supremacist websites, when they try to take little jabs at black people, they're like, yeah, we need those Korean rooftop store owners. There's like a little running joke where they use pictures from the LA riots in '92. They show these images of these Koreans that were standing on the roofs of their stores with rifles. So they always they're trying to rewrite history to make it seem like those Korean dudes on the roof were regulating. Where the hell my LA people? Man, y'all know good and well they weren't shooting at us. Now they were going off, they were hitting Mexicans. They didn't fire one shot at no FBAs. I'm telling you firsthand. They didn't want them. Y'all know good and well they weren't bucking shots at no damn FBAs. Not one. Don't let these people lie to you. Them rooftop Koreans did not. For the record, don't let nobody lie. I'm telling you what I've seen and what I fucking know because I was there. They didn't buck a shot at the brothers. Not one. They didn't want that damn smoke. I promise you they didn't. They didn't want them problems. They were bucking on the Mexicans, but not the brothers. Don't let nobody lie to you. Please don't let nobody lie to you. Yeah? Yeah, people try to get slick after 30, 40 years. They start trying to rewrite history, and you're not doing that. No, no, no. Yeah, that's one thing I give South Central LA that. You ain't really running down on cats like that out there. Y'all remember during the whole Black Lives Matter riots and uprisings, when you had the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and all of that. And, you know, they like to test to see how far they can go. The Oath Keepers and, all those little white supremacist groups start popping up because they started feeling like they got punked out because there was uprisings and the streets was rising up around the country. So law enforcement was working with those guys. You know, law enforcement, some of those guys have clicked in with law enforcement. So y'all remember when they thought they were going to come out to South Central LA. Y'all remember that? The Oath Keepers and all these people and the Proud Boys, they thought that they were going to come out to LA and go do a protest at Maxine Waters' office. Her office is in the heart of South Central. It's in the heart of South Central. So they planned a little protest to come to South Central LA. Nigga. Man, they didn't even get to park their damn cars, dude. They got their ass whooped in traffic. They didn't even get to park. They got their ass whooped at traffic lights. They were running them white supremacists down. When them brothers heard about that, niggas was out there waiting, circling the block. They didn't park good before they got their ass toe up. They got whooped all up and down Crenshaw. They got toe up. They didn't want that. All the people in the community pulled all the way up on them. They were getting beat at red lights, literally. They were catching them, and they were looking for them flags, and man, they got ran down on. Yeah, Latasha Harling. Yeah, we know about that. The Latasha Harlings thing. That was one of the reasons for the riots as well. And that's the store owner, Sung Jong-woo, whatever her name is. Yeah, the brothers, they burned that damn store down, by the way. They tore that store up. Yeah, they acquitted that Asian woman for shooting Latasha Harlings. And yeah, they went up there and got rid of that store. Yeah, Soon Jawu, whatever her name is, she had to leave. She had to get the hell on up out of there. Yeah. Man. Let me see. Let me get a couple of more folks up in here. Just a couple of more people, because we got some stuff to do, some more things to do with the kids. We went to the Space Museum out here. They got a beautiful Space Museum here. What are some other things to do in Houston, family? Some other sightseeing things. Yeah, the kids really enjoyed the Space Museum. They had a ball up there. We had a ball at the Space Museum out here in Houston. Let me see. Jay Will, let's get who we got. Who we got? Let's get Jay Will in here. Let's get Mr. Jay Will. What's up, Jay?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jay. How you doing, Jay?
I'm good, brother. Hey, I'm in Houston, man. I'm actually from the city, brother.
Oh, cool.
Couple things. You might want to go, if you really want to get the real good food, you might want to go down to Alameda in 3rd Ward.
Alameda.
They got Alameda. That they got a lot of good restaurants out there. Just ride down Alameda. You're gonna see all of them lined up. That's where the turkey leg hut used to be.
Okay. What's the best? What's some of the best black barbecue spots?
You know what? It's so many of them, brother. They're like on every corner, bro. I mean,
oh damn. Okay.
Yeah, that and seafood spots. Your seafood and barbecue spots on literally on every corner. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But just be careful out there because man, Houston is the capital of thick women. So it's a lot of good trouble out in these streets, brother. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, no, the food is great, man. I just want to say Houston gets a bad rap online with some of the stuff you see, but 9 times out of 10, that's Tethers doing that. That's not the people from Houston doing all their foolishness, bro. And I'll lay it right there.
There it is, man. Thank you. And you know what I'm noticing, nigga? Houston is baby Lagos. There's a lot of Nigerians. I've been seeing a lot of Nigerians out here. And I'm not saying good or bad. I'm not saying and some of the people are very cool. There's a lot of them out here. It's baby Lagos out here, nigga. It's Nigerians everywhere out here.
A lot of them niggas be scamming.
Well, what's up, Bill? How you doing, man?
What's going on? What's going on? Hey, Tariq. Yeah. I got a question. I came in a little late, so I don't know if y'all touched on this already. But tomorrow, Trump will be going to the Senate and talking about birthright.
Yes.
Now, I remember when the deportation stuff first kicked up a few months ago, a lot of tethers were saying, "Oh, y'all next. Y'all ain't safe." Even some ignorant FBAs was following behind that sentiment. We always echoed and knew that wasn't the case.
Right.
But what are you expecting then? Are you gonna give a special broadcast tomorrow following that?
Well, yeah, I'm out here in Houston, so I'm gonna be out and about, but I'm going to be listening in. Thank you. I'm definitely going to be listening in because that's very important. And yeah, that whole thing. Let me tell you something, because a lot of these people got wishful thinking, talking about we gonna get deported. Family. Oh yeah, Trillburger. Yeah, I got to try Trillburger, by the way. I got to try that because I've been seeing Trillburger, so I want to try it. But what my brother just talked about, I want y'all to understand something. We as Foundation of Black Americans, we're not going to get deported. Do y'all, the tethers really hate that. They really hate the fact that we can't and will not be deported. For several reasons. Well, we're the reasons for the 14th Amendment. You cannot deport the people who literally define what American citizenship is. That's what this hearing is about. That's what they've been saying. 14th Amendment was meant for the descendants of slaves, the descendants of freedmen, foundational Black Americans. That's one of the reasons why they really hate us delineating, because our delineation is recognized. There's a Supreme Court hearing on it. It's about our delineation and these laws specifically for our lineage group. You see? And we're standing on that. This was established, this 14th Amendment was to recognize us specifically after the Civil War. You can't revoke FBA citizenship. That means you got to tear up the 14th Amendment. So if you do that, the whole legal concept of who's an American, that just collapses. And we, like I said the other day, we are America's global soft power. America don't rule the world with just guns and tanks. You rule it with culture. Who creates the culture? We do. You understand? Foundational Black American culture is American pop culture. The music, the slang, the style, the sports dominance, that's our South power being exported globally. Saturday Night Live, they just did a skit where it was a white guy. He was like supposed to be playing a skit of a social media influencer. And he kept using a bunch of online slang. And the joke was, well, basically, all of that slang is basically Black American slang, which is true. They know it. When you look at culture here on TikTok, culture on Twitter, what do people do, family, on Instagram? What do people do on these social media sites? all they do is sit up here and act like foundational Black Americans. They do voiceovers as us. They're doing dances as us. They're using slang as us. They're just literally copying us. They're not copying Jamaicans. They're not copying Haitians. They're not copying Ugandans. They're not copying Ghanaians. They're not copying anybody, Afro-Latinos, nothing. They're copying foundational Black Americans, ladies and gentlemen. That's all social media is. And again, we are the moral counterbalance of the United States. That's the reason why the U.S. can go around the world acting like the global police, preaching about democracy and human rights. That's because of our civil rights struggle. It's our fight. We fought to hold this country to what the Constitution is supposed to mean. That gives America the moral authority on the world stage. Without foundational Black Americans, the U.S. has no moral leg to stand on when they negotiate or critique other nations. That's why Jesse Jackson was important. That's why they would have to send Jesse Jackson to go get troops and get hostages all over the damn place. Remember? Not only Jesse Jackson, it was a lot of us going out here. We would always go out here negotiating and getting hostages from places. Remember in Iran in the 1970s and 79, when Iran got a whole bunch of American hostages, there was some workers over there, I think some military contractors who got hemmed up in Iran. What did Iran do? They let all the Black ones go. They let all the foundational Black American ones go. They had Muhammad Ali out here negotiating, getting hostages. Think they had Dennis Rodman get some damn hostages from somewhere. Dennis Rodman. You know? You can't send no whitey person over nowhere to go get nobody. For real. For real, for real. You got to send us over there to do it. Yeah, over there in North Korea, yeah, with some hostages over there. Dennis Rodman went and got them. Come on now. Man. Also remember when the basketball stud was over there in Russia?
Oh yeah.
They kept stopping FBAs from going over there to get her. There were several brothers who were trying to go. Dennis Rodman wanted to go get her.
Yeah.
Roy Jones, because he's clicked in with the Russians over there. He's cool with them somehow. He said, hey, I can go get her. They were like, oh no, don't go over there. They kept trying to stop us from going over there to get her ass because they wanted to put it on Biden. They needed it to be a political win for Biden. Yeah, Brittany Griner. Yeah, they wanted it to be a political win for him. Yeah. So I didn't know that. Roy Jones has Russian citizenship. Okay, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Okay, but Roy Jones was like, hell, I go get her. They were like, oh, no, don't get involved now. Oh, don't get involved. Okay, I didn't know he had citizenship over there. That's why. Okay. Yeah. Several of us were saying we can go get that woman. Yeah? Man. Come on now. Well, listen, we're not going to get deported. The U.S. is not going to export our military genius, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know we fought in every single war on this soil, going back to the Revolutionary War? Family, they study some of the Black Maroons over here, how they got down. We had a military base set up in the Great Dismal Swamp that was never infiltrated, ladies and gentlemen. That was foundational Black Americans. We set up a Maroon colony in the Great Dismal Swamp of Virginia and North Carolina that lasted for centuries, that never got infiltrated. These folks study that shit to this damn day. They set up Blackwater over there in the damn swamp so they can study what we did. Look up what I just told you. I've talked about that many times. Blackwater, they changed the name to Academy, but they set up Blackwater over there at the Great Dismal Swamp, and they study what the Black Maroons did and how they survived. We gave them the blueprint. They studied the Black folks in the Seminole War.
Sure did.
That's what them Rambo movies was about. Rambo running around there with a red bandana. That's what the Maroons would wear. Fighting in the swamp. The red bandana, that's the Maroons. Yeah, they send Navy SEALs to the Great Dismal Swamp and drop them off and do training there. They train the damn Navy SEALs there in the Great Dismal Swamp. They study our military genius. Hell, even the military chant, is it the Buckworth chant, that sound off? Where my military cats at? I think it's the Buckworth chant, if I'm not mistaken. The sound off chant that they use in the military. That came from foundational Black America. Duckworth, that's my bad. I said Buckworth, it's Duckworth. The Duckworth chant. Duckworth, that's a foundational Black American. He's from the same place down in Georgia that Elijah Muhammad was from. Shout out to U.S. Army, shout out to my Army vets out there. Yeah, that chant that y'all do, that comes from y'all, family. That comes from the Duckworth chant. That's a foundational Black American. That's y'all. That's you. That's you. That's you too. From Saundersville, right. Saundersville, Georgia. Come on, they're not going to let that go. Foundational Black Americans, we got generations of highly specialized military, tactical, logistical knowledge. The red tails, come on, man. The U.S. government ain't stupid. You ain't about to take millions of highly trained, tactically brilliant, foundational Black American men and women and exile them some damn where. You out your fucking mind. You do that, you're going to hand over a massive, highly trained army to your foreign adversaries? Never. That'll be geopolitical suicide. You try to exile us, millions of foundational Black Americans? You think the global adversaries of the U.S., they'd be up here with open arms bringing us in? China, Russia, all these people. They would immediately offer asylum, resources, alliances. These people, they study us already. Yeah, the Buffalo Soldiers, yeah, come on. We all over the Buffalo Soldiers, come on. They ain't about to export that out to nobody so we can give the game to other folks and they capitalize off of it. Come on, man. We're the people who built the infrastructure, the technology, the culture, from the patents that we've had. Modern medicine, engineering, hell, the George Washington Carvers of the world and the healers. Man, we're the intellectual backbone here. You push us out, that's going to cause a brain drain.
Yep.
The music culture, the sports culture, you're going to give all of our athletes, really? You're going to send that overseas so we can get them popping? Never. Out of your damn mind. That ain't happening. You ain't about to send LeBron and all these people out. You ain't about to send Sha'Carri Richardson. You ain't about to send all these people no damn where. You ain't about to send nobody nowhere, all right? Stop it. Let's stop playing. Somebody said, wait, is it? Right. Yeah, it's a wrap. Family, we as foundational Black Americans, we bring in trillions of dollars yearly. We spend trillions of dollars yearly. You think these folks are going to get rid of trillions of dollars? No, they're not. We are the Olympics, right? We are the sports franchises. We are the music industry. You think they're going to give those billion-dollar businesses up to other folks? That's why they were mad at Michael. Michael went over their heads. Remember, Michael said, fuck Tommy Mottola and these guys. Michael went overseas. They welcomed Michael with open arms. Let's go back to Michael Jackson for a minute. Michael Jackson would never have gotten that deal from these white supremacists over here. Never. But Michael was a very own cold brother. He went over there to the Sony. Sony is Japanese owned. He went to the heads of Sony, They welcome Michael with open arms. They like, Michael, anything you want, you got it. Them Japanese gave Michael the keys to the damn castle. Hell, you want all the publishing? It's yours. We love you, Michael. He went straight to Japan and they gave him the golden fucking goose. Them white supremacists so damn mad, that's why they went in on him. That's why they had to get rid of him. That's what I'm saying. These folks will be glad to do good business with us. Yeah, they'll welcome us with open arms. Shit. Don't get it twisted. We ain't about to deport shit. Now, Umduge, you gonna get deported, because yeah, I'm not trying to be mean, but Umduge, you ain't really bringing nothing to the table. So, not being mean, Umduge, but yeah, there's nothing to deport you. You didn't really have anything going on where you came from. So yeah, yeah. But they'll deport you. You do, nigga. No, they're not gonna deport me. I got value, nigga. No, I ain't trying to be mean, but no, nigga. Yeah, you ain't gonna be missed. All right, we'll be missed, not you. So don't try to sit up here and tell me we gonna get deported too. No, nigga, we bring something way different to the table. All right, we bring something way different to the damn table. You know? No disrespect. And some of y'all are good people. I'm not saying you're not good people, but come on. No, it's a little different. Hell yeah, Michael was an industry to himself. A lot of us are. Man, we are, hell, Beyonce is $1 billion industry. That's a one-woman corporation. Nobody deporting that? What the hell are you talking about? We go out here, generate all types of money with our talent. What the hell are you talking about? Our brother Kendrick Lamar, he's doing sold-out global tours around the world. Man, we generate all types of money. Our music, sports, innovations. I'm up here, we went to the Space Museum looking at some of those NASA spaceships. Remember, they were talking about that they got a lot of displays of them going to the moon and all of that. Family, they could not have gone to the moon. It was foundational Black American women who were the ones calculating all of that. That's what that movie Hidden Figures was about. Which it's very ironic they used the name Hidden Figures, by the way. That's a hell of a coincidence. But yeah, that was foundational Black American women coming up with those damn space calculations. They calculated the goddamn moon landing. Yeah? Come on. Nobody giving that up. You ain't about to deport that. Y'all better recognize. Man.
Better recognize.
Real talk. This was before all of these advanced computers.
My phone is still east side to that.
Yeah. This was before advanced computers. Man. We got to understand the game out here. There was a brother in slavery who was considered a human calculator.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot what that brother's name was. I think he was in Virginia. I forgot that name. I forgot what that brother's name was. But yeah, we've had all types of innovations for years. Well, from here. Let me see who's in. Y'all raise your hand. We got a lot of folks in here. We got a lot of people in here. Y'all hop on in here. Yeah, there was a brother in slavery. I forgot what that brother's name was, but this brother, he was an enslaved brother. God, I forgot where he was from. But this brother he knew all of these complex numbers. And they would do all these tests with this brother, and he knew all of these complex calculations. And he just knew them off rip. He just knew them shits off rip. Thomas Fuller, yeah, Tom Fuller.
Thomas Fuller.
There you go, Thomas Fuller. Yeah, the human calculator. Yeah, this brother knew all of these complex numbers. This was an enslaved brother. You know, they would force you not to read. But this dude knew all of these complex numbers. This was like in the early mid 1700s. I think they called him the Virginia calculator. He was illiterate. They forced him, you know, they forced us to not read and write. But he could solve massive calculations in his head. See, a lot of the ignorance has been placed on us. And even though we still fight through that, we can still fight through that. And this dude could work with time, dates, large calculations instantly. Yeah. So yeah. This is some phenomenal stuff we got going on here. See, they try to force ignorance on us, and we still fight through it. We still shine through. Yeah. You got a cousin whose name is Thomas Fuller? Yeah, it's heavy. Let me see. They signed in, every grandparent signed the name in cursive. Man. All right, let me get one more call in here, family. Yeah, our light is going to shine regardless.
Right.
Yeah, our light will shine regardless. Just like that tether caller who called up talking about Bama this, playing the banjo Bama. See, they got this thing where they try to put this stigma on Southern people, as if Southern Black people are less intelligent and all that. And just because of the Southern accent, they try to make that synonymous with lack of intelligence. That's cap. That's bullshit. They try to make the Southern accent synonymous with lack of intelligence. And if you look at the culture, look at hip hop, for example. Some of the rappers from the South, these are some of the most intelligent cats in the game.
Right. Oh shit.
Some of the rappers from the South are some of the most intelligent people in the game. My brother Killer Mike, countries he wanna be. One of the smartest brothers I know. David Banner from Mississippi. Countries he wanna be. One of the smartest cats in the game.
K. Reno.
T.I.
Yes.
Straight out of the streets of Georgia. T.I.'s vocabulary is more vast than anybody in hip hop. It's like a running joke how vast T.I.'s vocabulary is.
I don't know if he's more vast than K. Reno.
Bun B out here. Very proud of Bun B. I see Trill Burgers out here. One of my favorite rappers, Scarface, out here in Houston. Ain't too many people touching no damn Scarface.
Right.
Ain't too many people touching Scarface. Yeah. KP, who's your father, K? Oh yeah, so your dad. I'll say, oh, your dad is. Yeah, a lot of intelligent people, man. Very, very intelligent people. Yeah. Yeah, Scarface is the king of the South. Scarface is the truth, man.
Right.
Yeah, Scarface is the truth. One of the best, most underrated cats out there.
Right.
Yeah, Scarface is the GOAT. Yeah.
On the gold list.
So where the fine FBA women at? They out here in damn Houston. They out here heavy. They out here deep. Man. Said most of the Black colleges in the South. Yes, indeed.
That's what most stations.
All right. Let me see. Let me try a couple of more people in here. Fresh Life. Let's get Fresh Life in the building.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? Nice to speak to you again.
Hey, brother Fresh, how you doing, fam?
I'm all right. Real quick, have you heard about what Charles Barkley said about
immigrants? Yeah.
Immigrants? Yeah, that's crazy, right? And he's from Alabama, right?
Yeah, he is. He is. Yeah. I don't know what Charles just be saying shit. Charles Barkley said something like, "Yeah, immigrants built this country. Immigrants built this country." I don't know. Charles be just saying shit. Charles know better. He says something about the immigrants built the country. Charles just be saying shit. That's our brother. But he just be saying shit. I don't know what his angle is. Yeah. But I don't know where he get that shit from. But I thought he was a Republican. He was saying a whole bunch of conservative talking points at one point. I don't know what Charles is doing. I just want to say, immigrants built that country. They built. Okay, Charles. Okay, go sit down and get a butter biscuit, Charles. I don't know what Charles is talking about. Shout out to the Barkley family. I loved his mother, Miss Charcy May. She was our bus driver. She took us to school. Loved her to life. She was like an aunt to us. Miss Charcy May, his mother. She was a very sweet lady. She used to take us to school. She used to drive us to school. She was a bus driver. I don't know what Charles be saying. I don't know what he be talking about. He just be saying shit. Man. I know. That's the homie. We know his family very, very well. Yeah, I know him. Yeah, we know him. We grew up with him. We grew up with Charles Barkley. Yeah, we know him. His mother was our bus driver. His mother drove the bus, drove us to school. Lovely woman. Yes, I don't know what he be talking about. Man. Okay. Let me see who we got. All right. Okay, let me what time is it out here? Okay. All right. Because I'm out here in the beautiful Houston. Beautiful. Shout out to everybody in Houston. We're having a ball out here. We're having a ball out here. Who was the Fry Guys? The Fry Guys, did I have you on before? Fry Guy, I think I tried to add you on and nothing happened. Okay, Fry Guys, hop on. All right. So your daddy was locked up with James Brown. What the hell what was he doing locked up with James Brown? All right. Okay, let's get, okay. I wanted the Fry Guys to get on, but I don't know. Let me see. Should I get one more call, family? Should I get one more? Because we do have a lot of people in here. All right, let me see. Not 4 more. We ain't doing 4 more. We ain't gonna do 4 more. Let's get one more. Y'all want one more? Y'all raise your hand. All right, if y'all don't raise your hand, we're gonna shut it on down. Let's raise your hands. Raise your hand in the chat. Let's do that. If you want to get on, raise your hand in the chat. All right, let's try it that way. Let's try Mr. Tjay. Mr. Tjay, hop on in, Tjay. All right, Mr. Tjay. All right. All right, Mr. Tjay, I invited you up and you didn't come on through. All right. All right, come on now. Let's get one more. We're going to shut it down. Let's get Nina. Is it Rena or Nina? Hop on in. Rena? Okay, Rena, where you at?
Y'all hit that like and subscribe button. Appreciate you staying up.
Okay, Rena ain't saying nothing. All right, I'm going to try one more. If y'all don't get on, we're going to shut this thing down.
Yeah, we about to shut this
all right, because I ain't going to be just pushing buttons. Let's try billion. Billion, let's get billion in here. Billion. All right, billion. Billion. Yo, billion. All right. All right, billion ain't saying nothing. All right. So nobody's. Okay. All right, we getting pump fakes, all right? People are hitting the button by mistake. All right. You see, this wastes a lot of time. I don't want to waste time now. Because I low-key got the itis. I've been eating barbecue and catfish nuggets all damn day out here in Houston. I already low-key got the itis. I've been drinking sweet tea, eating pecan pies and shit. I'm going to look just like that picture right there.
Damn.
I'm going to look like Roland Martin when I leave this damn place. All right. So y'all got to come on now. I'm trying to get some sleep. Shit. Y'all get on here. I'm trying to sleep this itis off so I can wake up and get big back meals early in the morning. I'm starting early. I've been out here waking up with grits and biscuits and shit. Nigga, I'm out here just gorging myself. So come on now. I'm trying to get me some sleep so I can get me some biscuits in the morning. Shit. Man. Dude, they feed out here, dude. Oh, I've been just eating it up. Nigga, this morning I had chicken wings, grits, and some damn grilled potatoes. Man, I'm out here looking like the fat nigga in Pretty Ricky, the little fat one. That's what I'm gonna be looking like. Just stomach all over the place. Man. When I get back to LA, I'm gonna have to take me a sea moss cleanse because I'm showing out. We're gonna be out here for the rest of the week. I'm eating everything out here, nigga. Well, y'all gotta see me and my lady. We out here eating like hostages. It's up. Yeah, I'm in Houston right now, nigga. Man, we out here in Houston getting all this good ass food. Shout out to Houston. Shout out to Houston. Loving it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. All right, who is this people? Hold on, I'm trying to get some people in here. Different. What's up, brother? Different.
Hey, Tyreek, how you doing?
Hey, Different. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. It's that stuff what happened with that man in Ghana. He tried to go to that's where he tried to go to that country in the Brazil area and do the same crap. He tried to take money from them too.
Oh Lord. Lord.
Yeah, so he just didn't come to the United States. He went to South America too. Like he was going around everywhere and doing it. I'm like, man, this man is diabolical.
Man, these people are just going on a finessing tour, man. That's incredible. Thank you, Different. Miss Mangoes. Mia. Yo, Mia. Okay, Mia ain't saying nothing. Okay. Let me get Mia out of here. And Miss TJ, she's not saying nothing. Let me get her out of here too. All right. All right. Let me go ahead and wrap it on up. Everybody go to rootworkstyle.com. Get your Rootwork deodorant. Rootworkstyle.com. Ladies and gentlemen, rootworkstyle.com. All right. I'm up out of here, guys. Papi Akute, Lola Vuvi to the family. Peace.
Work in the evening. Got me coming back to you.
For $7,500. Spradley pled guilty.
Y'all can see this lady was a crackhead, man. She was on the crack, but show us what them little heads be doing. Them little heads really be finessing them houses.
These guys are trying to scam my boy out his property. Look, it's the second time he came around talking about he trying to get him. He's trying to scam.
Came to do inspection on the
house. Ain't no inspection. You don't own the house. Get out of here. You don't own nothing. Like that court order. No, get out of here. Fake ass court order. Look, this nigga sounds scared.
Might have to drop a dime on them niggas.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. All we pushing help and to better understand the self. In this video, y'all, we got deed thefts that's going on in our community in New York, the FBA community. We're gonna play this video, and I want to get what y'all think in the comment section. Let's get
deed theft, where homeowners are essentially tricked out of their properties, has been a pervasive problem for a few years now. And now this group is rallying outside the governor's office demanding that she do something about it.
Father and I worked really hard. We scraped and we saved and we purchased our home legally and legitimately.
Rachel Cyprian was shaking mad as she spoke with us outside the governor's office about the devastating impact of her 15-year fight to reclaim ownership of her Brooklyn home following deed theft.
It leads to homelessness. It leads to depression. It leads to all sorts of failures. Here we are, Black people, in this country now for over 400 years, and we're constantly starting from square one.
Deed theft is when a property's title is transferred away from the rightful owner, generally due to deceptive or predatory tactics. Frequently, the targets are seniors and communities of color.
What do we want? And when do we want it?
Now, Brooklyn City Councilman Tjay is pressing the governor to put a moratorium on evictions where there's a deed theft case pending or being investigated.
We are pleading to the governor, to the head of the state, to do right by all of us, to do right by Black New Yorkers, and to do your job.
During the moratorium, Tjay and other elected leaders are demanding legislative fixes, like more support for homeowners in eviction court, special investigative units inside district attorneys' offices, a public database of shell companies associated with deed theft, and more. In response, a spokeswoman for the governor's office did not mention an immediate moratorium, but said the governor has taken a number of steps to push back against deed theft. Quote, "No New Yorker should be cheated out of the opportunity to keep their home," which is why Governor Hochul has proposed $40 million in her state budget for the Homeowner Protection Program, and why she has led the way in enacting strong protections to empower homeowners and crack down on illegal deed theft. But advocates say they will press on for more reform and that immediate moratorium.
Moratorium now! Moratorium now!
Governor Hochul, it is now at your door.
Right.
What are you going to do to keep Black families in their home? That's it. That's all I want to hear about.
Between 2014 and 2023, there have been roughly 3,500 complaints of deed theft in New York City alone. So we will continue following these proposals and continue to follow up with the governor's office and councilman's office as this moves forward. In Midtown, Henry Rossoff, Pix 11.
Can you tell me a little bit about the story, what's going on here?
Sure, absolutely. Well, what's happening is that this is a form of deed theft by conservatorship, guardianship that he mentioned. The conservatorship was in the state of Georgia. Georgia signed off with these shell developers and signed off and said that the property was for sale. They sold the property. It was in litigation. It was in court. They discontinued the case, and then they went amongst each other and signed off and said that they sold the property for whatever amount. And then they came into my house and broke in and said, "We're the new owners of the property." Right.
Wow.
And then that's when the series of stuff have started, was saying, no, this is a deed theft case. Like, how does a conservative from Georgia able to sign off without petitioning the state of New York for a sale? None of those things were done. Well, because they thought that we wouldn't know, we're not educated enough, we don't have legal representation, proper legal representation, they were able to do it. And every time we went in front of the courts, we were being denied because they're compromised. These developers know the judges.
That's crazy.
So even up to the appellate, and that's when I decided we're going to stay down. I went to the appellate, one of the highest courts, and I said, I need you to just stay in eviction and allow me to argue my case. The lady said to me, I'll allow you to argue your case, but they're going forward with the eviction. I said, what?
What?
I said, wait. I said, what? I said, at that point, I came home. I see my president. He was standing right here. I said, we get ready to do a 24-hour takeover. That's it. Like, if you not allowing me, if you telling that, this is what we about to do. And that's exactly what we did.
How long you been living here?
This house has been in our family for 60 years. This was my great uncle and my grandmother's house is right there. We had 2 houses.
Wow.
60 years.
Look what they do to the people living 60 years
60
here.
60 years, yeah. And don't you get tired of hearing compromise. These developers know the judges.
That's crazy.
So even up to the pellet. And that's when I decided we're going to stay down. I went to the pellet, one of the highest. And I said, I need you to just stay in eviction and allow me to argue my case. The lady said to me, I'll allow you to argue your case, but they're going forward with the eviction. And what?
What?
I said, wait. I said, what? I said, at that point, I came home. I see my president standing right here. I said, we already do a 24-hour takeover. That's it. Like, if you not allowing me, if you telling me that, this is what we about to do. And that's exactly what we did.
How long you been living here?
This house been in our family for 60 years. This was my great uncle and my grandmother's house is right there. We had 2 houses.
Wow.
60 years.
Look what they do to the people living 60 years
60
here.
60 years, yeah. And don't you get tired of hearing that story all the time?
I'm tired of hearing it.
Me too. This used to be a thriving Black community. This used to be a thriving. Why? We got to take our stuff back. No more. That is not a storyline anymore. It has to stop.
Yeah, I 100%
we thank
agree.
you. We thank you for what you do.
These guys are trying to scam my boy out his property. Look, it's the second time he came around talking about he trying to get him. Trying to scam.
Came to do inspection of the house.
Ain't no inspection. You don't own the house. Get out of here. You don't own nothing. Like get court order. No, get out of here. Fake ass court order. Look, this nigga trying to scam. This guy been here for years. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Born here. Get out of here. When they call the cops, you came, the cops came, they did nothing. Get out of here. Yo, oh yeah. I don't know if you know this guy trying to scam. We're not playing over here. We're not playing. We don't give a fuck about that little fake ass hat. We're not this fucking hat on. We're not playing. You hear me? We're not playing. I'm trying to play. I'm trying to get him the fuck out of here before he get himself hurt out here. You heard? We don't give a fuck about that hat. You heard? We don't give a fuck about that hat. We're not this fucking hat off. These guys are trying to scam my boy out his property.
So that's what the FBA family in New York going with, a lot of the theft. So, and y'all know, this is why the new Blacc Media, we pushing out a lot of information that's waking our people up so we don't get scammed. We talked about that, you know, Pan-African scam that they got going on, trying to send our people to Africa. This is another scam that they got. Now here, I'm gonna play this video and show you exactly how they scam somebody out of a house. Check it out.
Considered their safe haven, never imagining the roof over their heads could be stolen from them. I'm Tjay.
And I'm Lee Zurich. This exact nightmare is happening to homeowners across the country. Known as deed fraud, it involves forging documents to make a phony transfer of property ownership. Armed with that paperwork, criminals can then sell a home, take out a mortgage, or rent it without the true owners knowing.
Reporter Sierra Cummings explains how the scheme works and the solutions giving more homeowners peace of mind.
Into my office.
Melissa Sanis takes us through her Atlanta home.
I hang out in there a lot.
To the office.
Those are all the chapters.
Where she's writing a novel.
Full-time job.
But there's another story unfolding at this house too. One she wishes was fiction.
Do you know anybody by the name of Angela Spradley? No, never heard of her.
Except Spradley is the so-called new owner of Melissa's house.
It is absolutely shocking.
A property the Sanis rebuilt from the ground up.
We worked really hard to get there.
Real estate transactions confirm they bought the house in 2021. Yet Angela Spradley's name is listed as the grantee in this deed transfer. It shows an LLC transfer ownership of the Sanis house to Spradley, making her the owner. A fraudulent document, according to Sanus. A document that doesn't make sense because an LLC did not own the house in the first place to even give it away to Spradley.
We are trained to think that we've got to hold our purses closer to us when we're walking through a parking lot, or, we know not to leave keys in our car. But you never think someone's going to actually come in and not just rob you of the things inside your home, but try to steal your actual home.
The allegedly forged document filed in the Fulton County Clerk's office March 2022. Around that same time, multiple other deeds transferred Atlanta homes over to Spradley. Possible because up until 2025, Georgia had a loophole in state law. We exposed and helped close it. Previously, state policy did not require identification when filing or transferring a deed, meaning the state did not require anyone to actually prove they own the very property for the paperwork which they're filing. Thieves stealing the title to houses, like Spradley, whose alleged forgery did not stop in Atlanta. In Bibb County, she was arrested, sentenced, and convicted for stealing 5 properties there.
If you do this in our community, you're going to be held accountable.
For so long, families and law enforcement inaction meant they had to pursue their own deed fraud cases civilly. But now, some judicial circuits are pursuing this criminally. Macon District Attorney Anita Howard and Assistant District Attorney Jeremy Johnson took on the case against Spradley.
It was my first case like this in the office. And it's one of the reasons, admittedly, why I dove so deep into it, because it was interesting to me, because I didn't realize that it was so easy in that situation for something like this to happen.
In order to seek justice, oftentimes we must go beyond the surface. And that's exactly what he did.
Suggests Spradley forged deed transfers on at least 5 Macon properties. This first location helped unravel the scheme. A couple leaves their house for an extended period. When the husband returns, he finds it like this.
And so immediately, he called his wife and saying, like, hey, our house is boarded up. It looks like it's about to sell.
Even posted for sale on Realtor.com. When the DA's office began looking into this property, that's when they found Spradley's name on the others.
She actually took the deeds into the clerk's office and filed them on the same day.
So it's like a dead giveaway.
Yes, that was the first red flag.
At least 3 of the properties she sold to an unsuspecting buyer for $7,500. Spradley pled guilty.
Y'all can see this lady was a crackhead, man. She was on the crack, but show us what them little heads be doing. Them little heads really be finessing them houses. They ain't, y'all showing us the, crackheads.
To theft by deception, forgery, filing false documents, making false statements, and false swearing for all 5 Macon properties.
They think, well, they're not going to care about these property crimes. But that's why it's so important that as, law enforcement and prosecutors, that we pursue these crimes.
Back in Atlanta, there's no criminal case against Spradley's alleged forgeries, leaving families like the Sanus hopeful that local officials seek prosecution too.
Your home is your safe haven. You never think someone's going to come along and try to take your actual home, the walls of your home, away from you.
We reached out to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office about this case and did not hear back.
All right, y'all see how the deed theft is going on in New York? They're doing it in Georgia. I know a lot in our FBA history has been going on with us with Black men actually getting unalived for their piece of land. So we've been going through this for decades and decades and decades, but I want to know what y'all think about this. I like the 24-hour takeover that family did in New York. I like that they're urgent about it. So I want to know what y'all think, some strategies that they could be doing or what you think is next. But this is crazy, man. Somebody's stealing,
This is crazy.
They're not stealing from nobody else. It's like we gotta not let people play with us. So we gotta make sure that everybody respecting us in a manner, because this is what will happen. They'll just think that they can just do anything to us. So y'all know we're going live tonight, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Definitely y'all tap in, call in, get what y'all think. I want y'all to speak y'all mind. But until then, y'all ask for the Discord and the lives. We'll get those out. But let me know what y'all think in the comment section. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
Community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, services, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control four basic things. You're trying to control water, food, gas, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
If I told you that somebody at, a complex, they're a renter, they are willing to teach people their rights as renters. And the response is they get arrested for teaching people their rights. Here it is.
Why are y'all arresting me? Unlawful entry. Why are you arresting? Unlawful entry. What do you mean unlawful entry? She's a tenant.
Basically, they're trying to stop my tenant rights from gathering tenants. You see all these tenants? I gathered these tenants for a meeting. They are illegally violating, calm down. They are illegally violating my tenant rights by telling me I cannot organize. This is the lease. They're being retaliatory because this is what I do. You understand what I'm saying? That's against my tenant rights. They cannot bar me without a court order notice.
Okay. So, man, let's leave the building, okay?
I have to leave the building?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
Let's go this way.
I live this way.
We're gonna go with you.
Why are you arresting me? I live here on the property. I live on the property.
Let me say this. If you ever see Black people advocating for themselves and others, and you don't quite know what's going on, either A, advocate with that Black person, or B, stay the hell out of the way. There's a power differential between the advocate and the gatekeepers. If the advocate is willing to be an advocate, the gatekeepers are utilizing their authority to stop the advocate, even the odds, if you do anything, to make sure it's fair. Put in full mask. This woman was arrested. She was arrested. Her name is Geraldine Cunningham. She was arrested inside of her own apartment building. This happened in Washington, D.C. Police insisted she was being arrested for unlawful entry. Unlawful entry after trying to teach tenants about their rights. Ms. Cunningham was arrested for unlawful entry, but the charge was never filed. Well, I wonder why. Quote, it's very humiliating. It can be, quite frankly, scary and discouraging. End quote. Said Cunningham. Quote, but instead of giving up, I decided to fight harder. End quote. Residents still had that meeting, but in a hallway. Tenants told 7 News they feel this is retaliation for their reports and complaints about conditions inside. For this fiscal year alone, 7 News found 61 reports of violations filed against the property owners with the Department of Buildings. Geraldine Cunningham says she wrote letters, called, and emailed to get changes done and feels she ended up in handcuffs because of that. Cunningham said the Channel Square Apartments management knew tenants were having a meeting in the community room in February. Before the meeting started, certain doors were blocked, and when tenants arrived, police were already waiting. Now remember, this is allowed. That whole operation runs because they pay rent. And they have police waiting to arrest them and to block them in their own homes. Quote, I was arrested for simply organizing and trying to have it sent to me and to again address tenant rights there at Channel Square, because most of the tenants there aren't aware of who to call or when to call when these rights are violated, said Cunningham. The meeting was specifically based around just teaching them their rights and advocating for themselves for filing DOB, Department of Buildings, violations and speaking with other agencies when necessary. Cunningham said this isn't the first time the property has tried to block tenants. About 2 years ago, she said a prospective tenant heard her complaining in the leasing office. She said the property wrote a notice barring her from coming back in. That's basically a trespass warning, claiming she was aggressive. That's the notice that she got. The notice, she says, that the property called the police, or showed police. So here's the fake out. She's told you can't come back to the leasing office, right? So they probably wrote a trespass warning. Police show up. She's organizing. Somebody likely shows the officer the trespass warning from the leasing office, which already is improper and should have been challenged legally. The officer now believes he or she has the right to enforce the trespass because you have an official warning. But the warning is for the leasing office. The woman lives at the apartment. So she gets arrested, embarrassed. Tenants don't get the information that she was providing. And once again, the powers that be who ran the whole play, they seem to be unscathed. If anyone knows who they are, please send them to Indisputable. We know how to properly deal with it. All right. So, quote, to have this bar notice and to refer to it from something about 2 years ago seems a little problematic, said Daniel Del Polago, the housing director for Empower DC. Quote, it's likely retribution for tenants organizing themselves to exercise their rights. End quote. The DC Housing Authority states that a barring notice is to protect residents and can ban people who are not tenants from a property. Video sent to us from a resident from the day of the tenant meeting appears to show someone from the property trying to write a barring notice while police are there. The owners of the property allege that they've always worked with their tenants. While we're unable to comment on matters involving ongoing legal cases, we value resident engagement and welcome community leadership. We have worked closely with the tenant association at the property for at least 13 years, and we encourage residents to share their perspectives as we continue working to improve the community together. All right, let me tell you why I know you're full of it, 13-year owners, because you said nothing about the management group, the people who are in charge, and the actions that they took against the tenants who pay your bills. Now, if you would have had some smoke for them and your energy would have shared a little bit of insight about their inappropriate behavior, I would believe you, but you didn't. All right, dear brother, thoughts?
Sue them, and sue them some more. First of all, you cannot trespass a tenant. That's not your legal remedy. You know, if you got a tenant that you think is problematic in one way or has violated a lease agreement, your remedy is to evict them. And that's like, you got to go through court and through a case and they get the argument. You cannot trespass somebody who pays to be there. That's a violation of that lease agreement. And so oftentimes you hear these police officers coming and enforcing rules. Well, most of them didn't go to law school. And they violate things, they enforce rules they don't properly understand themselves. But, one way to make sure that your landlord or your apartment company understands your point of view, is to sue them if they are financially burdened by their egregious, in my opinion, errors. They'll do better than thereafter.
Yeah.
And do we have a constitution or don't we? You know, freedom of assembly is one of the first sentences in the Bill of Rights. And so, you know, all these right wingers who talk about, you know, strict constitutionalism and free speech warriors and advocates, every time we hear stories about a little man taking on a big entity, that radio silence, let alone when it's involving somebody who looks like us, radio silence there too. So sue them.
Yeah. And, you know, I recommend they seek to qualify it as a class action since so many residents have the same complaint.
Right.
I will bring updates as they come.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here.
All right, y'all, we are done. So thank y'all for tapping in to season 6, episode 20, part 3 continuation, part 2, part 1 of Frontline Black News. Join us later on today for part 2. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, and separations of Black empowerment. Chan Crewman and Lady Tjay signing up from the Mile High Income and illegal mega flooded city in the sundown tune known as Aurora CO. Peace.